Okay, let's continue.
DCJ, if we can continue then to page 723. In fact, 722, black 722.
Okay. Did you devise a plan how to handle?
When we get to the ones that need red numbers, I'll
okay.
refer only to the red numbers.
Okay.
I've worked out how to reconcile them, Chair.
722, you said?
722 black,
Okay.
720 red.
Yeah, okay. Okay.
So that is an email addressed from you to Mr. Wood on the 20th of April 2012. It says, "Dear Eric, please receive the attached regards." Do you recall sending it to Mr. Wood on 20 April 2012?
I'm sorry, Chairperson. I think even this one, Chairperson, may I not respond it in case I incriminate myself?
Okay.
Can I ask you in relation to 723, which is the attachment? It's a spreadsheet with two tabs. Let's start with the one on 722, which is an invoice addressed to Regiment's Capital for the development of an enterprise-wide risk management framework for 212,000 no VAT from Rams Capital. Did Rams Capital issue this invoice to Regiment's Capital in April 2012? That was my question. Did Rams Capital issue this invoice to Regiment's Capital in April 2012?
I'm sorry, Chairperson. I may not be able to respond to this one in case I incriminate myself.
Can I ask, the strange thing about the spreadsheet is that there are two invoices on it. There's the one we've just dealt with, but there's another one addressed to Mr. William Matamela that is at page 723. Do you know Mr. William Matamela?
Chairperson, similar to the previous one, may I not respond to it in case I incriminate myself?
And just for completeness' sake, did Rams Capital issue an invoice to William Matamela for the amount of 540,000 for the development of an enterprise-wide risk management framework in April 2012?
Again, with your permission, Chairperson, may I not respond to this one in case I incriminate myself?
Can we go to I think we've reached the end of these for now. We'll come back to one a bit later. Can I take you now to some bank statements? And the first one that I would ask you to go to is on page 604 in the red numbers.
Are you going to use red numbers?
Red numbers for the bank statements, Chair. Because
Okay.
they're the ones which don't have black numbers on them.
We'll just have to, for the record, say that in regard to this bundle, most of the time the numbers for the pagination that are used are the black numbers, but in regard to a small portion of the bundle, the red numbers will be used. The red numbers that are used are on pages that do not have black numbers. Is that correct, Mr.?
That's correct, Chair. It might be simpler if whenever I refer to a red number, I say red number.
Yes, yeah. So when you don't refer to the color,
It's black.
It's black.
Thank
Or
you.
if you say black number, it will be black number. But if it's red, you will always say red number.
I will, Chair.
Yeah, okay, all right.
So if we look at red number 604, it's a statement for Regiment's Capital from Nedbank for the month of November 2009. If you go down to, most of it's redacted, but there are two entries which unfortunately are not very legible because they've been highlighted as well as not being redacted, but it's 11 November 2009 with a reference Kaditlu Health and an amount of 336,300 that was paid out of the regiment's capital account. Are you aware of a payment from regiments to Kaditlu of 336,300 on 11 November 2009?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairperson. I don't see that on page red 604.
Chair, if you go down to the yellow, the only yellow entry there.
Yes.
Because it's highlighted, it's not very legible, but it is 11/11/2009 is the date.
Yes.
Kaditlu Health, or
Yeah.
Kaditu, I don't think there's an L that regiments put into their reference. Kaditu Health, and the amount is 336,300.
That's the number that I can see. I can see date 11/11/2009, and then I see Venus Liquor, and then I see 114,194,94 cents. That is page 604, and somewhere on the last third of the document portion. Are we on the same page?
No, we're not, Chair.
Yes.
I thought I'd solved this problem, but I evidently haven't.
A NetBank document that I've got, the statement, but...
Chair, I now understand the problem. Mr. Ramos-Abudi, I withdraw that last question because the entry I was speaking to has been redacted in everybody else's document. We are on the right page. So let's look at the one that is visible. 11/11/2009, Venus Liquor, 114,194.94. Do you recall a payment from Regiment's Capital to Venus Liquor on 11 November 2009 for 114,194 rands and 94 cents?
Through yourself, Chairperson, may I ask that I might not be able to respond to this one in case I incriminate myself?
Can we then go to red number 626? That is a bank statement for Regiment's Capital for the month of December 2009. And sorry, if we go back up to 624, I beg your pardon, 624. 625, red 625. Are you at red 625? Sorry, Mr. Ramos-Abudi, are you at red 625?
Yes, I'm at 625, the red one.
And there on the 10th, that is a statement for Regiment's Capital of the month of December 2009. And there we see an entry on 10 December 2009, a payment to Risk Stats, and the amount is 336,300. 336,300. Do you recall a payment to Risk Stats by Regiment's Capital in December 2009 in the amount of 336,300?
With your permission, Chairperson, may I not respond to this one in case I incriminate myself?
Chair, if I might ask, just to make a note against this page, that it corresponds to the amount on the invoice that one sees at page 88. If we can then go
Voice at page
88.
88, okay. Thank you.
If we can then go to page 647. Red page 647. Again, a regiment's capital bank statement for the month of March 2010. And there on the 2nd of March, you will see an entry that says Risk Stats Consulting 350541.71. Do you recall a payment from Regiment's Capital to Risk Stats Consulting on 2 March 2010?
With your permission, Chairperson, may I not respond to this one in case I incriminate myself?
Chair, if I might just refer you to the cross-reference to the invoice at page 89 in the same amount.
Page
89, Chair.
89, yeah. The amounts correspond.
The amounts correspond, 350541.71. If we can then go down to page 667,
Double 67. Did you say double 67?
double 67, indeed, Chair.
Yeah, right.
Sorry, Chair, before we get to 667, while we're on that invoice, can we, that payment, can we go to 687? 687 first. 687. And maybe go back up a page to 686 to see what we're looking at. Mr. Ramos-Abudi, do you recognize the document at Red 686? It appears to be an F&B bank statement for risk math solution for the month ending 10 March 2010.
With your permission, Chairperson, may I not respond to this one in case I incriminate myself?
Chair, I will then take you down to page 687, and there you will see the entry for 2 March 2010 of a credit of 350,541 rands and 71 cents with the transaction reference Regiment's Capital.
Yes.
And Mr. Ramos-Abudi, I've already asked whether you recognize the document or recall this transaction. I'm not going to ask that question again.
Yeah, no, I said through yourself, Chairperson, may I not respond to this one in case I incriminate myself?
Then, Chair, can we go to page 667? Red 667. And that is a bank statement of Regiment's Capital for the month ending 31 May 2010. If one goes down to 4 May 2010, one sees a payment with the reference Risk Stats Consulting in the amount of 622,456.30. Mr. Ramos-Abudi, do you recall a payment to Risk Stats from Regiment's Consulting on 4 May 2010 in the amount of 622 rands So 622,456 rands and 30 cents.
I humbly request, Chairperson, with your permission, that I might not be able to respond to this one, in case I commit myself.
Chair, if I can ask you to make the annotation there at page, that this corresponds to the invoice amount at page 91.
At page 891.
No, 91. Just 91, the invoice at 91, Chair.
Okay. Yes, sure, thank you.
And if I can ask you and Mr. Ramos-Abudi then to go to red page 708.
I am on the page.
If you can go up a page, the document appears to be an FNB bank statement for Risk Math Solutions for the month ending 10 May 2010. Do you recognize this document?
Again, Chairperson, may I not be able to respond to this one, in case I incriminate myself?
Then, Mr. Ramos-Abudi, on the next page, which is 708, there is an entry for May in the amount with a credit of 622,456 rands and 30 cents with the reference Regiment's Capital. I've already asked you whether you recall such a payment from Regiment's Capital to Risks Maths in May 2010 and whether you recognize this document. I won't ask those questions again. But can I ask you to go to page 661.
Red or black?
Sorry, red. Thank you. Red 661. That document appears to be a bank statement of Regiment's Capital. It is a bank statement of Regiment's Capital that we've got received from Nedbank for the month ending 31 July 2010. And there is an entry on 30 July 2010 for a payment to risk stats, or payment referenced risk stats, in the amount of 456,000. Do you recall a payment to risk stats from Regiment's Capital in late July or early August 2010?
Again, Chairperson, with your permission, may I not be able to respond to this one, in case I incriminate myself?
Chair, for your note, can you make a record that that corresponds to an invoice at page 92? 92. And can we then move to red page 698?
Mr. Chairperson, I hope that somebody has done the sums so that at the end of looking at all of these amounts, I would like to have an idea about what the total is. Maybe if that hasn't been done, somebody might do it while we are going on. I would like to have an idea how much appears to have been paid by regiments into the entities that may be connected with the witness.
Indeed, Chair. I'll ask Mr. Zama to do it. I'm sure he has them on a spreadsheet.
Yeah, okay.
And what I think that there will be, we can do 3 columns, Chair. We can do a column of invoices, a column of payments that reflect in statements linked to the regiment's group in a statement, and a column of statements that reflect in entities linked to the witness.
Yeah.
And an aggregate column, because There are some invoices without corresponding payments and some payments without corresponding invoices. Chair, if we can then go to page 656, red 656. That is the Nedbank Bank's...
Well, I was seeing Mr. Joskun, I was seeing a certain name on that page. I'm not going to mention it, but it's of a political grouping. But obviously that's not what we are focusing on.
No, not now, Chair.
Yeah.
We, for now, in fact, our copies and the copies that the public will see are completely redacted, but for the
Yes.
entry at 25 June 2010.
Yeah, 656 is the page you said we must go to, eh?
That's correct, Chair.
Yes, okay.
So that is a bank statement of month ending 30 June 2010 for Regiment's Capital. And there's an entry on the 25th of June 2010 that reflects a payment in the amount of 476.86 with the reference Risk Stats Consulting Services. Do you recall a payment from Regiment's Capital to Risk Stats in or around 25 June 2010, Mr. Ramosabudi?
With your permission, Chairperson, may I not be able to respond to this in case I incriminate myself?
I'll then move on, Mr. Ramosabudi, to page red 701. And sorry, Chair, just for your information, this is that last line item. We haven't linked to any particular invoice.
Yes, okay.
Red 701, if we go up to red 700, this appears to be a bank statement for risk maths for the month to 10 November 2010. Mr. Ramosabudi, can you confirm that?
Chairperson, I'm not going to be able to confirm anything in case I incriminate myself on this matter.
Thank you, Mr. Ramosabudi. The very first entry on page 701 at 11 October is a credit for 460,099 rands and 43 cents with the reference Cash Focus Regiment's Capital. And I have already asked you whether you recall a payment in this amount from Regiment's Capital in October 2010. Have I? Well, let me ask now, do you recall a payment
it's safer that you ask him and let him assert his privilege if he wants to assert it and let it be on record.
Do you recall a payment?
Chairperson, I've already indicated, I think Mr. Chairperson has already asked a number of these invoices and amounts, and I said I'm not able to respond to that in case I incriminate myself, with your permission, of course.
And you have confirmed already that you cannot answer whether this is the bank statement of risk maths for the month ending 10 November 2010. So, can I then ask that we go to page 463, red 463.
I see that at red.
663, I beg your pardon, I slipped 200 pages. 663.
663, okay. Yes.
That is no. Chair, I'm sorry, I've gone backwards. We've already dealt with this one. Can I ask that we go to page 701.
Red 701.
Red 701. Sorry, Chair, I must
Yes,
apologize. I'm
we're
taking us backwards and forwards to the same
Yes.
documents. Red 693. 693. If we go up to 692 or 691, we have the cover page of what appears to be an F&B bank statement for risk math solutions for the month ending June 2010, 10 June 2010. And Mr. Ramos-Budi, can you confirm that that is a bank statement for risk math solutions for the month ending June 2010, 10 June 2010?
Chairperson, may I not respond to this one in case I commit myself?
If we then go down to 693, we see an entry for 1 June with the transaction reference Regiment's Capital and a credit of 456,000. Mr. Ramos-Budi, do you recall a payment from Regiment's Capital to risk maths in June 2010 in the amount of 456,000?
Through yourself, Chairperson, may I not respond to this one in case I commit myself?
Chair, if I might give a cross-reference in respect of this payment, it is a link to the invoice on page 713, a corresponding amount to the invoice on page 713. And if we can then go to page 663, that is the corresponding bank account of bank statement for Regiment's Capital for the month of June 2010. And on one...
Hang on, I'm at 663.
Red 663.
Red
Chair.
663.
Red 663.
Yeah, but I don't have any underlining that I've made on this page, but I see that we have been to the page.
I'm looking at, I may have taken us here when I think I took us here earlier when I was struggling with the red numbers and the black numbers.
Yes.
But Chair, if you go to 1 June 2010 on that page.
Yes, I can see Rick Stats Consulting there.
There is the payment out of this account with the reference Risk Stats Consulting with the amount of 456,000. And Mr. Ramos-Budi, you've already confirmed that you cannot answer the question whether you recall such a payment to Risk Stats from regiments on the 1st of June 2010.
And does it correspond with an invoice somewhere or not really?
It corresponds with the invoice at page 713, Chair.
At page 713.
Indeed, Chair.
Okay.
Can we then go down to red number 6, or go up to red number 643? That is a bank statement for Regiment's Capital for the month ending 30 October 2010. And if we go down to 9 October 2010, we see a payment of the amount of 337,896, 337,896. referenced as Azana Capital Markets. Mr. Ramosabudi, do you recall a payment from Regiment's Capital to Azana Capital Markets in October 2010?
Through a Chairperson, may I not respond to this one in case I incriminate myself?
Chair, if you can just put the reference, this payment corresponds to page 717, the invoice on 717. And if we can then go to page 685.
All right, 685.
Read 685, Chair. And if we go up, we will see the heading of this document. This appears to be the F&B bank statement for Azana Capital Markets for the month ending 14 October 2010. Mr. Ramosabudi, can you confirm that this is the Azana Capital Markets bank statement for the month ending 14 October 2010?
Through yourself, Chairperson, may I not respond to this one in case I incriminate myself?
And then, Mr. Ramosabudi, if you can go down a page to 685, the entry 9 October has a transaction reference Regiment's Capital, and the amount is 337,896, corresponding to the amount that we saw in the Regiment's Capital bank statement. You've already confirmed that you cannot answer the question whether you recall a payment in this amount to Azana Capital Markets in October 2010.
Say the amount at page 685 corresponds with the invoice at what page?
It's also 717, Chair, so it corresponds with 717 and the Regiment's bank statement at 643. Read 643.
Thank you.
Then, Chair, if we can go to Red 610.
We have to remember, Mr. Chairperson, that for those who will read the transcript, we said whenever we mean the red numbers, we will always say red.
I did in fact say red at that point, Chair.
So when we don't say red, they will think it's the black numbers.
Indeed.
Okay,
but
so
this is Red 610.
610, okay.
That is an extract from the Regiment's Capital bank statement for the month ending 30 April 2011. If you go down to 15 April 2011, there is an amount referenced Kaditlu Health with the amount 212,964.47, 212,964.47. Mr. Ramosabudi, do you recall a payment to Kaditlu Health in April 2011 in the amount of 212,964.47?
Chairperson, with your permission, may I not respond to this one in case I incriminate myself?
Chair, for your reference, that corresponds to the invoice on page 721. And
that is now the amount at page red 610.
That's correct, Chair.
It corresponds. It corresponds with the amount at the invoice at what page?
721, Chair.
Thank you.
Then, Chair, if we can go to page 614, red 614.
Yes.
And that again is an extract from a Regiment's Capital bank statement for the month ending 30 June 2011. At 2 June 2011, there is a transaction referenced Kaditu again. Oh no, this is Kaditlu. They've got the L this time. Health Services, and the amount is 224,934.47. Mr. Ramosabudi, do you recall a payment from Regiment's Capital to Kaditlu in June 2011 in the amount of 224,934 rands and 47 cents?
With your permission, Chairperson, may I not respond to this one in case I incriminate myself?
Chair, we don't have a corresponding invoice for this amount, but if I can ask the Chair to go to page Red 675.
Yes.
And there, Chair, if one goes up to 673, one sees that although the reference was Kaditlu, the bank statement we're looking at is Risk Math Solutions for the month ending 10 June 2011. Mr. Ramosabudi, do you confirm that this is the bank statement for Risk Maths for the month ending 10 June 2011?
Chairperson, may I not respond to this one in case I incriminate myself?
If we go down to page 675, against 2 June, we see a credit of 224,934 rands and 47 cents with the reference Regiment's Capital. Mr. Ramosabudi, I earlier asked you if you can recall a payment from Regiments to Kaditlu in June in this amount. I must now ask you whether you can recall a payment from Regiments in June 2010 to Risk Maths in this amount of 224,934 rands and 47 cents.
Again, Chairperson, through your permission, may I not respond to this one in case I incriminate myself?
Can we then, Chair, go to page 620, Red?
620.
620.
Okay.
This again is an extract from Regiment's Capital Bank statement for the month ending 31 August 2011. If one goes right down to the bottom of the page, there is an entry on 19 August 2011 with the reference Risk Stats Consulting, and the amount is 289,074.85, 289,074 rands and 85 cents. Mr. Ramosabudi, do you recall a payment from Regiments on or around 19 August 2011 in the amount of 289,074 rands and 65 cents?
With your permission, Chairperson, may I not respond to this one in case I incriminate myself?
Chair, if you can then go to page Red 678. 678. And if we go up to Red 677, we see that this is the FNB statement for Risk Math Solutions for the month ending 10 September 2011. Mr. Ramosabudi, can you confirm that this is the Risk Math Solutions statement from FNB for the month ending 10 September 2011?
Chairperson, may I not respond to this question in case I incriminate myself?
If we go down to 678, Chair, we see the corresponding entry on 19 August with the corresponding credit of 289,074.85 in the account of Risk Math Solutions with the reference Regiment's Capital. Mr. Ramosabudi has already claimed privilege in relation to whether he can recall a payment of this nature at that time. Can we then, Chair, go to page 629. Red 629. And Chair, this is the Nedbank statement for Regiment's Capitals account for the month ending 31 March 2012.
Okay.
If one goes down to 9 March 2012, one sees an entry with the reference Kaditlu Health Services, and the payment amount is 299,874 rands and 96 cents. Mr. Amos-Budi, can you recall a payment of this amount, 299,874 rands and 96 cents, to Kaditlu Health Services from Regiment's Capital in March 2012?
With your permission, Chairperson, may I not respond to this one in case I include myself?
And Chair, if I can ask you then to go to red page 629. Sorry, we are at red 629.
Yeah.
We need to then go to red 681. And if we go up to red 680, Mr. Amos-Budi, can you confirm that this is the FNB bank statement for the Risk Math Solutions account for the month ending 20 March 2012?
With your permission, Chairperson, may I not respond to this question in case I include myself?
And Chair, if we go down to 681, we see on 9 March there is a credit of 299,874.96 corresponding to the credit that we saw on the regiment's account with the reference Kaditlu. But this reference is Regiment's Capital and it's in a Risk Maths bank statement. So, Mr. Amos-Budi, I must ask you again, do you recall a payment from Regiment's Capital to Risk Maths in or around, or on or around 9 March 2012 in the amount of 299,874 rands and 96 cents?
With your permission, Chairperson, may I not respond to this question in case I include myself?
Then, Mr. Amos-Budi, can we go to page 130, 130, black 130? We haven't dealt with this invoice.
I'm sorry, please just repeat the page.
130.
130. And again, still red.
No, this is a black number, Chair, or 130. And Mr. Amos-Budi, what we see on 130 is an email dated 29 October 2013 sent from your Ramscap address, petolo@ramscap.coza, to Eric Wood with the subject book2.xlsx and an attachment of a spreadsheet called book2.xlsx. Do you recall sending this email with the attachment to Mr. Wood on 29 October 2013?
With your permission, Chairperson, may I not respond to this one in case I include myself?
If we go over the page to 131, we see an invoice from Rams Capital to Regiment's Capital for actuarial and risk management consulting on behalf of Regiment's Capital for Transnet. The amount is 375,606. There's no VAT raised on that amount, so the total amount of the invoice is 375,606. Mr. Amos-Budi, did Rams Capital issue an invoice to Regiment's Capital for the amount of 375,606 towards the end of on or around 29 October 2013.
Through yourself, Chairperson, may I not respond to this question in case I incriminate myself?
Chair, can I ask that you flag this document because we are going to come back to it in due course.
Okay.
But for now, I would ask that you go to page 652.
And are we only into black numbers now? Or
Sorry, Chair, it's red 652. Red 652.
Okay. Yes.
And Chair, this is a standard bank statement for Regiment's Capital. It is dated 30 November 2013. And if you go down to the last transaction on the statement, there is a transaction described as CAT's third-party payment Rams Capital, FSF 11-1600. The amount is 375,606, and the date is 11/07, 11 referring to the month and 7 the day. Mr. Amos Budi, can you confirm that Regiment's Capital paid Rams Capital an amount of 375,606 on or around 7 November 2013?
Chairperson, through yourself, may I not respond to this question in case I incriminate myself?
Chair, can I ask you, and this is the amount corresponding to the invoice that we saw on 131, Chair. And it will appear in a Rams, well, it will appear in another account at red page 690.
Thank you.
And if you go up to red 689, Chair, there's the cover page. Mr. Amos Abudi, can you confirm that this is the risk math solution bank statement from FNB for the month ending 9 November 2013?
Again, Chairperson, may I not respond to this question in case I incriminate myself?
Chair, if you go down to red 690, you'll see that there is an entry, also 7 November, with the reference Regiment's Capital, and the same amount of 375,606 as a credit. Mr. Amos Budi, I must ask you, my last question was in relation to Rams Capital, so I must now ask you whether you recall a payment from Regiment's Capital to Risk Maths in the amount of 375,606 on or around 7 November 2013.
Chairperson, may I not respond to this question in case I incriminate myself?
Then, Chair, if I can ask you to go to red 671. And then go up to the cover page on 670.
Yes.
Mr. Amos Abudi, can you confirm that what we see on 670 is the bank statement for risk math solutions for the month ending 10 January 2011?
Chairperson, may I not respond to this question in case I incriminate myself?
If we go down to page 671, red, we see an entry on 18 December, which would be 18 December 2010, with the reference Regiment's Capital and a payment amount of 227,601 as a credit. 227,601 credit in the Risk Maths account from Regiment's Capital. Mr. Amos Abudi, do you recall a payment from Regiment's Capital to Risk Maths in December 2010 in the amount of 227,601?
With your permission, Chairperson, may I not respond to this one in case I incriminate myself?
Then, Chair, we can finally move on to a new topic, Chair. We've dealt with all of the invoices and all of the bank statements.
Okay. Do you know whether your team is ready with a total of the amounts or not yet?
We do have them, Chair. If you can give me a minute, I'll just...
Yes, no, that's fine, yeah.
I'll ask Mr. Zama to give them to me.
And if need be, it can be done later if it's more convenient. I just want to, in the end, to have some idea.
Chair, the total invoices issued to Regiments Capital are 9,132,490 cents. And the total payments out of Regiment's capital accounts with references linked to one or other of the entities we've been describing is 5,173,013 rands and 66 cents.
Okay, thank you.
Chair, we started this trip through the bank statements while we were still discussing Essa. There are one or two further issues in relation to Essa that I would like to raise with Mr. Ramosabudi. Can I start by, when we get back to Essa, by asking you, Mr. Ramosabudi, to go to black page 105, and henceforth, Chair, I will just be referring to black page numbers.
Okay. 105.
105. And Mr. Ramosabudi, are you at 105?
I'm at 105.
Can you go to the email it's an email trail, but can you go to the email, the last email that one sees at the bottom of that page? It's from Mario Visnenza to Aubrey Matlabe, copy to yourself, William Klue, Solomon Kuwaza, and Moss Brickman. Do you see that? 5 April 2011 at 12:07. You see that email?
Yes, I see the email, yeah.
And he says, "Hi Aubrey, unwind valuations of the CPI swaps as at 31 March 2011 were as follows." And he lists the three swaps by trade number. And for the one, it's minus 93,423,295. For the other, it's minus 73,295,235. And for the last, it's minus 45,481,153. Now, can I ask you, first of all, are these three CPI swaps he's referring to the three CPI swaps that we discussed earlier in your evidence?
Through self chairperson, I'm not sure which one are these ones. This valuation. I'm not sure which valuations are these ones, but it's probably one of those swaps that we've been trading.
You'll recall the spreadsheet that had the 1.5 billion JIBAR plus 2.6%, which was then broken up into 2A, 2B, and 2C. I can take you back to that if you would like, but what my question is, are these 2A, 2B, and 2C?
I can't confirm, Chairperson. I don't know.
Okay. Can you then tell the Chair, I mean, we'll establish whether or not they are, but can you tell the Chair what unwind valuations are? Let's assume for present purposes they are 2A, well, they're three swaps. What does an unwind valuation mean?
In the simplest term, Chairperson, is unwind is meant to cancel the transaction.
So if ABSA wanted to cancel these 3 swaps, it would have to pay to Nedbank 93.423 million on the first, 73.295 on the second, and 45.481 on the third. Is that correct?
That's an indication on the spread, on the email, yes.
Yes, and if we go on a month or so, or it's actually more than a month, if we go up to page 104, you'll see another email from Mario to William Cluen, you copied yourself, on 19 July 2011. And now the unwind valuations have actually got even worse for AXA. Hi, William. Unwind valuations as at 30 June 11 were as follows. First trade, 126,360,000. Second trade, 100,513,000. Last trade, 65,834,000. So those are the amounts that AXA would now have to pay Nedbank to get out of these swaps. Is that correct?
True.
Are you aware of any other swaps that AXA had, any other CPI swaps that AXA had with Nedbank on or around the June 2011, other than those 3 that we've talked about, 2A, 2B, and 2C?
I can't recollect now.
You can't recollect. I'm talking specifically about CPI swaps.
Yeah, I can't recollect. But
I see.
I know CPI bonds that were there.
Sorry, you know?
The CPI bonds.
I'm sorry, Mr. Ramos-Abuti, I must apologize.
CPI bond. There was a CPI bond. I can't recollect any other swap.
Yes, so, but I'm not asking about a CPI bond, I'm asking about a CPI swap.
I can't recollect.
You can't recall. But of course, we would be able to establish whether we're talking about those 3 swaps if we look for them by trade number, wouldn't we? That when it says trade 9085799, that's a very specific transaction that will be recorded somewhere.
Through the settlement
Yes.
agreement and the trade numbers.
Yes, well, we'll follow that up. But whatever these transactions were, as of 30 June 2011, for AXA to escape them would have cost AXA in the region of 290 million rands. Is that correct?
Did you calculate that?
So as of 30 June 2011, AXA wanted to avoid these transactions or get out of them. It was going to cost AXA 290 million rands, more than 290 million rands, these 3 transactions. Is that correct?
If those numbers add up to 200 plus.
Yes, well, they go a little bit beyond 290. They're beyond to about 292 million. Can we then go down to page 113?
Did you say 113?
113, Chair. Sorry. You don't need to go back, but I do want to ask another question just on the topic we've just left. Mr. Ramos-Abuti, I said that for AXA to escape those transactions, it would have cost AXA 292 million. You recall? Yes?
I trust the calculation, yes.
Yes. You earlier said that on the date that the transaction is entered into, it should have a null value.
True.
So if AXA wanted to escape it on day 1, it should have cost AXA almost nothing. Is that correct?
If you calculate the fair value, yes, it should be 0.
Right. So that swap has gone against AXA to the tune of about 292 million by June 2013. It's 2011. Is that
Sure,
correct?
sure.
Can we then? So now we're at page 113. Towards the bottom of the page, there is an email from Tebogo Labalo to Mario Visnenza and copy to Eric Wood. Dear Mario, as discussed, please send me the cash flow schedule for Regiment's Capital detailing the amounts and the expected timing of the cash flows, and it's signed Tebogo Labalo. Do you know who Tebogo Labalo is or was at the time?
Yeah, I think he's one of the guys who used to work at regiments.
Yes.
One of the guys?
He used to work for regiments.
Oh, okay.
And then if we go, that was 7 December, and we go up to 8 December 2015. If we go to 1112, page 1112. Do you have 1112?
You're still referring to the black page numbers?
A black page, or going forward, it's just black pages.
Okay, 1112, I see it's an email.
That's correct. It's an email. I'm interested. So it's an email from Eric Wood to Boitumelo Mapasa forwarding a cash flow schedule, which says regiment summary of payments, and there's a cash flow schedule with an attachment regiment summary of payments. But the forwarding email is lower down on the chain, and that email is from Mario Visnenza again to Tebogo Labalo on 8 December 2015. It's the response to Tebogo's request to give us the cash flow schedules. And it says, please see attached summary spreadsheet. If we go up to page 411, we see the attachment that was linked, that was with that email. And you'll see that what that spreadsheet has on it is a whole series of amounts in respect of AXA in the first instance, and then the City of Tshwane, 3 separate transactions there. But I'm just going to ask you about AXA. And
I'm sorry, Mr. Shoskosum, did you say we must go to page 411?
sorry, 111,
111.
volume bundle for 4-111, sorry.
Okay. Yes, okay.
I want to ask you about these AXA flows. Would these be the fees that Nedbank is going to pay regiments in terms of the swaps that Nedbank brokered between AXA and Nedbank? Does that look to you what they are describing?
I don't know what they are describing the numbers are for. Yeah.
Okay, well, I want to put it to you that these are the fees that, well, there will be evidence to show that these are the fees on that swap that Nedbank would be paying regiments and recovering from AXA on the, I forget whether it was, I think it was 10 basis points. So the initial payment of 9.460 million, a payment a year later of 1,179,000, a payment in 2012, 1,253,000, a payment in 2013, 1,323,000, a payment in 2014 of 1,416,000, payment in 2015, 1,515,000, and then payments going on into the future projected, because this, remember, this document is only written in December 2015, projected payments going through in 2016, 2017, 2018, and 2019. And maybe if I can take you back just to illustrate some of these, illustrate my point. If you go to page 108, black 108. Are you on 108?
Yeah.
And you'll see 108 is Regiment's invoice to Nedbank 28 March 2013. The amount is the 1.3 million that we see on that spreadsheet. And again, it refers to origination and facilitation of 1.5 billion interest rate swap transactions between Nedbank Capital and AXA. And that 1.5 billion transaction was the one with 2A, 2B, and 2C. If you go over the page, you'll see 31 March 2014, Nedbank's invoice the next year. Sorry, Regiment's invoice to Nedbank the next year, addressed to Mr. Brickman, in the amount of 1.416424. Again, the same description, origination and facilitation of 1.5 billion interest rate swap transactions between Nedbank and AXA. Over the page to 110, 31 March 2015. This time, Nedbank paid, well, Regiment's invoice Nedbank 1.5 million. Origination and facilitation of 1.5 billion interest rate swap transactions between Nedbank and AXA. And if you go back to page 111 now, will you accept, when I put it to you, that these are Nedbank's recordings of what it will be paying Regiments in relation to the AXA swap?
Yes.
You do, thank you. And just to confirm to the Chair, each one of these payments, Nedbank will in due course recover from AXA through that 10 basis point increase on the spread on the swap. Is that correct?
Yes.
So these amounts are really being paid to Regiments by AXA, not by Nedbank.
Yes.
Thank you. I think that concludes AXA. Can we move now to SAA? And can we start on page 115? And my first question to you is, can you just refresh our memory, when did you become treasurer at SAA?
Through a self-chairperson, it could be November 2011 or December 2011. I can't recollect properly.
Towards the end of 2011. Yeah. You were certainly treasurer at SAA by 14 October 2013.
Yes, I was the treasurer.
Can I ask you, if one goes to page 115, there's an email, it's addressed from your Rams Capital email address to Eric Wood. Subject is forward working capital scope of work, and an attachment is working capital scope of work doc. It's an MS Word file, working capital scope of work. And if one goes a little bit lower down, one sees that that message originated in a message that you sent from your SAA address, Patolo Ramasabudi at flysaa.com, to your Ramscap address, patolo@ramscap.coza. So first of all, can I ask you, do you recall sending this message, or a message with that attachment, from your SAA address to your Ramscap address?
Chairperson, I'm here to assist the chairperson and the commission to investigate any malfeasance in the public sector and any other state organs. Unfortunately, there are certain things I cannot assist you on. And in particular, this particular transaction, I can't assist. Unfortunately, I can't answer any questions related to this in case I implicate myself.
I appreciate that, Mr. Ramosabudi, but I'm afraid I have to put the questions to you nonetheless. We can maybe move quite quickly through here, but I do need to put the questions to you. And some of them you may find are not, or you are capable of answering. So the first question was, you couldn't answer my question about whether you forwarded that document to from your SAA address to your Ramscap address. The second question is, do you recall then sending that document from your Ramscap address to Eric Wood on or around 14 October 2013?
Again, through yourself, chairperson, may I not respond to this one in case I incriminate myself?
The document that is the attachment starts at page 116. Can you go to page 116? What it looks like consistent with how it's described in the email, is the draft scope of work for a tender at SAA. Can I ask, and it's called Working Capital Management Scope of Work. Can I ask whether you recall this document, whether you can identify it?
Chairperson, I humbly request that I don't respond to this question in case I implicate myself.
Can I then take you to page 119 and again, there's an email chain that originates with an email from your SAA address on 24 October to your Ramscap address and is then forwarded from your Ramscap address to Eric Wood. And the document attached is called Evaluation Criteria. Can I ask you first whether you recall sending that email from your Fly SAA address to your Ramscap address?
Chairperson, you will excuse me, for not responding to this question. I am unable to respond to them in case they implicate me.
And then, Mr. Ramosabudi, there is the email that comes from your Ramscap address to Eric Wood that says, please review and comment. Do you recall sending that to Mr. Wood on 24 October 2013?
I'll want to request again, Chairperson, not to respond to this question in case I implicate myself.
Well, the document that the email apparently is asking Mr. Wood to review and comment appears at page 120, and it's called Revised Evaluation Criteria, and if one reads through it, it appears to be the evaluation criteria for that working capital scope of work tender that appears to have been forwarded from your email address to Mr. Wood on 14 October. Do you recognize this document called Revised Evaluation, with the heading Revised Evaluation Criteria?
Through yourself, Chairperson, I might not be able to respond to this in case it implicates me.
Can I then take you to page 123? Now we see an email from Mr. Wood to you on 28 October 2013 with an attachment, Evaluation Criteria SAA.docx. And that appears to be, it's Forward Evaluation Criteria SAA.docx, and if one goes down the string, one sees what is being forwarded is an email by someone called Indiran Pillay to Eric Wood and to copy to Tawadros Gebrselassie. Can I first ask you, do you know who Indiran Pillay is?
I think it's one of those guys who work for regiments.
It's not Niven Pillay, it's a different person. In fact, we're led to believe it's Niven Pillay's brother. Do you know that?
I would not.
But it's certainly not Niven Pillay. Do you know that it's not Niven Pillay?
Yeah, from the names, it's not Niven Pillay.
Yes, different person. Do you know Tawadros Gebrselassie?
Yes, I know.
And who is he, or who was he at the time?
You work for regiments, Kebet.
Thanks, and we've already established who Mr. Wood is. Do you recall receiving this email from Mr. Wood on 28 October 2013, which forwarded a document called Evaluation Criteria SAA?
Chairperson, may I not respond to this one in case I include myself?
So then I must take you to the document that was attached to that email. It's at 124. And it is a document which looks a lot like the document that was attached to your email to Mr. Wood with evaluation criteria on 24 August. But 4 days later, there have been some material changes to the document. And to see what those changes are, I'd ask you to go to page 127, where the Commission has generated a document which shows what the changes between the two documents were. So can you just read, quickly look through pages 127 and 128 and 129 and then I'm going to ask you a couple of questions.
You want them to read silently or aloud?
No, I don't think it's necessary to read into the record. I just want
Yes.
Mr. Ramosabudi to see.
Familiarize himself with it.
Indeed.
I see, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you, Mr. Ramosabudi. So you wouldn't obviously have seen that document at any time prior to coming to the Commission because the Commission generated it. But I have to ask you, the document that starts at page 124, have you seen that document before?
Through yourself, Chairperson, I'm not going to respond to this one, in case I incriminate myself.
Thank you, Mr. Ramosabudi. Can we then go to the document at page 127 where the track changes are flagged? And can I ask you, would you agree with me that these are not insignificant changes that have been made to the evaluation criteria? That what one sees here is some material changes? As someone who has presided over tenders in the public sector before, do these changes look insignificant or do they materially change the evaluation process?
With your permission, Chairperson, may I not respond to this question, in case I incriminate myself?
Just make sure all the time, Mr. Ramosabudi, that you articulate your reason audibly for wishing not to answer. So I'm just saying, just make sure you articulate your reason audibly as for wishing not to answer the question. It's important for the record.
Okay.
So, can I maybe ask that question too generally? If one goes to the page, bottom of page 127, one sees that the evaluation criterion in relation to functional requirements and weightings, these are going to be the scores on the tender. Sorry, can I ask that question? Functional requirements and weightings, are those going to be the scores on the tender that will determine who wins the tender?
With your permission, Chairperson, may I not respond to this in case I incriminate myself?
Well,
Maybe you can ask it generally. Maybe you could ask it at a general level. Would that help? If he doesn't answer in relation to this, but just in general.
Thank you, Chair. So Mr. Ramosabudi, when one, forget about this tender in particular, but as a general principle, when one evaluates public sector tenders, and there is a phase 2 of the tender. Phase 1 is about functional compatibility, and anyone who doesn't qualify in phase 1 is automatically disqualified. But people who get through to phase 2 and then have qualified and are being assessed, if there is a category called functional requirements and weightings for phase 2, would that really be the marks that are given to those people who've qualified, and the person and the entity with the highest marks will win?
In general.
In general, without referring to this specific tender.
According to your knowledge.
Of course, when I read through this on page 127, it says bidders that fail to meet the critical criteria will be eliminated. So it means those that are eliminated, they won't go further to be evaluated on a functional basis. So they then move to the second phase, then they're going to be evaluated on a functional basis. So therefore, the weight probably is what is attached to a particular element or description of a measure that is used. I guess that's what it should be.
So would your answer mean that in general, when you come to that phase, those various features are how, or are the features that get scored? I'm talking general now.
Yeah, generally, when I look at the first element or the first phase, is a yes or no.
Yeah.
So if it is yes or no, if you are no, 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 that means you'll be eliminated. And then the second phase, now you're going to be weighted in terms of what your competencies are.
Of the
That's what I
criteria.
read from these documents now.
Yes, okay.
And whoever gets the highest weighted score is presumably the preferred bidder.
Chairperson, may I not further respond to this one, in case I incriminate myself?
Chair, then maybe I should just read into the record some of these changes. One sees in relation to the weightings that the measure of demonstrate working capital management methodology and approach adopted in previous projects or as proposed for SAA has increased from 20% to 30%.
Yes.
The evaluation of the scope of work and benefits realized in relation to the relevance of what is required for SAA has, it used to say 3 group references for 15 marks, 2 group level references, and 1 small group reference would give you 10 marks, and 2 small group references and 1 big group reference would give you 5 marks. And the kinds of references that are now being asked have all been eliminated. So it's just 3 references, 15 marks, 2 references is 10, and 1 reference is 5. There used to be a requirement that said tender demonstrates the ability to conduct global research and benchmarking based on the team structure and expertise employed, as well as a display of the relevant networks that the tenderer can access to support research. That was going to be 10% of that total mark, but that's now been eliminated. Then there is a line item, demonstrate experience of working at senior management level in rediscovering working capital capabilities by outlining methodology and approach utilized in similar projects, as well as proposal for SAA. Tenderer must show good grasp of sensitivities associated with the rediscovering of working capital and competency requirements. That used to be 10%, it's now 15%. There was a line item, demonstrate unbundling of working capital capability by outlining methodology and approach adopted in previous projects or as proposed for SAA. This should be indicated in terms of the various elements that will be addressed in working capital unbundling management, as well as how this will be developed for SAA. That used to be 10%, it's now gone. And then there's years of experience in working capital management, to which has been added, and balance sheet optimization. 1 year used to be 3 points, 2 years used to be, 1 year used to be 2 points, it's now 3 points. 2 years used to be 4 points, it's now 6 points. 3 years used to be 6 points, it's now 9. 4 years used to be 8 points, it's now 12. And 5 years used to be 10 points, and it's now 15. So the total weighting has gone up from 10 to 15. Then over the page, there is a new entry, which is called Knowledge Transfer Framework to SAA during and after the project. Tenderer must outline their framework to be utilized in ensuring knowledge transfer happens with key internal stakeholders. That new entry gets 10%. And I beg your pardon, Chair, that new entry isn't in fact a new entry. It used to be there at the bottom, but it's now been deleted at the bottom and pushed further up the list.
Yeah.
Then we get to a document that we've already addressed. It's at page 130, but it now appears in its proper chronology. That is the email addressed from you to Mr. Wood on 29 October 2013. We've already asked if you can identify that, and you've already claimed privilege. I just want to refresh our memories that this is an email attaching an invoice to Regiment's Capital from Ram's Capital in the amount of 375,606 rands. We then, at page 132, have a document which was an extract from the Commission's electronic transaction records showing that payment from Regiment's Capital to Rams Capital on 7 November 2013 of 375,606. Chair, if you can just, on this document, make an annotation that the bank statements, the relevant hard copy bank statements are page 652 red, and 690 red, both sides of that transaction.
Just 1 second. A red page.
It is 652 red.
652. Thank you.
And 690 red.
690. The last page number.
690, indeed. Yeah. So that's the one, the Regiment's Capital Statement and the Rams Capital Statement.
Okay.
We then come to a document on page 133, and that is an email from Niven Pillay to Andile Nyonya, Eric Wood, Indiran Pillay, and Mohammed Bobat, forwarding, and the subject is forwarding GSM 085/13 RFP for the appointment of a consultant to assist the SAA group with the unlocking of working capital. And there is an attachment, RFP working capital NN.doc. The email that's being forwarded is from Renette Slubbert. Do you know who Renette Slubbert is, Mr. Amosabudi?
Yeah, I recollect the name.
Can you tell the chair who she is?
She just worked in the procurement of SAA.
So, and the date is 19 November 2013. This document is sent, well, this email is sent to everyone, and well, not to everyone, to a large number of people. And it says, "Dear bidders, good afternoon, everybody. Attached herewith, please find the following documents: RFP 085/13, NDA related to the RFP. This is a confidential There is confidential financial information available that will be submitted, but will only be submitted once the NDA agreement's been signed and emailed back. Please take note of the funding point that forms part of the scope of work, part 3 of the RFP document. All correspondence needs to be via email, and we will respond as soon as possible to all questions. Thanks." So would I be correct in saying that the email from Renette Slubbert is an email that goes out to to bidders who are invited to bid for this bid, GSM 085/13, the RFP for the appointment of a consultant to assist SAA with the unlocking of working capital? Is that correct?
Chairperson, may I be excused not to respond to this question in case I implicate myself?
Can I then take you to the document that is attached to that email? It's a document that appears on page 136. Its heading is Request for Proposal for the Appointment of a Consultant to Assist the South African Airways Group with the Unlocking of Working Capital, bid number RFP 085/13, and then it goes on. Maybe before we ask a question, then maybe I can flag a couple of issues in this document. Page 137, there is an issue date of 19 November 2013. There's a closing date for RFP 4 December 2013. And can I ask in general terms, when an invitation to bid has an issue date, would that be the date on which bidders are given the tender document which describes the scope of work and the evaluation criteria and the like, in general terms in procurement? So, sorry, Mr. Amosabudi.
I hear you, Mr. Chairperson. It might mean a lot of things, issue date. It might be a date that is issued but still embargoed to go out, to the bidders. or it can be an issue date that goes to the bidders. So an issue date can be a lot of things. So I don't want to apply a general knowledge to
Okay.
it.
Well, can I ask the question differently? Have you come across tenders where bidders get a bid invitation document officially before the issue date?
Through yourself, Chairperson, I may not be able to respond to these questions in case I implicate myself.
The closing date, if we can ask in general terms, when a bid invitation document has a closing date, would that mean that subject to variations which are made applicable to everyone, any bid that comes after that closing date is not considered?
From general perspective, I don't have much knowledge on procurement issues. I've been in treasury most of my life. And,
okay, well, I mean, there has been quite a lot of evidence at a general level around procurement. Can I ask if you can identify this particular document as the bid document that was actually issued in respect of the SAA tender for the appointment of a consultant to assist in the South African Airways Group with the unlocking of working capital? Can you identify this document as the bid document that was officially issued?
Chairperson, can I reserve my rights to respond to this question in case I implicate myself?
Then, maybe just for the record, Chair, I would like to note that the issue date here is 19 November 2013, with a closing date of 4 December 2013, which is roughly 2 weeks after issue. But if we go back to page 113, we see a draft of the scope of work in this tender, which corresponds very closely to the draft in the final document, being emailed to Mr. Wood at Regiments on the 14th of October, more than a month before the issue date of a tender that has roughly a 2-week period between issue and close. The second point that I would make, just for the record, is if one compares the evaluation criteria that one sees on page 153, black 153,
it can't be wanted.
I beg your pardon, Chair, just for the record,
yes.
The date of 14 October and the email of 14 October was black 115, not 113. 113,
yes.
I gave the wrong reference.
Okay.
I'm indebted to my learned friend for that.
Yes.
If one goes to the evaluation criteria in the bid document, which are at page 153, and one compares those evaluation criteria to the evaluation criteria that came back from Mr. Wood on 28 October, that's page 124. Sorry, it's not page 124. Yes, it is page 124. Mr. Wood sent back evaluation criteria on page on 28 October 2013. Those evaluation criteria one sees from page 124, and one sees a fairly close correlation between those evaluation criteria and the evaluation criteria that ultimately get released in the bid, which one can see at page 153. And maybe the best place to do the comparison is with that track changes version of the document at page 127. But maybe let's move on in the chronology after I've made those observations. And I want to take you to page 202. And On page 202, there is an email under cover of which a bid is attached. And that bid starts on page 203, and the signature page on that bid is, lost my reference.
Are you still at 202, Mr. Chairperson?
I'm at 202. I just want to identify the parties that signed off on this bid. You'll see that, well, maybe the best place to do it from is 202. The email at 202 is from someone called David Fine at mckinsey.com to Eric Wood. And what is attached is a completed bid, and if one, and there's some emails who are forwarded, and the people whose emails are forwarded are all McKinsey addresses, but this particular document is addressed to Mr. Wood. And if one goes down to page 214, one will see 3 signatures, including Mr. Fine of McKinsey, Nomfanelo Magwensu of McKinsey, and Christina Planet of McKinsey, and then there is a space for Mr. Wood to sign. Can I ask if you can identify this document as the bid document that was submitted jointly by McKinsey and Regiments?
Through yourself, Chairperson, I'm here to assist the Chairperson and the Commission. However, on this particular one, I might not be able to respond to it in case I implicate myself.
Well, maybe if I can just read then into the record the paragraph, which is the second last paragraph before the signatures on page 214. We fully appreciate, this is the bidders speaking, we fully appreciate the importance to SA of achieving better management of its working capital and are confident that McKinsey and Regiments can offer distinctive and rapid support rooted in our deep understanding of SAA and our extensive experience of supporting many airlines across the world facing comparable challenges. The suggested risk and upside sharing arrangements in our fee proposal reflect our belief in the value that is at stake and in our ability to deliver significant value for SAA. Can we then go down, well, before we go down to page 204, can I ask you a general question? Under the system of delegations at SAA at the time, what was the limit in monetary terms of the value of a tender that could be awarded by the bid adjudication committee without going to the board for independent decision?
From a general perspective, it depends on the board delegation to the management. So on this particular one, I can't give you an answer on it, as I've already stated that I don't want to implicate myself. But from a general perspective, the maximum level depends on what the board has delegated management on.
But does the system of delegations not work according to value, so that the bid adjudication committee, well, let me put this question to you very specifically. Did the bid adjudication committee have authority to make awards in amounts greater than 100 million rands?
May I not respond to this one, Chairperson, in case I implicate myself?
Okay. Can we then go to page 228? And you'll see there is an email that is sent from you, or from your petolo@ramscap.coza address, on 24 January 2014 to Eric Wood and Tawadros Gebrselassie. We remember who they are. And it says, working capital BAC final recommendation. Can I ask you, on 24 January 2014, had the award in respect of this tender been made yet, or was the tender still pending?
May I not respond to this question, Chairperson, in case I implicate myself?
Can I then ask, do you recall forwarding or sending this email on 24 January 2014 to Eric Wood and Tawadros Gebrselassie, both of whom worked at regiments at the time?
Again, Chairperson, may I humbly request you not to respond to this question, in case I implicate myself?
Well, let me then take you to the email that was forwarded. Well, let's start with an anterior question. Again, one sees what's forwarded is a chain that is first forwarded from your flysaa.com address to your Ramscap address on 24 January 2014 at 10:44. Do you recall forwarding that email chain from your SAA address to your Ramscap address on 24 January?
Chairperson, have been advised not to respond to this question in case I implicate myself.
Well, let's go then down to the chain itself. It starts with an email from yourself, 24 January 2014 at 10:43 a.m. It's addressed to Renette Slabbert. You've told us she worked in procurement at SAA. Viwe Soga. Who was Viwe Soga?
I can't recall the gentleman.
Just for the transcribers, SOGA will be SOGA. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Yeah, and VWE, VIWE, that should be easy. Okay, all right.
And Tabi Singh and Chalan Charlie, do you remember who that person was?
Yeah, I recall.
And who is she? Who was she?
She used to work for SAA.
And in what department?
I think in risk. Risk.
Risk. So she worked in risk at SAA. Lindsay Alitsky, do you remember who Lindsay Alitsky? And Tabi Singh is NTHABISENG, and Chalan Charlie is NTSHALI. Lindsay Alitsky, OLITZKI. Do you recall who she was?
Yes, I recall.
And who was she?
She used to work in finance.
She used to work
in finance.
In finance and at SAA?
Yeah.
Did she work at SAA?
SAA Finance.
SAA Finance. And Shireen Subroyen, SHIREEN and SUBROYEN.
She worked for SAA.
She worked for SAA. Yeah. And would it be correct to say that Renette Slabbert, Viwe Soga, and Tabi Singh, and Chalan Charlie, Lindsay Alitsky, and Shireen Subroyen were all involved in work relating to SAA's processing of this tender?
I can't recall whether they were members of the CFST or not. I can't recall.
Sorry, you said whether they were members of the...
whether they were working on this transaction.
Whether you can't recall. Well, your email may refresh you, or the email may refresh your memory. It says, colleagues, submission has been referred for rework.
This is on page 228, Mr. Chairperson?
Foot of 228, Chair.
Yes, okay.
We need to discuss the pricing with respect to delegation of authority. If McKinsey is approved as is, I will have to go to board and timing will be issues. So what's the correct approach? To still recommend to McKinsey without breaching the procurement process? Would McKinsey reducing the cap level be the appropriate way to do? Or should we go back to all for BAFA, that would be best and final offer, with a limit below board approval? And can I, well, let's read on. Don't forget Boston was 14 million with 30 variable, IQ is 5.5 million with percentage savings but no cap, and McKinsey is 0 fixed but 8% on savings with 120 million, which is above CEO delegation. let's quickly reflect on this. We need to go for round robin early next week. Can I ask, I realize I framed my earlier question wrongly. This email says 120 million is above CEO delegation. Does that mean that the CEO of SAA does not have authority to conclude a contract at 120 million and that such a contract has to go to the board?
Chairperson, may I not respond to this question in case I implicate myself?
Let's see. Can I? All right. Let's then proceed, and we see at 235, page 235, there is another email. It's also sent from your Ramscap address on 24 January 2014. This time at 1622. It's also addressed to Eric Wood. And the subject is the name of this tender, GSM 085/13, RFP for the appointment of a consultant to assist the SAA group with the unlocking of working capital. And again, it forwards an email that was forwarded from your Fly SAA address to your Ramscap address. And can I ask, do you recall sending this email from your Ramscap address to Eric Wood on the 24th of January 2014?
Through yourself, Chairperson, may I not respond to this question in case I implicate myself?
Again, can I ask, do you recall sending the email from your Fly SAA address to your Ramscap address on 24 January?
Chairperson, I humbly request not to respond to this question in case I implicate myself.
Can I then get to the content of what was actually forwarded on the string? And you will see at the last part of the string on page 235, it says, from Renette Slubbert, sent 16 January 2014 to Patolo Ramasubudi and Tabiseng and Chalanchali, Viwe Sogas, Shireen Subrayen, Lindsay Alitsky. The subject is the same name of the tender that we've quoted repeatedly. It says, dear team, good afternoon all. I've done the clarification of the rates with each of the shortlisted bidders. Attached herewith, please find the response from Boston Group. Thanks, Renette Slubbert. Do you recall receiving this email from Renette Slubbert on 16 January 2014?
Through yourself, Chairperson, may I not respond to this question in case I implicate myself?
And if you go down the chain further, you'll see that below what Renette Slubbert's email forwards is an email from someone called West, W-U-E-S-T, Martin, sent to Renette Slubbert on 16 January 2014, copied to Shireen Subrayan and someone called Ermias, E-R-M-I-S-A-S, and Tenbite, T-N-B-I-T-E. Can I ask if you're able to identify Ermias, E-R-M-I-A-S?
On page 237.
It is 236. So it's the fourth line on page 236. E-R-M-I-A-S, Ermias. Does that ring a bell?
No, it doesn't ring a bell.
And Tenbite or Tenbite, does that ring a bell?
Which one is that?
After Ermias.
That's precisely why I said, Chairperson, may I request your permission not to respond to this question, because I might implicate myself. I don't know what this means.
So that's in response to a question, do you know, can you identify Tenbite?
I don't want to respond to this question.
Okay.
I might implicate myself.
And it says, Dear Renette, I trust you've been well. Response to your question as follows. Variable component in option 1, 70% refers to the fixed fee proposed to this option, 70% of the proposed fees are variable depending on your satisfaction with the project, and 2, actual targets achieved, i.e. gains achieved. The evaluation terms for both 1 and 2 above to be jointly agreed with you at the beginning of the project. A variable component in option 2, 60% refers to the fixed fee, 60% of the proposed fees are variable depending on your satisfaction at the end of the project. Evaluation terms to be jointly agreed with you at the beginning of the project. Should you require any further information, do not hesitate to get in touch with me. Would it be correct that this document is a document sent by Mr. Verst on behalf of the Boston Consulting Group to Ms. Slubbert, who is assisting with the administration of the tender, setting out the terms of the, or setting out material terms of the Boston bid? Is that correct?
Again, through yourself, Chairperson, am I not to respond to these questions? I might implicate myself.
Yes, what I maybe should have said much earlier, Mr. Ramosbuti, but your lawyers would have advised you, but I just want to make sure you know about it. Namely, that when you don't answer questions, when there appears to be evidence pointing in a certain direction, which may include that the evidence may be pointing that there was some wrongdoing on your part, or that you may have been involved in some criminal activity or other wrongdoing. When you don't answer questions relating to that, what it does mean is that I don't have evidence from you saying that evidence is not true, that there is an explanation of what may seem to be wrongdoing on my part. This is the explanation. What it means is that when I write my report, I will have evidence that may be one-sided. And it doesn't mean that findings can be made against you because of the evidence that has not been challenged. So I'm sure your lawyers explained it, but I just want to make sure that you understand. You understand that?
I do understand that, Chairperson.
Yes, okay.
Thanks very much. Thanks
Okay,
so much.
all right.
Mr. Ramosabudi, can we go to page 248?
Did you say 248?
248, Chair.
Okay.
And
Maybe before you proceed, Mr. Chaskalson, I see we are at 1 or 2 minutes past 4. Let's talk about the way forward. I did agree to an evening session for myself, so a day session and evening session for today, with regard to, I think, it's the Denel work stream. But, so I'm just mentioning that. In terms of your own assessment, how much more time do we need with him, and whether we would, your plan is that we would finish with him tomorrow, or you had in mind that we could go into the evenings, just that I'm not sure whether the information may have been shared with you. I may have shared the information about my evening session or not.
Sorry, Chair, today's taken considerably longer than I thought.
Yes. But the bottom line is we will need to deal with the evidence, do justice to it. It's just a question
Indeed,
of
Chair.
how to go about it in terms of time. So,
Chair, my sense is that we probably need another hour on SAA
yes.
and another 2 to 3 hours on Transnet.
On Transnet. If we do an hour on SAA, that would take us to about 5 o'clock. And one accepts that these things don't always go according to one's assessment. That would take us to about 5 o'clock. And then you said about what, 3 hours on Transnet?
Indeed, Chair.
Yes. If we did SAA and finished today, this afternoon, but we were left with SAA, 3 hours of SAA. If one combines those 3 hours of SAA evidence with tomorrow's witness, would we be able to finish tomorrow with him and tomorrow's witness, or not really?
I suspect not, because I think tomorrow's witness is Mr. Makubo.
Yes.
But my worry, Mr. Makubo's legal team have been concerned about time.
Yes.
So it may be that that it would suit them to do a little bit of Mr. Makubo tomorrow, and on the issues where they need greater preparation, which may in part relate to the evidence of Mr. Powell yesterday. Mm-hmm. I think from what they were saying to me, it may suit them to deal with issues relating to Mr. Powell at a later date so that they have greater time to prepare. Yes. So we certainly won't finish Mr. Ramosabudi and Mr. Powell and Mr. Makubo tomorrow.
Tomorrow, okay. No, that's fine. So, it seems to me that maybe we should go on with this witness, at least finish SAA.
That would, I think that would be
yes.
Conceptually would make sense, Chair.
And then he could come back tomorrow and we finish Transnet and then start with Mr. Makubo in regard to those matters where they have no concerns of not having had enough time. And then if Mr. Makubo must come back on another day to finish, then maybe we could do that. What do you think?
Subject to Mr. Ramosabudi's position, yes. I think that from the Commission's perspective, I think that would make most sense.
That would work.
I don't know if Mr. Ramosabudi is available.
Mr. Ramosabudi, how does that sound to you? How is your situation about tomorrow? If we stop your evidence at 5 today and then continue tomorrow morning, Mr. Chaskalson's assessment is that tomorrow we might need about 3 hours of your time, and I will check with your lawyer what their situation is, but I just want to hear from your side first.
As I said, Chairperson, that I'm here to assist the Chairperson and the Commission.
Yes.
Whatever time it suits the Commission is fine.
Yes. Okay, all right. Counsel for Mr. How is your situation tomorrow?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I am available tomorrow. If I could just ask an indulgence.
Yes.
I have an appearance from 10. I shouldn't be too long, so if we can maybe stand the matter down to after 12. And then I would be able to come because Mr. Mpofu is not here. So we can come tomorrow, but if we can agree on a time. I understand there's another witness, so I'm not sure whether you'd want to start with that witness. And then...
Yes, it would have been better to continue with him from today.
Yes. And
up to when he finishes before we start the other witness. But that is not to say we can't start with Mr. Makubo tomorrow if we are going to finish with him at a certain time, and then this witness comes in. But preferably it would have been better the other way around. Mr. Chaskalson, what do you say?
Chair, I'm in your hands entirely. I mean, we do have the quite unique situation that Mr. Makubo works in this building. So it may be possible for him to come at 10 and then to come back later without much inconvenience.
And if need be, what is your assessment of how much time you might need with Mr. Makubo if there is that portion relating to Mr. Powell that might have to be done on another day.
Chair, I think I would end up using most of tomorrow for finishing Mr. Ramosabudi and dealing with material with Mr. Makubo that doesn't directly traverse Mr. Powell's evidence.
Yes, what I'm trying to look at is whether if we start with Mr. Makubo and subject to his availability, if he was told 10 o'clock, he might have other things to do by 9 o'clock. But if we could even start a little earlier, whether it's 9 or 9, that would give us some time. What I was having in mind is that we don't want a situation where he waits, this witness waits, but we end up taking the whole day with Mr. Makubo anyway. And then he has to come back another time. So I'm trying to...
Chair, we would certainly finish with Mr. Ramosabudi if we started after lunch with Mr. Ramosabudi tomorrow. And I could finish the non-Powell related issues with Mr. Makubo before lunch tomorrow.
Or if we start with Mr. Makubo tomorrow,
indeed, and
you would finish by lunchtime.
I would finish the issues that don't deal with the material that Mr. Powell addressed by lunchtime. And then Mr. Ramosabudi could possibly come back at 2.
Okay, then I think let's do it that way. I think, therefore, that would accommodate counsel for Mr. Ramosabudi. So I think we should take a break now of about 10, 15 minutes. And then we'll come back, we do about an hour, at least we finish the SAA evidence with this witness, and then we adjourn his evidence until tomorrow after lunch.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, that's all right. Okay.
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Okay, all right. Okay, you understand, Mr. Ramosabudi?
Yeah,
You understand?
I do.
Okay. Thank you for your cooperation. Okay, let's take an adjournment now. It's 12 minutes past 4. Let's resume at 25 past 4.
Thank you, Chair.
We adjourn. Let's continue.
Thank you, Chair. If we could continue from page 248, Chair. Mr. Ramos-Puri, can I ask you to go to 248?
On page 48.
And at the top of that page, you'll see an email from your RAMSCAP address sent on 24 January 2014 at 16:22 to Eric Wood. The subject is the tender description we know quite well now. And again, it is forwarding an email that has been forwarded from your SAA address to your RAMSCAP address, which in turn has a string behind it. Can we take it one step at a time? Do you recall?
Are you looking at the top or the middle email at 248, Mr. Chaskalson?
So the top email at 248 is Petolo at RAMSCAP to Eric Wood at 16:22 on 24 January.
Yes.
It forwards an email below it from Petolo Ramasubudi at flysaa.com, sent on the same day at 12:21 to Petolo at ramscap.coza, and that in turn forwards a chain that ends with Renette Slubbert, or forwards an email from Renette Slubbert on 16 January 2014. We'll take them one at a time.
Okay.
Mr. Ramos-Abudi, do you recall sending that email on 24 January 2014 at 16:22 to Eric Wood?
Through yourself, Chairperson, may I not respond to this question in case I incriminate myself?
Then, Mr. Ramos-Abudi, do you recall forwarding from your SAA address that email at 24 January 2014 at 12:21 to your RAMSCAP address?
Through yourself, Chairperson, may I not respond to this question in case I incriminate myself?
Can we then go down to that email from Renette Slubbert at 16 January 2014? It's addressed to yourself, to Ntabe Singh and Chalanchali, to Viwe Soga, Lindsay Alitsky, Shireen Subroyan. It has the subject line that they all have, and it says, "Dear team," "Dear team, attached herewith, please find the response from the IQ group relating to the question of IQ group, REL Consulting, and the Hackard group." Can I ask you first, were the IQ group, REL Consulting, and the Hackard group a consortium that had put in a bid for this tender?
Again, Chairperson, may I not respond to this question in case I incriminate myself?
If we can go over the page and to page 249, we see, sorry, can we go back? I'm just trying to see where, I think there is a, yes, right at the bottom of 248, we see an email from Jonas Schoefer, Schoefer, right at the bottom of 248. Jonas Schoefer, dated 16 January 2014, and it's, if we go over to 249, we see that it is addressed to Renette Slubbert. It says, "Dear Renette, apologies, the confirmed fixed fee for phase 1 is 4.9 million ZAR plus VAT. Kind regards, Jonas Schoefer." And can I ask you, is this an email which sets out material terms of the bid that was put in by the IQ group and Hackard, that consortium?
Again, through yourself, Chairperson, I may not respond to this question in case I incriminate myself.
Can I ask then that we go to page 232. And there, again, it's a similar sort of chain. At the top, there is an email from your Ramscap address at 1835 to Eric Wood on 24 January 2014, a subject line that they all have. It forwards below an email that has been forwarded from your flysaa.com address to your Ramscap address, and below that is an email from Renette Slubbert on 16 January 2014. Can we take them one at a time? Do you recall sending this email to Eric Wood on 24 January 2014 at 1835?
Through yourself, Chairperson, may I not respond to this one in case I incriminate myself?
And can we then go a little further down to that Ramscap, the second email in the string? Do you recall sending that from your FlySAA address to your Ramscap address on 24 January at 12:21?
With your permission, Chairperson, may I not respond to this one in case I incriminate myself?
And then, if we go to the Renette Slubbert email of 16 January 2014, it's addressed to yourself, to Ntabiseng Chalanchali, to Lindsay Alitsky, to Viwe Soga, and Shireen Sabrian. It's got the heading that all of these emails have. It says, "Dear team, attached herewith, please find the response from McKinsey. Thanks." And below it is forwarded an email from Christina Planet of McKinsey to Renette Slubbert on 16 January 2014. And that email says, "Hello Renette, thank you very much for your email. I wanted to confirm your understanding of our pricing proposal. In the event that no savings are identified, we will charge no fees. This is the spirit of 100% aligned incentives between SAA and ourselves. Thank you very much. Please let me know should you have further questions, Christina." Can I ask you first, do you recall receiving that email from Renette Slubbert on 16 January 2014 at 5:04 p.m.?
With your permission, Chairperson, may I not respond to this one in case I incriminate myself?
And then if I can go down to the Christina Planet email that is forwarded by Renette Slubbert to what appears to be your SAA address and that of others, would it be fair to say that that Christina Planet email sets out a material term of the McKinsey bid in a consortium with regiments?
I would like to humbly request, Chairperson, not to respond to this one in case I incriminate myself.
Then, Mr. Ramosabudi, can we go a little bit further down to page 255? There you will see an email that appears to have been sent from Renette Slubbert to you on 28 January 2014. It's addressed to you, to Lindsay Alitsky, Shireen Subrian, Viwe Soga, and Tabiseng and Chalanchali. Can I first ask you, that list of addressees, is there anyone on that list who wasn't working at SAA at the time?
May I not respond to this one, Chairperson, in case I incriminate myself?
Okay, well, let's read the email. "Dear team, please refer to the clarification from McKinsey regarding the capped amount. I suggest the following to bring the bidders in line with the McKinsey pricing. Boston Group and IQ Group to submit their complete pricing based on the unlocking of 1.2 billion savings. Please confirm urgently if you're all in agreement with my suggestion. And underneath that, that email, there is the forwarded email which comes from Christina Planet of McKinsey, addressed to Renette Slabbert on 28 January 2014 and copied to a series of other people, all of whom are either at McKinsey or SAA people. Shireen Sobrine is the SAA person. And it says, "Hello Renette, thanks. As per the below, the capped amount will reduce to 70 to 80.5 million, assuming we unlock savings of 1 to 1.2 billion. Thanks, Christina." You have declined to answer whether you received the email from Christina Slabbert. Can I ask you whether you recall that in the course of this tender process, McKinsey confirmed that if they unlocked savings of 1 to 1.2 billion, their capped amount would reduce to 80.5, to between 70 and 80.5 million?
Again, Chairperson, with your permission, may I not respond to this one in case I incriminate myself?
Can I ask a follow-up question? If McKinsey's capped amounts had been reduced to a maximum cap of 80.5 million, would the CEO have had authority to award this contract or to sign this, conclude this contract, or would it have had to go to the board?
Chairperson, with your permission, may I not respond to this one in case I incriminate myself?
Can we then go back to the Renette Slabbert email, same page, start of that string on 255. The suggestion from Renette Slabbert is, I suggest the following to bring the bidders in line with the McKinsey pricing. Boston Group and IQ Group to submit their complete pricing based on the unlocking of 1.2 billion savings. Would it be fair to say that what Christina Slabbert was suggesting was McKinsey have now told us what their cap is if they realize savings of 1.2 billion, let us go back to Boston and IQ Group to see what their pricing will be if they realize savings of 1.2 billion. Is that what she was suggesting?
Thank you, Chairperson. May I be given the opportunity not to respond to this question in case I incriminate myself?
Can I then take you to the following page, to page 261? Well, sorry, it's actually the bottom of 260. You'll see the last email on the page, Renette Slabbert, Wednesday, 29 January 2014, 7:56 a.m. 7:56 a.m. I'd ask that you recall that you make a note of that time. It's addressed to yourself, and Tabiseng and Charlie, Lindsay Alitsky, Shireen Sobrine, and Viwe Soga. It's got that same subject line and says, "Dear team, attached herewith, please find the response from BCG, which would be Boston Consulting Group, should there be an amount of 1.2 billion to be unlocked. Thanks, Renette Slabbert." And below that, what is forwarded is an email from Martin Verst, who we've met already as a representative of Boston Consulting. It's 28 January 2014 to Renette Slabbert, 28 January 2014 at 11:21 p.m. to Renette Slabbert, copied to Shireen Sobroyan, Ermias, and Tenbite. Same subject line. "Dear Renette, thank you for your inquiry clarification. We propose two options in the proposal for SAA to consider, so I'll provide feedback on your question for each of the options. Option 1, benchmarking, opportunity identification, SAA enablement, priority initiative implementation, phases 1, benchmarking and top-down target setting, 2, target validation, setting the size of the prize, 3, rollout of initiatives for prioritized levers, 4, enablement, upskilling of SAA, variable component, 70% of the fees are variable based on your satisfaction at the end of the project and target benefits realized in priority initiative implementation. Evaluation terms to be jointly agreed with you at the beginning of the project. If we assume that Boston Consulting Group identifies and unlocks capital to the value of 1.2 billion as part of the prioritized project rollout, then the maximum cost to SAA would be 14 million, 1-4. Note it could be less depending on the exact evaluation terms that are agreed with you before commencement. Option 2, benchmarking, opportunity identification, SAA enablement, monitor initiative implementation phases. 1, benchmarking and top-down target setting. 2, target validation, setting the size of the prize. 3, monitoring rollout of initiatives by SAA. 4, enablement, upskilling of SAA. Variable component. 60% of the fees are variable based on your satisfaction at the end of the project. Evaluation terms to be jointly agreed with you at the beginning of the project. If we assume that BCG identifies and monitors the rollout of the initiatives by SAA to unlock capital to the value of 1.2 billion, then the maximum cost to SAA would be 10.2 million. Note it could be less depending on the exact evaluation terms that are agreed with you before commencement. I hope this provides clarity. Please do not hesitate to get in touch should you require more information. Would it be fair to say that what has happened now is that Renette Slabbert, who had suggested earlier that she should go to Boston and IQ to find out what their pricing would be on an unlocking of savings at 1.2 billion, has done that without any instruction to do that from the committee or from anyone else? Can I ask that question first?
Through yourself, Chairperson, may I be permitted not to respond to this question in case I increment myself?
Okay, and the second part of my proposition to you is that in response to Renette Slabbert, Boston have come back with 2 options for an unlocking of savings of 1.2 billion, which would cost a maximum to SAA of 14 million on one and 10 million on the other. Is that what the Boston response means?
Again, Chairperson, may I be permitted not to respond to this question in case I incriminate myself?
Can I remind you that we have looked earlier at the McKinsey response, and I forget the exact number, but it was in the region of 80 million. Let me just find that. If one goes to 232, that's where that chain begins, and no, it's not 232. I apologize. Let me just take you there again. It is at the bottom half of page 255, where Christina Planet wrote the email on 28 January. Hello, Renette. Thanks. As per below, the capped amount will reduce to 70 to 80.5 million, assuming we unlock savings of 1 to 1.2 billion. So the McKinsey cap would be at 80.5. The Boston cap would be either 10 or 14. Can I then take you to, and when I say McKinsey, it is of course a joint bid of McKinsey and Regiments. Can I take you to page 260?
Yeah.
If you see in the middle of the page, there is an email that you send on 29 January 2014 at 8:41 a.m. to Renette Slabbert and to Ntabiseng and Chalan Charlie, Lindsay Alitsky, Shireen Sabrian, V.W.S. Sorga, usual subject line. And the text of the email reads, colleagues, I'm seriously very unhappy the way this tender is run. Renette seems to be biased, and we cannot BAFA, best and final offer, after BAFA, because someone didn't price the way Renette expected. Do you recall sending that email to Renette Slubbert and Tabi Singh and Chalan Charlie, Lindsay Alitsky and Shireen Sobryan and Viwa Soga?
Chairperson, may I not respond to this question in case I incriminate myself?
Thank you, Mr. Chaskowski. I didn't hear the page, so
Chair, it's 260.
I am on that page. I think I just didn't see the...
It's the middle email. It says from Petola Ramosabudi, 29 January 2014, 8:41 a.m.
Yeah, no, now I see it, yeah.
And if we go up the page, to the top of the page, we see a response from Renette Slubbert on page, at the top of page 460, Wednesday, 29 January 2014 at 8:50. It's addressed to you, to Ntabi Singh and Chalan Charlie, Lindsay Alitsky, Shireen Sobryan, Viwa Soga. Dear team, this is not the case, people. This was just trying to get an understanding of what the costing would be. Thanks, Renette. Do you recall getting that email from Renette Slubbert on 29 January 2014 at 8:50?
Through yourself, Chairperson, may I not respond to this question in case I incriminate myself?
Can I ask a separate question? Was there any attempt after this exchange of emails to measure the price of the McKinsey Regiment's joint bid against the price of the Boston bid on the assumption of an unlocking of 1.2 billion capital?
With your permission, Chairperson, may I not respond to this question in case I incriminate myself?
Can I then take you to page 275? It's an email from Christina Planet addressed to Renette Slubbert, copying yourself, Nomfanelo Magwensu at externalmckinsey.com, and copying somebody else called Marlene Forster at mckinsey.com. The usual subject line and attachment is a document 2014-0205, appointment letter, SA, signed McKay. Dear Renette, thank you very much again for the appointment and trust in our partnership. Find attached the signed appointment letter. I know we're trying to connect to find a suitable slot for the meeting next week. Ahead of this meeting, would you be able to give us an indication as to when SAA would like to start the work, i.e. for when should we try to have a full-time team on the ground? Thank you very much, Christina. Can I ask you first, did you get this email from Christina Planet on 6 February 2014?
With your permission, Chairperson, may I not respond to this question in case I incriminate myself?
Can I ask you then, were McKinsey appointed, were McKinsey ultimately appointed to this bid? Do you recall?
With your permission again, Chairperson, may I not respond to this question in case I incriminate myself?
Well, Mr. Ramosabudi, I think the Commission will bring evidence to show that the McKinsey Regiment's consortium was successful in relation to this bid and, in fact, performed the contract. Can I take you last to a document which you may not have seen previously? It's, if I can ask you to go to page 597. Sorry, not 597. If you can start at page 590. This document is a spreadsheet produced internally by regiments. It had the subject line advisory invoices tracking. It had a number of tabs. There are, and what it reflected was the revenue generated by the McKinsey advisory unit and the payments that that unit had to make in respect of each contract or each invoice to what it called business development partners, which were usually shell companies set up by Salim Essa. Can I take you to page 594?
Page what?
594.
594.
We see, for instance, here the page dealing with Transnet. And I'll show you how the system works before we get to your page.
I can see it, but it's too thin.
Is it too, you can't read what
this.
appears on 594?
Yeah, it's very difficult.
We'll have to get you a better copy of this. What one sees on 594, if I might...
On mine, Mr. Chairperson, it's not that the copy is a poor one, but that the words are very small. On mine, it seems that it's just the size of the words.
Of the font.
Yes.
Maybe we should get this document produced in A3. I have one very simple question relating to it at a later stage. What we see on 594, and it's the format of a lot of these spreadsheets, is the first column is the client who's been invoiced by regiments, the second column is a date, is the month of the work, the third column is the date of the invoice, the fourth column is the invoice number, the fifth column is the project, the sixth column is the amount, and then what one sees in the seventh column is amounts that have had to be paid out to these companies, like on page 594, the companies that get paid out are Chavita and Homix, Chavita, Homix, and then the last company is called For Sure, and to the right of For Sure is another one of these shell companies called House Stuff. Evidence will in due course be led that these were shell companies that were used to channel a substantial proportion, usually 50% of the revenue from organs of state, to entities nominated by Salim Essa and Ashok Narayan, from which they were laundered on. I am interested in page 596, which is hopefully a little bit bigger. I'm not sure if 596 is legible to you.
Yes, it's...
Can you see that the last heading on 596 is SAA?
Yes.
And can you see under month it says March 15?
Yes.
Date invoice 3103-2015.
Yes.
And invoice number MK/SAA 1001.
Yes.
Project Working Capital Optimization Project, March to October 2014.
Yes.
Amount 6241500. Can I stop there? Can I ask, it says inclusive of that. Can I ask if you're aware whether the fee paid to regiments by SAA on this contract was 6,241,500?
Again, through yourself, Chairperson, may I not respond to this question in case I incriminate myself?
And the next column, which is the column that relates to the entity that is usually the shell entity designated by Salim Essa or Ashok Narayan to take a cut. You'll see on the top it says Homix. There's an amount of 2,496,600 in there. Are you aware whether any of the amounts paid by SAA two regiments on this contract were paid on to a shell company designated by Salim Essa or Ashok Narayan?
Again, Chairperson, with your permission, may I not respond to this question in case I incriminate myself?
Chair, this is a document that exists in very many different iterations because it's constantly updated, and the flow of funds team will be referring to various copies of it from time to time, but we'll make sure that it comes back in an A3 format so that the individual line items can be identified.
Yes, no, that's fine.
And Chair, that concludes my questions in relation to SAA. As I mentioned earlier, we will have more questions in relation to Transnet.
Yes. Okay. Mr. Ramos Abudi, I'm going to excuse you, but ask you to come back tomorrow as arranged. Mr. Chaskalson, should we say 2 o'clock should be fine, or should we be?
2 o'clock will be fine, Chair.
Yeah. So your counsel obviously hears the time. So, but thank you very much for coming to give evidence and assist the commission as much as you can. You are now excused. Your team is excused too, your legal team.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I will then excuse you, Mr. Chaskalson, and your team. I will take a short break, and then after about 15 minutes, I will start my evening shift.
Thank you, Chair. Might I ask,
Yes.
from my side, I certainly don't expect that I'll need more than the 3 hours from 10 to 1 to deal with material with Mr. Makubo that doesn't embrace anything that Mr. Powell addressed yesterday.
Oh, so we don't need to start early.
Can we start at 10 tomorrow?
Then we can start at 10 tomorrow.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah. Okay, all right. I'll take a 15 minutes break. Then at 5:15, we'll start the evening session with the Denel group. We adjourn. Good afternoon, Mr. Kennedy. Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon, Chair.
I know that we probably are all on the evening session, having done our day sessions in different places.
Yes.
Are you ready?
We are, thank you, Chair.
Yes.
Chair, so this is a resumption of the hearing of evidence in the Denel stream. You will recall that a long time back, Mr. Rios Saluji, the former Group Chief Executive Officer of Denel, gave evidence end of 2018, beginning of 2019.
Yes.
And he has been asked to come and give further evidence arising from certain allegations made that relate to him by other witnesses that you have already heard.
Yes.
Chair, may I ask, before we deal with where you can find the affidavits and so forth, that he can be sworn in?
Yes, please administer the oath of affirmation. Welcome back, Mr. Saluji. Thank you.
Please state your full names for the record.
Rias Saluji.
Do you have any objection to taking the prescribed oath?
No.
Do you consider the oath to be binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Do you swear that the evidence will give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing else but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you. You may be seated. Yes, Mr. Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, the affidavit and annexures that came before you previously, when you heard the original evidence of Mr. Saluji, are to be found in Exhibit W4.1. So I beg your pardon, W4A and B. What you should have had placed before you now is Bundle 10, Denel Bundle 10, which includes the supplementary affidavit. And you will find the supplementary affidavit, Chair, from page 799 in Bundle Denel 10.
Page 7.
99.
Okay. Yes.
It hopefully has been flagged like ours as Exhibit W4.1.
Yes, it has.
And if I may ask the witness the usual questions just to get confirmation that he has signed. In fact, I see it is Mr. Saluji, if I could ask you please to turn to page 799. Is this the first page of the affidavit or statement that you have prepared at the request of the Commission? Is that correct, Mr. Saluji?
Yes.
And if I can ask you please to turn to page 806. In fact, sorry, the foot of 805.
Yes.
There is a signature near the foot of the page. Is that your signature?
Yes.
And is it correct that you...
You'll have to speak up, please, Mr. Saluji. Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. And is it correct that you signed this affidavit before a Commission of Oaths?
Yes.
Right. Now, as your affidavit indicates, you were asked to provide additional information in the form of responses to particular points raised by other witnesses, and we're going to take you through the particular topics in that regard. We're going to come back to later to the first few issues that you deal with in your affidavit, and those...
Are there two such statements? I think there seems to be another one. Or is it a duplication? at page 807, Mr. Kennedy.
Yes, in fact, there is a
That one
second
is a
one on,
statement. The
that's
first
what
one
was
is an
confusing me
affidavit.
earlier. Yes, page 807. May I just ask Mr. Saluji, is that a further supplementary statement that you have given? Very recently, on the 24th of November.
Yes, Chair.
And is that your signature on page 816?
Yes, Chair.
Is there any reason why that hasn't been signed in front of a Commissioner of Oath? I'm not trying to catch you out, I'm just interested.
Chair, I'm not sure. We can rectify that.
If you would please,
Yes.
if we can trouble you to have that re-signed in front of a Commissioner of Oaths, and if you would please then forward that to the legal team so that it can be placed before the chairperson of this commission.
Yes, Chair.
Right. Now, Mr. Saluji, for both of these affidavits stroke statements, do you confirm that you've been through them and that you confirm the correctness of their contents?
Yes, Chair.
I'm sorry, Mr. Kennedy. Maybe it's going to cause confusion if he's going to sign the same document before a commissioner of oaths on a date after today. Maybe as long as he confirms under oath that the contents are true and correct to the best of his knowledge and belief, then effectively it becomes an affidavit. So
Indeed,
that-
Chair.
to avoid any confusion.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Saluji, so it seems it's not necessary for you to go through that formality, but can I just confirm, just remind you that you have just taken an oath before the judge, the learned judge's registrar and before the chairperson of the commission. Do you confirm under oath that the contents of this statement that has not previously been sworn to before a commissioner of oath is in fact in all respects true and correct?
Yes.
Right, thank you. You can actually... Yes. Yes. Can I just pass on a message from the technical people? Can you just switch on your microphone and you can leave it on?
I'll
You
leave
don't
it
have
on.
Yes, just leave it on throughout your
Okay.
evidence until you're excused from the witness box. It's going to be easier for you, I'm sure, and also for the technical people. Chair, may we then ask that the affidavit that appears from page 799 be formally admitted as Denel Exhibit W4.1.
We'll leave out Denel. Denel will be fine for the bundle. We'll just say exhibit, whatever.
I'm sorry, I didn't get that,
Okay,
Chair.
I'm saying for purposes of what exhibit we will call it, we leave out the word Denel.
Yes, so
Yeah.
it'll be W4.1.
The affidavit of Mr. Riaz Saluji, starting at page 799, is admitted as exhibit W4.1.
Point 1.
Okay, all right.
Thank you, Chair. And may we ask that the statement stroke affidavit from page 807 be admitted as W4.2.
The statement by Mr. Riaz Saluji, starting at page 807, is admitted as exhibit W4.2. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I propose to be as brief as I can be with this witness, particularly
Yes.
because he has already given detailed evidence led by the previous Denel team,
Yes.
admittedly some time ago, but the evidence is
Yeah.
transcribed and is available to
Yes.
you.
Okay.
What I'm going to focus, if I may, is just on specific aspects that have arisen from other witnesses' testimony that call for comment by Mr. Saluji, or that he has taken the trouble to deal with by way of comment in his affidavits that have now been admitted. Mr. Saluji, may I please take you in bundle 10 to page 801? Yes, I think you have it in front of you.
This one.
I think it's that one. Yes, just look for page 801. And remember, it's the top left-hand
Yes.
black
Yeah.
printed numbers, 801. At the foot of the page, do you see there's a heading awarded the platform hulls contract to VR Laser Services
Yes.
during October 2014? Now, Mr. Saluji, you have adamantly denied an allegation that was made by Mr. Stefan Burger that you instructed Mr. Nsepe to work with and trust Mr. Essa. Just explain to the Chair, please, what in fact you may have given by way of instructions to Mr. Nsepe.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, I've never instructed Mr. Nchepe to work with Mr. Essa. As I've indicated in my previous testimony before yourself, that I had introduced Mr. Nchepe as the head of business development and marketing to Mr. Essa, as we've done with many other clients and customers, that he should manage that relationship. There was never an instruction for him to work with Mr. Essa.
Well, it might depend what meaning one attaches to the phrase work with Mr. Essa. Certainly what on your own evidence you had done, as I recall your evidence last year, was to say to Mr. Essa, I think, Mr. Nchepe was going to be the contact person or the person who would deal with him at Denel in regard to whatever Mr. Essa was wanting to deal with Denel. And I think you said you had said the same thing to Mr. Nchepe, to say from now on, you attend to him, or words to that effect. Is that right?
That's correct, Chair.
And obviously that meant that there would be interaction between the two of them.
That's correct, Chair.
Whether you call that working with Mr. Essa or not, that might be so. But you had instructed him or asked him to be the person to attend to Mr. Essa whenever Mr. Essa wanted to deal with Denel on whatever the matters were.
That's correct, Chair.
Yeah, okay.
Chair, just to pause for a moment, my attention has just been drawn to the fact that Mr. Saluji has a legal representative present who's apparently a candidate attorney, Ms. Khatle, and I apologize to her for not having raised this.
Yeah, but I don't think a candidate attorney has a right of appearance here.
Perhaps so, but just so that you know that he is accompanied by somebody from his
Well,
attorney.
she can sit as an observer, but I don't think she has a right of appearance here.
As you please, Chair.
Let's continue.
Now, Mr. Burger has given evidence that that you were pressurizing him to appoint VR Laser for the hulls contract. And your evidence has been the contrary, that you were being pressurized by Mr. Burger and perhaps others within the organization to appoint VR Laser for the hulls contract. Now, do you persist with your version?
Yes, Chair, absolutely. I never gave any instruction to Mr. Berger to work with VR Laser.
Now, you told me earlier you were able to listen to at least part of Mr. Burger's evidence last week. Is that right?
Yes, Chair.
Yes. Did you hear his evidence in relation to this aspect?
Part of it, Chair.
I beg your pardon?
Part of it.
Part of it, I see.
You can just lower the mic so that you don't have to stretch yourself. Yeah, okay.
Now, Mr. Saluji, it just seems rather odd that where we have two senior experienced business people both with a wealth of experience, both in your case and in the case of Mr. Burger. Of course, you were senior, but both of you had huge amounts of experience. It just seems odd that you are both so adamant on versions that are completely contrary. And it doesn't seem the sort of thing that would slip one's mind and that one can't remember all the detail. This sounds, at least to me as an outsider, to be quite a fundamental issue. And so one has to wonder, why is there difference, this fundamental difference in opinion, or version rather? Do you have any comment on that?
Chair, if I may, the fact of the matter is that Mr. Berger alleged that I had given him an instruction. I have never given him an instruction to work with VR Laser. If events, or how events have unfolded over time, dictates that we determine how did this process be initiated. Of course, there's going to be some level of culpability in terms of where did this idea emanate from. And I think that is what I'm responding to. That there was never a discussion between myself and Mr. Berger where I had explicitly given him an instruction to work with VR Laser.
Could it have been implicit? Could it have been a subtle hint? Could you have done that?
Chair, I would be very clear about whether it was explicit or implicit.
Part of his version is that you specifically raised this by way of a proposal and then an instruction on the basis that VR Laser should be given this contract because of their political clout.
With respect to Mr. Berger, that would be political suicide if I had made a comment like that. I mean, how would I make a comment to give people work because they've got political clout? It's just not in my nature and in my own understanding of who I am to behave in that manner.
We're dealing with the situation in 2014, is that correct? That's when VR Laser was contracted
2014.
by DLS to do the platform
That's
hulls.
correct.
Right. At that stage, you must have been aware of the true ownership of VR Laser, not so?
Yes, Chair, that was publicized in the media and elsewhere.
Yes. Was that before or after you gave approval for this contract?
Before, Chair.
Yes. And did it raise any alarm bells when it was being proposed to you by management that you should approve the award of a very major lucrative contract to a company that had connections with business people who were the subject of enormous media controversy?
Chair, at that point, there were no legal processes that I was aware of that were being taken against VR Laser itself or the owners of VR Laser. It would have been remiss of me to not allow anybody a due process in terms of wanting to do business with Denel. And that is the view that I had taken at that point.
What seems to have happened, though, Mr. Saluji, is not that they were just given an equal chance to compete with the rest of the market in a competitive bid process, either an open, publicly advertised tender or a closed, restricted bid process. Isn't that right?
So, sorry, Advocate, can you just repeat that?
Well, there wasn't an open tender process here, was there?
There was a closed tender in my understanding.
There was a closed tender.
Yes.
3 bids were solicited. One from VR Laser, one from LMT, the in-house group entity, correct? Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And then a company, if I recall, its acronym was DND.
DCD.
DCD, I beg your pardon, you're quite correct. Yes. And do you know how it came about that VR Laser was selected as one of the lucky 3 to put in their bids?
That proposal came from the division in Denel called Denel Land Systems, of which Mr. Stefan Berger was the CEO.
Yes. Of course, Mr. Berger's version is not only that you instructed him to give a contract to VR Laser because of their political clout. It is that he happened to be very happy with that, receiving that sort of instruction, because he believed that VR Laser was really the best entity to be able to do this sort of contract. Were you aware of that support that he had for their technical or production characteristics?
Chair, of course, I was aware of the fact that there was a company called VR Laser that was very capable in this industry, and he made no bones about that. Why would I then instruct an individual to work with them when he had already indicated that that is a company that he had preferred? It does not make sense.
Now, were you?
Before Mr. Kennedy continues, can I just ask this question? You said it was a closed tender process that was followed here. Was there a provision in the procurement policy of Denel for what you call a closed tender process?
Chair, historically, for critical capabilities, historically, even before I got there, there's always been a process where you could have a closed tender for critical strategic capabilities.
No, I understand the historical part, but that says there was a practice. So I'm asking whether that practice was something that was based on some provisions of the policy, or was it a practice that was outside of the policy of the company?
Chair, if there was a policy, it predates me, but that was the norm in the organization.
But are you or are you not aware whether in the company policy there was a provision for this so-called closed tender policy process?
Chair, I'm not sure.
You are not sure? Yeah. Okay, but you say in terms of practice that had been done over a long period of time, and I think that's what Mr. Becker was also saying. I think he too, if I'm not mistaken, couldn't point to anything in the policy that may have dealt with that. I may be mistaken. Okay,
Yes.
I just wanted to check that.
Yes, Chair.
Okay, Mr. Kennedy, what's your recollection, Mr. Kennedy, on this point?
Chair, the issue of whether it should have been an open tender as opposed to a closed bid tender was not a matter of concern raised either by Ms. Malashlela or by Mr. Mlambo. Their concern, though, was the way in which it was carried out and whether the other procedures had been followed. So it wasn't that there was not an openly advertised tender.
Yes, but you see, Mr. Saluji says, yes, there was no open tender, but there was a closed tender process. And obviously the next question is, was a closed tender process a lawful process within the company? So that's why I asked the question.
Yes.
So my question is whether you are aware or whether there is something in the provisions of the policy of the company that governed or talked about a closed tender process, or is that something that we haven't paid attention to because nobody has raised it?
We haven't, firstly, because nobody has raised it, but secondly, we haven't raised it as a legal team because it appears that the supply chain policy is rather vague in that regard.
Yes.
That doesn't mean to say that it permits it, but I haven't proposed to go into any detailed questioning of any witnesses, such as Mr. Saluji or the previous ones, because that wasn't the most glaringly obvious breaches of the policy, which appear to be incontrovertible.
Yes, I would like you to have a look at it and in due course you can share with me what you find.
We'll do so.
With your legal team, because if the question is, if as a matter of fact, what Mr. Saluji calls a closed tender process was followed,
Yes.
I can't say that process was unlawful unless I know whether, in terms of the policy, it's permitted
Indeed.
or not. So if they didn't follow an open tender policy, I can't jump to saying that was unlawful without knowing whether the process that he says was followed was permitted or not. So So I think that's the importance of it.
As you please, Chair.
Yeah.
The situation is also complicated by the fact that there was a change in the SCM policy.
Yes.
There was one version which was very, very vague about this sort of thing.
Yes.
And then the other that was brought in, as I recall, the tail end of 2014, very late in
Yes.
2014.
Yes.
As I recall, after this contract had been awarded,
Yes.
but before the single source supply contract was awarded.
Yes.
And things changed there. So it's fairly
Yes.
complicated, but we'll address that to you in
Yes.
appropriate legal submissions.
Okay, all right.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
Mr. Saluji, were you made aware of the fact that when the 3 bids were received, there was a vast difference in price between LMT and VR Laser? Let's leave out of account DCD at the moment. They were fairly sort of middle of the road. But were you aware that there was a huge difference in price between the amount tendered or bid by LMT as opposed to VR Laser?
Chair, I was aware of the fact that there was a discrepancy in terms of the amounts that were bid. I was not sure of the amounts, the exact amounts. And when I read through the documents, what I do pick up is that LMT was significantly cheaper. The other 2 were more or less in the same ballpark, but I was aware, and more so after the documentation came to me.
Now, were you made aware at that time or at any time while you were GCEO that Mr. Burger had spoken to VR Laser and indicated, according to his evidence, a serious concern that their price was so high, and that had resulted in them bringing down their price substantially?
Chair, I think that came to light after he had the discussion.
Okay, just before Mr. Kennedy asks the next question, let me go back to the closed tender process, just to make sure that I understand what the elements or features are of what you call a closed tender process. Can you tell me what is supposed to happen if it's a closed tender process?
Chair, so what will happen is that it will first of all be defined as a strategic project. That's the first thing. I mean, it has to be critical, and it has to be with suppliers that are probably the only ones who are capable of performing at that level. Mm-hmm. So you would identify who those are in the country, mm-hmm. and then you would approach them and ask them for bids, mm-hmm. for quotations, and that's what Mr. Kennedy is referring to. Mm-hmm. That there were 3 bids that were submitted based on the criteria that those were the 3 companies identified who could perform the job according to the specifications that was required.
So, first, the job to be done or services to be provided must be strategic.
Yes, Chair.
And who is supposed to make up the determination whether anything is strategic?
It will come from the division that is responsible, in this instance, Denel Land Systems.
Okay, all right. So once it is a strategic job or service product that is required, then once it satisfies that requirement, then the process is you must identify the service providers who can provide that kind of job or those services. And out of them, you must, out of all of those, there may be many, I assume, you must identify 3, or is there no limit as to how many you identify?
It depends how many companies are capable of performing that particular aspect of the work.
So if there are 10, are you supposed to invite all 10, or?
Chair, let me put it this way. You could either invite all 10 or take the top 3 or the top 5.
Okay,
yeah.
as you see
Yes,
the
in terms of
situation.
the priority with where you see the real capability lies.
Yes. Oh, okay. And all of that is driven by the division concerned.
Yes, Chair.
Okay, all right. And you ask them for quotes. That's what you do for quotations.
Yes, Chair.
Yeah, and then you decide on that.
Well, then they'll go through an evaluation process.
Yes.
There'll be certain criteria that they have to go through.
Yes.
It will go through the executive committee, it will go through the technical people, it will go through a whole range of committees before a decision is made.
is the position that the process for a closed tender process, the process is the same as an open tender system, other than, the only difference is that with an open tender, you invite the whole world, as it were. But with a closed process, you invite a few.
Chair, it should be the same.
The process should be the
The
same,
process should
except
be-
for
Yeah.
who you invite.
Yes, Chair.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Mr. Kennedy?
Now, going back to the question that I asked you earlier about Mr. Berger raising with VR Laser concern that their price was so much higher than LMT. Were you aware that he was concerned, firstly, that the price was so much higher? And secondly, were you aware that he raised his concern with VR Laser?
Chair, I think it was either Mr. Mhlonto or Mr. Wessels had just mentioned it in passing to me, that there was an issue around the pricing and that the division, in this instance Mr. Berger, is attending to it.
Were you aware that only VR Laser was asked to revise its price and the same opportunity was not afforded to LMT or DCD?
Chair, I've become aware of that now after having gone through the documents.
Do you have any comment on what you have now discovered?
Well, Chair, either there was an informal decision that had already been made, or that the DLS was set on that particular supplier, and that is the reason they did not see fit to go to the other two suppliers. I mean, I can only speculate that that was the reason.
Now, you received a motivation to grant your approval, and that, in fact, reflected the scoring of the three bidders, and it, in fact, reflected the fact that there was an absolutely marginal difference in scoring between LMT and VR Laser. In fact, approximately 0.6%, less than 1% difference in scoring. Do you recall that?
Yes, Chair, I do.
And were you not then concerned that they were so close? There was really a negligible difference. Would you not agree? 0.6% is negligible, not so?
Chair, I do agree it's negligible.
Yes. Were you not concerned then when you were asked to approve the award to VR Laser that where you have two rival bidders, one of whom is an outside company, VR Laser, whose ownership vests in people with controversial connections, and on the other, an in-house Denel divisional group entity called LMT, were you not concerned that you were being asked by way of the recommendation to favor the outside company rather than the internal division, where there was nothing really material between them in scoring, and where the one had first tendered a price of more than approximately 100 million rand more than the internal divisional entity, LMT, and where even when VR Laser was persuaded or induced to reduce its price, it was still going to be approximately 30 million rand more to place the business with VR Laser. Did that not concern you?
Chair, of course it concerned me, but there are two issues here that we need to be cognizant of, is that when they went through the evaluation process, and according to my understanding, they went through a proper process within that division, they came up with a score, however minimal it was in terms of the difference, but that they had gone through a process, and that process is what they had said should determine who should get the contract. But in addition to that, and I think when we go through the documents and that, you will look at the volumes and the amount of reasons that were given as to why that should be the preferred bidder, from a technical one to a risk one to a financial risk one to an operationally critical success one to meeting milestones. They were convinced that notwithstanding that it was such a small margin between the two, between the companies, that was the right thing to do.
But it was you who had to make the final decision. You were the person vested with approval, the approval power, not so.
Chair, notwithstanding the fact that the final decision had to come to me, the fact is that you cannot overrule a process that has gone on, from my understanding, in a very in-depth way over months, and having been signed off by the senior executives in that division, and by the COO, and by the CFO, Group CFO. When it comes to me, for me as an individual to override a decision like that would have been very problematic.
Well, Mr. Soluji, if you are the final decision maker and other people recommend to you, whatever your decision you take, whether you go along with their recommendation or you reject their recommendation, should, I would imagine, depend on whether you feel that you can defend your decision either way, and that you can't take a decision that you can't defend just because you think other people can defend that position, isn't it? You have to,
Chair,
be able to defend
Chair, you're
whatever
correct.
decision. Yes.
Okay. But at the point at which this was finally brought to me, I was convinced by all the other people that this was the right thing to do.
Yes. Well, once you say that, then Mr. Kennedy can then ask you questions based on the fact that you are saying you believed it was the right decision. The fact that other people recommended it or not is you came to the conclusion that it was the right decision. Then he can ask you questions on that, isn't it?
Chair, if I recall that even in that submission, there was a very clear undertaking that Workshare would be given to L&T.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but the point I'm making is if it's your decision, you must be able to defend it. You shouldn't take it if you don't think you can defend it. I think that's the point, and I think you would agree with that, isn't it?
I do agree with you, Chair.
Yes. Okay, Mr. Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. In fact, your affidavit, if I can take you to page 802, paragraph 19. This is what you say. Mr. Burger was adamant that VR Laser Services should be awarded the contract as all DLS's internal processes, technical reports, and the view of the original equipment manufacturer supported this view. In addition, he cited performance and contractual criticisms of LMT with regard to existing contracts and that there were serious defects in the manufacturing process and the quality of their output. I can just stop at that stage. Did he discuss that with you, or was that apparent from the memorandum of recommendations that you've referred to?
I'm not sure at what point these comments were made, but this was conveyed to me by the COO and the CFO.
That's Mr. Wessels and
Yes.
Mr. Mshlontlo, respectively. Yes. Now, we're going to get in a moment to the Workshare that you referred to in the rest of this paragraph, and you've mentioned in passing a moment ago. But you were persuaded at the time that the recommendation was a sound one and that therefore it should be approved. As you sit now in the witness box some years later, having learnt of a whole lot of further information that you may not have been aware of at the time, do you feel with the benefit of hindsight that it was in fact a wise decision made in the interests of Denel and the state that owns it?
Chair, at that point, as I've indicated, from all the arguments that were put before me, and all the critical issues that were going to impact on that program. At that point, I had thought that it was the right thing, not necessarily the correct thing, but the right thing. So, in that instance, yes. With hindsight,
Yes, just continue.
with hindsight, it may have been viewed in a different way. But at that point, that was the reality.
You said it was the right thing, not the correct thing. What's the difference? I don't know what the difference is. I want to make sure I understand what you mean.
Chair, I think the right thing was that having gone through all their processes and the technical reports and all the other arguments that they had put forward in terms of the delay in the program, in terms of the contractual obligations, in terms of the quality issues that was a key thing for them, it was, from a process perspective and the investigations that they did, the right thing to do. As Mr. Kennedy has indicated, because of the slim margin, maybe the correct thing would have been to go back to revisit it.
Yeah, what's the difference between correct thing and the right thing? That's what I want.
Chair, it could be a moral observation.
And which one would be, would have a more moral support between the right thing and the correct thing? In terms of what you intend conveying to me when you say it was the right thing to do, but maybe not the correct thing. I just want to understand that. That's why I'm asking you these questions.
Well, Mr. Kennedy said with hindsight.
Yeah,
Okay.
yes.
The right thing at that point was the advice of the experts from the division. Mm-hmm. Now, if I reflect back on it, and all the history that has gone on, and the water that has flown under the bridge, maybe the correct thing would have been to have revisited it.
Mr. Kennedy?
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Burger was adamant, according to your evidence, that VR Laser should get it and that LMT should not get it. LMT should not get it, he argued, because of its poor track record. Of course, LMT had been assessed and scored in the evaluation and adjudication process and hadn't done particularly badly. It hadn't been, for example, disqualified as not having the capacity or the technical ability or huge quality problems that disqualified it. You were aware of that?
Yes, Chair.
Yes. Now, do you recall we had a consultation on a live platform, Zoom platform, a few weeks back.
Yes.
And you recall telling me that you now feel that there was an attempt by Mr. Burger to cast LMT in a bad light, which was contrived.
Yes, Chair, that's correct.
And just explain to the Chair, please, why you told us that.
Chair, if I recall, and having read, for example, the testimony of Mr. Jan Wessels, who was the COO, when he was appointed by me as the COO, Chief Operating Officer, one of the first responsibilities I'd given him was to go and see what the issue was between LMT and Denel Land Systems, and more specifically between the two CEOs. That's Dr. Denel and Mr. Berg, because there was obviously some issue between the two individuals with regard to the manner in which they saw how they approached the work and the professionalism with which they thought each company performed. And that was a real issue that we had to contend with. When the issue of VR laser and LMT came up, my own view was that there was a very clear view from Mr. Berger that his mind was made up that this was going to be what was going to happen, and that he used every single argument to negate the efficacy of the capability that resided within LMT. Now, notwithstanding what I've just said, there were definitely problems at LMT. I was also made aware of the fact that the local client, the National Defence Force, and specifically the South African Medical Health Services, were extremely unhappy with the performance of LMT with regard to some of the ambulances that they had manufactured for that. So that was a critical issue, and it became quite an important issue there. I'm also aware of the fact that, for example, they had a problem with the United Nations in terms of the house cracking, but that's a technical discussion that I'm not a vehicle expert. I'm a generalist. I look after the organization across the different domains. And Mr. Berger and his team were adamant that in terms of capacity constraints, in terms of performance, in terms of quality, the lack of a resident engineer that was there, that they were of the firm opinion that it would have been a huge contractual risk if they had approved it going to LMT as opposed to via laser. And that's all well documented in the documents that they had sent.
Do you feel, again, with the benefit of hindsight, that you were misled by Mr. Berger?
I would not say he misled me. I would say he was economical with what he was telling me. So, in his arguments, I think he was very persuasive in terms of the inability of LMT to perform. My own view was that, and I had then actually asked the COO at that point, if I recall properly,
Mr. Wessels.
Mr. Wessels,
Yes.
to go and investigate whether this was actually true or not. And again, if I recall, because it's not documented anywhere, I think he was giving me a verbal feedback, was that yes, there were issues that needed to be sorted out at LMT. There were capacity issues. And if they had won another big contract, it would have created huge capacity constraints. So if they had won this particular contract and they were bidding for some other big contracts in, for example, Saudi Arabia, if I'm not mistaken, that it would have just been untenable for them to manage that volume of activity. And that is, I am aware of the fact. But I'm also aware of the fact that Mr. Berger himself, Advocate Kennedy, was very clear in his mind that LMT did not have the capacity or the quality at that point to execute the project.
Now, if I can take you back in your affidavit to page 802, the very same paragraph 19 that I read out earlier, but for the last 4 lines. I'd like to read those 4 lines that I omitted last time. I said I would come back to them, and I do so now. You say the 4th line from the bottom, however, it was agreed, do you see that?
Yes.
However, it was agreed that LMT should still be part of the Workshare, and as such, I tasked Ms. Mshlontlo, presumably Mr. Mshlontlo, correct?
Yes.
And Jan Wessels, the COO, to try to find the middle ground between DLS and LMT. The aforementioned scenario did not materialize as there was no meeting of the minds between the two parties. Now, the scenario, are you there referring to the intention to try and find a middle ground so that LMT would at least get part of the work?
I said to them that they must find a business model that will be a win-win situation for both organizations.
Yes, but that wasn't ultimately achieved.
Ultimately, it was not achieved, but in terms of the Workshare that went to LMT.
I'm sorry, in terms of?
The Workshare that
Yes.
should have gone to LMT.
Should have, but it didn't.
No, I'm saying I had indicated to them, Chair, that they must find a solution that is amicable to both parties, given the capabilities of both organizations. And that Jan Wessels and Mr. Mhlonto were assigned the responsibility to go and find a compromise solution. Obviously, as things eventually turned out, they could not, there wasn't a meeting of minds, and they could not come to a compromise solution. One of the issues was obviously the fact that there were certain components that LMT could have produced, for example, the back doors and some of the internal components. And I had then indicated to Mr. Wessels, and they were all in agreement, that if it was possible, that Workshare should go to LMT.
But ultimately it didn't.
Ultimately, it did not go.
Yeah.
That's my understanding of it.
Yeah. And presumably one of the concerns that you had was not simply for an amicable resolution to be made between the two rivals, LMT and VR Laser, but one of your concerns as Group Chief Executive Officer was to ensure that LMT's interests as one of your subsidiary companies should be advanced, not so.
Chair, if I did not take into consideration that I had to look after internal organizations within the Denel stable, I would not have said that. I would not have asked them to go and find a solution that would have benefited both parties. I would have just left it at the recommendation of DLS. And I was genuinely committed to seeing whether we could give a portion or an element of the Workshare to LMT in order to fulfill our own responsibilities.
And presumably if LMT did have, as many witnesses have indicated, they had had some problems with quality and capacity, output, ability to produce what was required on time. Presumably, if it wasn't a completely hopeless cause, if it should be made to try and support it as an in-house company, not so, within the group.
Yes, Chair. I mean, we would have obviously, naturally, would want them to succeed.
Yes. But why was it then left to trying to find a solution that would be an amicable one where both VR Laser and LMT would both be happy? Surely VR Laser is looking after its commercial interests. It seems to me perhaps to be a bit naive to be saying, well, wouldn't it be nice if there can be some sort of peace and harmony and happiness between the two rival entities? Surely you should have been saying, before I approve this deal, I need to be satisfied that LMT can't do it, because otherwise we're going to have to pay 100 million or perhaps 40 million more from a company who is said to be technically superior, but LMT is in-house and is going to charge us far less. So shouldn't we be building up the capacity and solving it that way?
So Chair, there are a few issues here. The one issue is that the recommendation from Denel Land Systems and Mr. Berger specifically with his team was that the quality and capacity for LMT to build fabricate the hulls themselves, they did not have that ability to do that. And that was the contentious issue, the building of the hulls, the fabrication of the hulls itself. Where Jan Wessels, the COO, advised was that they had the capacity to build the back door and some of the internal components. And if I read his testimony correctly, that it was not an insubstantial amount, the value of that particular Workshare that would have gone to LMT.
Yes. Now, to go back to your point earlier that Mr. Berger was so adamant that he may have contrived the extent to which LMT was inadequate or unreliable. Other witnesses have expressed similar concerns before this commission. Were you aware that there was, apart from Mr. Berger's adamant view that LMT was pretty useless in its ability to perform under this contract, were you aware that others were a bit more cautious and were saying, shouldn't we investigate that? For example, Mr. Mlambo.
I would imagine that that would have been the case, Chair.
Yes.
At the time you gave your approval, at VR Laser reduced its price from what it originally was.
Chair, if you look at the memorandum that was submitted, he has, according to his own evidence here, and the evidence that I've read of other witnesses here, which I was not aware to what extent he had negotiated that price, but he had by then negotiated a new price with them.
Yes, but nevertheless, VR Laser's price was about what, 30 million or whatever more than LMT's price, is that right?
Yes, Chair, that is correct.
Yes. Bearing in mind that those who, in terms of the company's internal processes, were tasked with the task of conducting the technical evaluation of the two, had ultimately given a score that, for all intents and purposes, really meant that the two were more or less the same. Because if you accept that a difference in score of 0, something really is negligible. Bearing that in mind, and bearing in mind that that job had been done by people that, in terms of the company's processes, are deemed to be the right people to make a judgment call on those things. Why was this difference of about 30 million, or whatever the difference was, why was it not enough for you to say, no, really, if we are going to pay so much more if we give the job to VR Laser than if we give it to LMT, we should give it to LMT because this difference in price is enough to make up for the 0, whatever that exists as a difference between the two in terms of scores.
Thank you, Chair. I think if you look at the rationale behind the DLS motivation, there was obviously the technical issue, there was the quality issue, there was the issue of it being mission critical in terms of contractual obligations that they thought if LMT ran into problems, there would be huge penalties contractually. But they also had another argument, and that was a financial argument. And if you look at the documentation, they, with the original equipment manufacturer, Patria, came to the view that based on, and I'm not trying to be sexist, but man hours that it would take to construct a particular one unit, that it costs X amount, and that the price that LMT had given in was completely unrealistic and way below what it should have cost to produce that unit. And that was their argument.
But were these arguments that they were advancing, arguments that they were advancing outside of the process? Namely, there was a forum where those arguments had to be taken into account by those who were scoring. Now, were they advancing those arguments outside of that forum and outside of those processes? In other words, somebody comes into your office and say, you know, CEO, we can't give this job to LMT. This is their problem, this is their problem, this is their problem, which is outside the process, whereas as opposed to going to the forum if they have a right to go to the forum and saying, here are the problems with LMT, and then allowing LMT in the right forum to address those, and then the people who are given the task of giving scores, evaluating all of this and giving scores, give those scores, and everyone else accepts that those are the scores given.
So, Chair, if I created the impression that this was coming to me, none of this was coming to me.
Yes.
This was being discussed internally through their own EXCO, through their own committees, through their own technical people, their own financial people. It is only after they've gone through that process that they had brought this.
Yes, but you see, you referred to their arguments when I asked you the question, why this difference of millions of rands between LMT's price and VR Laser's price, VR Laser's price being millions of rands more than LMT's price. I asked the question why that was not a good enough reason to award the job to LMT on the basis that when the two were compared by the people who were supposed to score the two, the difference was negligible between the two of them. And then you said these were the strong arguments advanced by the DLS. And so I was asking the question, were they advancing these arguments outside of the forum or the processes? Because I'm looking at why you, being the final decision maker, didn't think this difference in terms of millions wasn't enough to justify saying, look, you people, I don't understand why you are saying we should give this job to VR Laser when it is going to cost us so much more, because the difference in the price was not negligible, but the difference in the score was negligible. That was my question. How did those arguments come to you? If those arguments were part of what convinced you or persuaded you to go with VR Laser?
Chair, that discussion went through all the normal forums internally within the division. They were, I would imagine that it wasn't outside of their formal processes.
So in other words, in whatever documentation was placed before you in order to help you make a decision, those arguments were there?
Yes, Chair.
Okay, all right. And the forum that had given the scores had the benefit of those arguments as well?
Yes, Chair.
Yes. Well, I guess still it remains, if the forum that was mandated to give the score had considered those arguments because they'd been presented to them, and nevertheless they had scored, the difference in the score was so negligible. Still, I have the question, but the difference in millions is big, it's not negligible.
Chair, I mean, all I can say is that that process was led by DLS and its CEO.
Yes, yes. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Saluji, you took issue in your affidavit that we've just been looking at with an allegation made by Mr. Berger that you approved the transaction, which was the transaction for the manufacture of the hulls elements, the platform hulls by VR Laser. And your affidavit says you didn't approve the transaction, you instead gave Mr. Berger and his divisional colleagues the mandate to award the contract. Do you confirm that evidence, and does it particularly matter in your view?
Well, in my view, first of all, Chair, an advocate, in that memorandum that was sent, there was a very clear line item in there, which said that LMT should be contracted by, in this process, okay? Because for the hulls, as I've explained, the back door and the internal components, that was an element of it. And if you look at I had signed because of the fact that I'd said, I'll give you the mandate to do that, but if you look at the document itself, and it's very clear up there, it says approve or reject. Okay? And it's not there, because I had said that they must go and look at how they can implement this with a compromise solution between the two. And I said, I'm giving you a mandate to go and initiate this process.
Now, we know that that condition that you attached to the mandate was in fact not fulfilled. That in fact LMT got nothing out of this. There was no Workshare ultimately achieved because, as you put it earlier, they couldn't agree between themselves. Correct?
My understanding is that that didn't happen, Chair.
Yes, but my question remains. If you gave a mandate subject to a condition, you said, yes, I give you the mandate to award this contract to VR Laser, but on this specific condition, you may do so only if you give some of the work to LMT for the back door, etc. If they didn't satisfy that condition, they didn't comply with the mandate. Not so. They went beyond the conditional nature of the mandate that you gave, correct?
That's correct, Chair, yes.
Yes. In fact, wasn't your approval rather than just a mandate required under the delegation of authority? This was a contract above 50 million and less than 200 million, where the delegation of authority requires you to take the decision to approve the transaction, not to delegate it to somebody lower. Shouldn't you have in fact approved the transaction?
I should have approved the transaction if the condition was fulfilled.
Yes. Yes, but you were never approached for that approval.
So I was never approached for that approval.
Wouldn't it have been better, again with the benefit of hindsight, and obviously I'm speaking as an outsider, but the Commission has to look at whether things were done correctly and properly and prudently, bearing in mind that this is taxpayers' money that is at stake here. Wouldn't it have been appropriate for you to say, I will consider giving my approval. I'm not going to give you a mandate to go and do anything. I'm going to say, try and achieve certain things, but I will consider giving approval if you achieve what is concerning me, which is that there should be a workshare. LMT should get something out of it. Now, whether that would have been permissible in terms of a supply chain management policy to give a bit to this and give a bit to that is another debate, which I'm not engaging in with you. But if you were so concerned that it be done the right way, wouldn't it have been better for you to have said, well, I'm not giving you a mandate, I'm not giving you approval. I'm saying, see if you can achieve the Workshare agreement, because that seems to me to be sensible and to be favouring our internal company, LMT, and come back to me. And if you achieve that, then I will consider giving you approval. But until I get satisfied on that, I'm not going to approve it. Instead, you say, go ahead, provided you do this. Nobody comes back to you and says, well, actually, we haven't achieved it. And then they carry on with the contract. Wasn't that a bit reckless on your part, Mr. Saluji?
Chair, I don't think it was reckless in the sense that once that mandate was given, I mean, I'm running the entire company. It's huge numbers of people, 7 different divisions. I then expected the division and, of course, the chief operating officer who manages the operations in the business to see that things have been done accordingly, that they would have done that. But I do take the point that you are making, Advocate.
Right. Did Mr. Wessels as COO, or did at the group level, or did Mr. Burger as CEO at the DLS divisional level, did either or both of them come back to you and say, Mr. Saluji, you gave us a conditional mandate. Unfortunately, we haven't achieved the condition. We haven't fulfilled the condition.
No, Chair.
So you were left in the dark.
Yes, Chair.
Should they have come back to you and told you that?
I would imagine that they should have.
Yes. Do you know why they didn't?
I cannot speculate about that, Chair.
Okay. Now, one thing puzzles me, and if you have an explanation, it might help the Commission, because perhaps the Commission's chairperson is wondering about this as well. And that is this. Mr. Burger was adamant that LMT wasn't up to the job, and so it shouldn't get the contract, even though it came within a whisker, 0.6% in scoring. And even though its price was massively better from a Denel point of view. And Mr. Burger gave evidence that he thought, well, they were just trying their luck. On the BEE side, LMT had been given, I think, a 0% initially because its certificate was out of date. This despite the fact that it was not a private sector company. It was an in-house state-owned division, not so. Correct?
Yes, Chair, but it wasn't a wholly owned subsidiary of Denel.
That is true. It was, I think, 51% owned by Denel.
Yes, Chair.
Correct. So BEE still had an element of significance. I accept the point. But what puzzles me, let me get to the nub of my question. What puzzles me is this. DLS at divisional level decided who to ask in terms of the closed tender RFO, request for orders, or RFQ, request for quotes process. Not so.
Yes, Chair.
And you left them to make that sort of decision because that was an operational decision.
Yes, Chair.
Yes. And in answer to a question from the learned chair a moment ago, you said, well, we wouldn't ask 10 people necessarily, we might only ask 3 people because they are the 3 people that we would rank the best that we feel in the market. What puzzles me is this. DLS goes out on an RFO process and asks LMT as one of only 3 bidders to submit a bid. If LMT was genuinely such a useless supplier, an unreliable supplier, as Mr. Berger seems to have persuaded you ultimately, why on earth was there a request for them to make a bid in the first place? It just seems to me to be suspicious that it looks as if it was contrived, the whole RFO process. Let's ask LMT. We know that they're not going to get it because they're useless, but let's ask them to go through a pretense of some sort of competitive process in which only VR Laser and LMT and DCD are going to compete. We know that that LMT is just not going to get it ultimately. Not clear exactly how DCD may have featured in all of this. But it just seems to have been an inevitability in the mind of Mr. Berger. In fact, that seemed to be suggested in his evidence previously, that only VR Laser was up to this contract. That's why we had to have them. And he seems to have persuaded you in relation to that. Did it ever strike you as odd, as it strikes me as odd, that LMT was invited to put a bid in the first place, if ultimately, even though their price was going to be far, far less, they then get eliminated because, well, you can't consider them because they're useless? Do you understand the anomaly?
Chair, can you imagine if DLS and Mr. Berger had excluded LMT, which is a subsidiary of Denel, which had some capability, albeit with issues that they had to deal with? If they had not included LMT in that bidding process, it would have spoken volumes for their lack of commitment to ensuring that Denel organizations, whether they're wholly owned or partially owned, would get some of the work. It would have been an embarrassment for Mr. Berger if he had done that.
Well, that may be so, but then still LMT ultimately was excluded. They were turned down, even for part of the work, ostensibly because, while their price was so much better, their quality was so much worse.
Chair, Advocate, I mean, I think, if you look at Mr. Berger's testimony, right from the onset, he knew that this was the right decision.
Yes.
To go with VR. He says,
Then he was just going through the motions, if that is correct, wasn't he?
with hindsight now, if I listen to what he was saying.
I mean, if you know, even before you begin the process, that you are going to take this supplier and not any one of the other 2, isn't that going through the motions?
Chair, I agree with you, because if I listened to Mr. Berger when he was here the other day, he said it was absolutely the right decision then, and he still thinks today it was the right decision.
Yes, yes. Mr. Kennedy,
Thank you.
Might have interrupted your question.
I'm sorry, Chair.
I may have interrupted your question.
No, thank you, Chair. That's your prerogative, of course. Chair, may I move away slightly from the business reason and whether who was the better supplier and the reason for eliminating LMT, and now to look at a slightly different but related aspect of this transaction. Now here I'm going to ask you please to just put aside, just close that file for a moment. You've got file 10, I think. Is that right? Just put that aside. And can you please find, and somebody can help you if you can't find it, file 1, bundle 1. have that?
Yes.
Now, this contains a number of other witnesses' affidavits and their annexures, and I'd like you please to turn in this bundle to page 785.
Is it, sorry, is it with the red?
Sorry, no, not the red number, the black number on the top left. It says Denel
yes, yeah.
-01-785. I'm going to use only the last 3 digits of the number.
So
Yes,
which is the page you're referring to?
785. Just to check that we're looking at the same page
Yes,
and the
yes,
same
we are.
bundle. It's the top document is an email dated the 4th of September from Dennis Mlambo to Stefan Burger. Is that correct?
Yes.
And it's copied to Celia Malashlela. Now, she was the head of supply chain management in the division of DLS, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Mlambo was the head of supply chain management at group head office level, correct?
Yes.
And he reported to Mr. Mshlontlo,
Yes.
the CFO at the time,
That's correct, Chair.
and the CFO reported to you.
That's correct, Chair.
So Mr. Mlambo didn't report directly to you.
Yes, Chair.
He was nonetheless the head of supply chain management for the whole group,
He was the supply chain manager. Yes.
manager.
Yes.
I've seen some of the documents, even your own, even the company's own delegation of authority referred to him as a supply chain executive. But nothing particularly seems to turn on that, not so? He was still a very senior official whose word presumably should have been considered carefully, correct?
Yes.
Right. Now, to go back to Mr. Mshlontlo, he's one of those referred to as receiving a copy of this, as is Jan Wessels, as is Serena Tubus, and then yourself as well. Now, just to put this in context, Mr. Mlambo has given evidence. Were you able to hear his evidence?
Again, some of it.
Some of it, I see. And he referred to this correspondence as relating to the difficulties that he specifically raised in his capacity as group supply chain manager with his colleagues, including yourself, relating to the platform hulls contract. Now, to give it its context, perhaps we should start, because this is an email of the 4th of September. The email correspondence seems to have started without you being included in the list of people who were copied. If you look at page 788, there's an email from Dennis Mlambo to Celia Rhiannon. Do you see that? The 2nd of September 2014.
So it's 788.
788, yes, it's the halfway down the page.
Yes.
On 202 September 2014 at 1838. Do you see that?
Yes.
And it's an email from Dennis Mlambo to Celia and Rhiannon, both officials within the DLS division, correct?
Yes.
And then he's raising an issue about LMT, in fact, having a valid triple BEE certificate. And then he says, I will request details from Stefan Nell about the pricing and proof of shareholding of VR laser as discussed. So clearly there had been some discussion between Mr. Mlambo at group level with his divisional colleagues at supply chain and executive level in the form of Mr. Tubus and Ms. Malashlela, correct?
Yes, Advocate, this indicates that there was a discussion going on.
There was a discussion,
Yes.
indeed. Were you made aware of that at the time, or did you find out about that later, or not?
Chair found that out later.
Okay. Now, at the foot of the previous page, you'll see another email that comes this time, the second last line on page 787 from Renan Tubus, and that goes back to Mr. Mlambo. And here he copies not only Celia Malashlela, but also Mr. Mshlontlo and Mr. Wessels and Mr. Burger, not yourself, we see. You were not copied in at that stage. And he, Mr. Tubus, is responding to Mr. Mlambo about the triple BEE aspect as well as the shareholding. Again, you were not made aware of this immediately at that stage, is that right?
Yes, Chair.
Okay. At the top of page 787 is a far more detailed email from Mr. Mlambo. That's now dated the 3rd of September 2014. Do you see it?
On page 787.
Yes, the top email.
Yes.
And it's from Mr. Mlambo to Mr. Turbis, copied again to Ms. Malashlela, Mr. Mshlontlo, Mr. Wessels, and Mr. Burger. Again, not yourself.
Yes. Correct.
He raises a whole lot of serious concerns, at least they appear on the face of it to be serious. He says, for example, in relation to paragraph 1, the capability assessment of the 3 tenderers, LMT is the only one of the 3 tenderers that has manufactured the same hulls under contract from Patria, but it obtained the lowest score. So he seems to be querying how that could come about. And then he refers to the price difference being almost 100 million. That's the price difference between VR Laser and LMT of almost 100 million. That's what we discussed earlier, not so, Mr. Saluji.
Yes.
This is obviously a matter that was of concern to Mr. Mlambo. Would you accept that he was entitled, in fact, perhaps expected, to be raising this sort of question? There might have been answers to the questions, but he was doing his job in good faith to try and ask these questions. Would you accept that?
That's right, Chair.
Right. And then he says, in my investigation, I was informed by Stefan that the LMT quote was based on factual figures since LMT has manufactured the hull before. He gave evidence that the Stefan there is Stefan Nel of LMT rather than Stefan Burger. If Stefan is right, he says it would not make business sense to pay so much more. In other words, 100 million rand more, on top of the 156 odd million that LMT was quoting. In other words, another 2/3 if we have to pay what VR Laser is quoting. Then he says, since LMT is a sister company, I believe someone at DLS should have demanded the supporting evidence before assuming that LMT underquoted. I believe this anomaly warrants further investigation and validation. And in fact, Mr. Burger later gave evidence before this commission to say, in fact, the distortion appears to have been on VR Laser's side. VR Laser was way above the rest of the market. And that's what I told them. I think you're being cheeky here. How can you? And then immediately they reduced their price by something like 60 million. Now, then Mr. Mlambo says, LMT, in paragraph 3, LMT was given a 0 score on transformation due to its expired certificate. The 2 elements of transformation, namely ownership and EE, employment equity, could have been assessed without a valid triple BEE certificate. Such data should be readily available from the HR department. Now that is because presumably the HR department of Denel knows these things because LMT is majority owned by Denel, correct? Right. I see you nodding, just bear in mind.
Sorry, yes.
I know it's a bit tedious, but just bear in mind it has to be recorded and possibly transcribed. And then paragraph 4, according to my records, LMT participated in the clarification meeting on the 26th of June 2014, was given 2 weeks to submit its triple BEE certificate, and the certificate was submitted on the 9th of July 2014. This paints a picture of being unduly harsh on LMT. Again, would you accept that Mr. Mlambo was doing his job in good faith to raise this sort of concern?
Yes, Chair.
And his concern here was, apart from this is going to cost us a great deal more, where there doesn't seem to be an explanation, on top of it he's saying there appears to be an unfairness being perpetrated against LMT because what's being held against it is its lack of triple BEE credentials. But lo and behold, LMT is part of our group structure because it's partly owned by Denel. Surely we should know, we could easily find out what is triple BEE credentials. He seems to be suggesting here, not so, that there's something funny going on, or even if it's not a deliberately sinister motive that is behind this, this thing is not being done according to the book. Correct?
Yes, Chair, I would agree with that.
Yes.
But can I make a comment?
Yes, please do.
But I think obviously, from a DLS perspective, they were doing the right thing. If you look at the arguments and the logic of Berger's reasoning, that what they did going through the processes and they counted everything that Mr. Mlambo was saying. And we can come back to that. Advocate.
Yes. But let's look, for example, at the triple BEE certificate. What he seems to be suggesting is, guys, really, you are being so technical. You didn't actually need a current BEE certificate. Now, I'm not going to go into a debate as to whether Mr. Mlambo was right or wrong in terms of his interpretation of the SCM policy. But his intention is clear. He's saying, we mustn't be too formalistic about this sort of thing. The information is available. It's an in-house company. All we have to do is go down the passage and ask HR if there's any doubt about their triple BEE credentials. Why are we being so tough on LMT in relation to triple BEE certificate, and yet so relaxed about giving a contract to VR Laser when it's going to cost us at that stage almost 100 million rand more? Now, again, he seems to be suggesting you guys are really being so formalistic. In other words, that the process of procurement is not being done truly in a fair and transparent and accountable way, perhaps as some sort of sham, going through the motions. That's what he seems to be the undercurrent of what he's suggesting here. Was that your impression too?
You mean my impression after having read
Of the concerns that he raised?
that he raised about?
Yes, that's really the thrust of what he was conveying.
Chair, they were valid.
Yes. So not only was he raising these, but they were valid concerns. Okay. Then he says in paragraph 5, the documents submitted by VR Laser on the ownership raise suspicions as they do not specify the individual shareholders in person. The names Elga Solve and Crayshore Investments are silent about the identities of the real shareholders of the company. There were no other documents to authenticate. I trust the above details also clarify my reasons for not supporting the recommendation to appoint VR Laser to manufacture the hulls. Alternatively, the entire process must be revisited and conducted in a fair and subjective fashion. So he's saying, that's why I haven't approved this. Now, do you accept that Mr. Mlambo should have at least been consulted to certify his being satisfied that the procurement policy had been properly complied with?
Yes, Chair, he should have been consulted and there should have been an ongoing discussion between DLS and himself.
Yes.
And I'm not sure if DLS actually responded to this because I was not privy to this.
We're going to look at that in a moment. And I will help you with the documents on that. But it is clear that he is against the award of the contract, correct?
Yes.
And his recommendation is that the entire process has to be restarted and it must then be conducted in a fair and objective fashion. In other words, he was saying this hasn't complied with our supply chain management policy. It's not in the interests of Denel. It's not fair and objective. That's my understanding of the email. Would you accept that understanding on his part?
Yes.
And on the basis, in fact, that you believe that his concerns were valid. Right, now, he did indeed engage in further discussions with DLS.
I'm sorry. I think you were asking a question, but I didn't hear an answer. I think you moved on to the next one.
Chair.
Yes. Do you want to go back to your question? Because I didn't hear an answer, but I saw you were moving to another question.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought I'd got the answer. I'm not sure which question you are.
The one immediately before the one
Well,
that
perhaps
you
I
were
can just
in the
revisit
middle of.
everything that I dealt with in the last minute or so. So he was raising concerns. Those were valid concerns, correct?
Yes.
And he was raising a conclusion in his view that was to this effect. The procurement process was not fair and objective, correct?
That's what he's indicating.
Yes. And not in compliance with the supply chain management policy's requirements, correct?
That's what he's saying.
And he was saying, you need my approval, and I'm not giving it for these reasons. You should restart the process from scratch, correct?
That's what he's saying here, Chair.
Right. Now, we then get to the point that you raised earlier. You assume that he raised these concerns with DLS and addressed them further with them.
Just before you proceed, Mr. Kennedy, You earlier on, Mr. Saluji, said that Mr. Mlambo's concerns were valid. I take it you were referring to these concerns.
Yes, Chair.
Yes. When you say they were valid, must I take it that you agreed with the points, the concerns he was raising, or is the position that you are saying, you are not necessarily saying you agreed with him, but you think they were legitimate to raise without necessarily that you were agreeing with them?
Chair, at that point, I wasn't aware of this conversation.
At that point.
I wasn't aware of this conversation going on. And of
But
course,
right now,
So-
you say you think they are valid.
so what I'm saying is that he was correct in bringing to their attention the concerns that he had.
Yes. You're not saying anything, you're not expressing an opinion on their merits
No, Chair, I'm saying he was correct
to raise them.
to raise these issues
Yeah.
if he was concerned about them.
Okay, all right. Mr. Kennedy?
Thank you, Chair. Now, there is then a response from Mr. Berger to Mr. Mlambo, and we see that email, the heading to it appears right at the foot of page 785, and the text of the email appears on page 786. Do you see that?
Yes.
The heading indicates it was sent by Mr. Berger on the 4th of September at 1:57 p.m. It's 4th September 2014. It's addressed to Dennis Mlambo and copied this time again to Celia Malashlela, Mr. Mshlontlo, Mr. Wessels, and again to Mr. Rienan Tubers. But significantly, also, yourself, your name is indicated as the email being sent by way of a copy to you. Do you recall if you received this email?
Yes, Chair, I'm sure I've seen this email.
Yes. Now, Mr. Berger, in an entire page, on page 786, gives a very detailed response to some of the issues raised by Mr. Mlambo, and he says that he believes that the process was absolutely correct and fair and stringent in evaluation, etc. And then after the numbered paragraphs, do you see paragraphs 1, 2, 3, and 4?
Yes.
Below that, an unnumbered paragraph follows. It says, nevertheless, I'm convinced that VR Laser is technically best equipped to execute this program. I also believe, given the recent contract performance of LMT, it will be irresponsible to place a contract of such criticality on them, also taking into account the effect the KSA order will have on them. Now, so he was attempting to address at least some of the concerns of Mr. Mlambo. Of course, Mr. Mlambo, in his evidence, has criticized Mr. Berger for not actually dealing with the heart of the concerns that he had raised, and you've already acknowledged that those were raised validly. Now, at the top of page 785 is then a response from Mr. Mlambo to Mr. Berger, and he again copies in the same people, including yourself. Do you recall if you received this?
I must have seen that.
Yes. Now, may I read it, at least the relevant passages into the record? He says, Dear Stefan, we are clearly not aligned in terms of the analysis of the data and information that I saw for the first time on Tuesday at the meeting I had with Rienan and Celia. I certainly think we should not exchange any more emails on the issue in question, as the resolution may be easier to find around a table. However, the following issues have definitely not been addressed by your response. 1, the huge price differential in the offers made by both LMT and VR Laser. Stefan Nell of LMT is adamant that having produced the hull before makes his quote a lot more realistic. On the other hand, VR Laser's quote is not based on past performance. Needless to say that prototypes are typically a lot more expensive than production-related products. I'm also informed that the price, capacity, and capability concerns were never raised during the clarification meeting. 2, the mere fact that VR Laser refuted any conflict of interest through the submission of the said document does not confirm the validity of the ownership that the adjudication team evaluated. Where is the document, which should have been asked for, that details the individual shareholders of Elgasolv and Crayshore Investments. Even the documents that list the directors of the two companies are not valid CIPC documents. I cannot understand why they were accepted. 3, you've also not explained why the capability or technical rating of LMT is the lowest, despite the fact that the other two companies, if they were successful, would be making this type of hull for the first time. And 4, I've received evidence that the 2-week grace period for the submission of the triple BEE certificate by LMT was met, and yet you claim you could not, that could not be considered as it was after the deadline. It is standard practice that a supplier that is being verified for triple BEE level cannot be penalized for that, especially if the critical data used in the assessment is readily available. What makes this even more unacceptable is the fact that we have unhindered access to data and information as LMT. So again, Mr. Salucci, do you accept that what Mr. Berger had replied in the email below that to Mr. Mlambo, in Mr. Mlambo's professional and good faith view, did not properly answer his questions?
That is what is reflected here.
Yes. And then he says, after the numbered paragraph 4, the final unnumbered paragraph, he says, my contention, this is Mr. Mlambo still speaking, is that despite being convinced of a fair and objective process that was followed by the adjudication team, that appears to be a reference to Mr. Berger saying that it was indeed fair and objective. Let us appoint an independent assessor to corroborate your claim. It is also worth mentioning that you flouted the delegation of authority by not presenting the file for review to me before engaging Fikile and Jan. Fikile, of course, is Mr. Mshlontlo, CFO, and Mr. Wessels, COO. Any transaction above 20 million rand must go through my office first. I am beginning to have doubts that this was an oversight. What seems to emerge from this email is the first point that you've already acknowledged, that these were bona fide concerns that Mr. Mlambo believed had not been properly addressed. Correct?
Yes.
Secondly, he makes it clear that in his view there had been a serious flouting of the delegation of authority because they hadn't approached Mr. Mlambo's office at an early stage. Correct? That's what he's
saying.
Yes. And thirdly, he is questioning the bona fides of Mr. Berger. He is saying, I'm having real doubts about why this happened. How did it come about that you didn't come to me, Mr. Berger? I'm having serious doubts about whether this is a genuine oversight. In other words, I'm accusing you, Mr. Berger, of actually acting in an underhand and deliberately deceitful manner. That is what he is saying, not so.
That is what he's saying.
Yes. Now, what I found interesting with your evidence earlier was that you felt, well, a measure of deference must be, I'm giving words that you didn't use, but giving my understanding. You seem to be saying earlier that it wouldn't be right simply to ride roughshod over a division such as DLS that has for strong reason motivated the appointment of VR Laser. And you assumed that if Mr. Mlambo would have problems, he would go back to DLS. Now, am I understanding your evidence correctly?
Yes.
Right. And we know now from these emails that in fact happened. Mr. Mlambo did continue the debate with DLS, correct?
Yes.
As you would have expected him to do, as he should have done, correct?
Yes.
But we also know that he doesn't get joy from the division in the sense that he asks a whole lot of questions, he gets some answers, but he says, I'm not persuaded that those answers are good answers at all. I still have serious doubt about things like price. Why are we paying so much for this? About why we're not giving it to LMT that's going to give us such a price, better price, where the technical capacity has not been properly motivated and explained. And thirdly, there are other issues such as triple BEE certificate having been dealt with in a way which is over-formalistic and inappropriate. And finally, Mr. Mlambo actually gets to the point where he says, now I'm beginning to think that you're trying to pull the wool over your eyes. Now, what I suggest to you, Mr. Salucci, is that the very fact that Mr. Berger himself copied you in, he was the first person to copy you in on this correspondence, not so?
Yes.
Yes. And then Mr. Mlambo continued that course by copying you in. this presumably must have, if you had read it, and you say you must have read it, it must have raised or rung some serious alarm bells. You must have realized now that there's a serious issue, that Mr. Mlombo, who is the head, whether one calls him a manager or an executive, he's the head within the group of supply chain management. Of course, accountable to Mr. Mhlonhlo, who was accountable to you. But there is now an impasse between group level supply chain management in the form of Mr. Mlombo and DLS divisional management, not so.
Yes.
Now, presumably this would have been a serious alarm bell. This is something serious because it's not just, well, you haven't attached an annexure to your motivation, please don't send me such. It was nothing of that sort of technical nature or a point of minor detail. Mr. Mlombo is effectively saying, really the process you have followed is extremely irregular and in fact may be tainted by bad motive. Now, did you not realize at the time that you must have read these emails that there was in fact a serious problem of this nature?
Chair, if I may, I'm familiar with the contents of these documents, and it was discussed with me by Mr. Mhlonhlo and by Mr. Jan Wessels. Again, I must admit that I'm running an organization. To get involved at that level was just not at that moment possible. And I had given Mr. Wessels and Mr. Mhlonhlo a directive that they need to go and investigate what is going on here.
Did they ever report back to you that they have A, investigated, and B, come up with a resolution?
The only feedback that I got was that there were issues between Dennis, and there was a difference of opinion between Mr. Mlambo and DLS, and both are of the view that they've been doing the right thing. So that DLS had indicated, Chair, that they've gone through the proper processes. They do not agree with what Dennis is saying. They have justified why the price is what it is. They've justified why the BEE scoring was done the way it was. And that is the conclusion that they had come to. That was my understanding of how it happened.
I understand your understanding, but may I question you about whether it is valid, that understanding? You have here, as the group CEO, two different entities within the group. The one is head office, your supply chain manager, Mr. Mlombo. You have on the other DLS, which is a division. You're aware that they are now at loggerheads. And in terms of that situation, Mr. Mlombo is saying you have seriously messed up the procurement process. Correct, that's what he was saying.
That's what he is saying,
Yes.
Chair.
It just seems a bit strange to me as an outsider, and perhaps I'm being naive, but it seems to me to be a bit strange that your approach is, well, guys, chat amongst each other, and then you get the message back, well, DLS are sure that they've done it all correctly. And that's where the matter ends. Of course, DLS would think that they've done it correctly. That's why Mr. Berger keeps writing letters, emails at great length to Mr. Mlombo. But Mr. Mlombo is saying, well, I've heard you out, but you haven't actually even properly answered my questions. So how could you remotely have been satisfied with news coming back to you, busy as you no doubt were? Satisfied, well, if DLS say that they've complied, that's good enough for me. Isn't the whole point that DLS say that they've complied, but Mr. Mlombo says they haven't complied? And he's even accusing them of going through a sham process, of having bad motives. And he lists in great detail the points that they haven't addressed, which are non-compliance with the procurement policy. Why do you leave it to the one party in this dispute, namely DLS, to basically say, we've done it all fine, trust us? You see the problem?
Mr. Kennedy, I understand what you're saying, Chair. The issue is, I did not leave it to DLS to say that everything is fine. The fact is that I had then given a directive to Mr. Mhlonhlo and Mr. Wessels to go and investigate whether these issues that Mr. Mlambo was raising were valid or not. And that is the process that they'd gone through. And the response when they came back to me was that there is a fundamental difference of opinion. There are two schools of thought. The one school of thought is the supply chain process within DLS, the technical evaluations, the BE evaluations and everything, they stand by what their view is, and they disagree fundamentally with what Mr. Malambo was saying. And from my understanding, they were saying that Mr. Malambo is deliberately trying to derail this process. That is the response that I got.
Yes.
Yes, but the fundamental question is, once you got those, once you understood that they could not reach agreement, Mr. Mlambo and DLS, somebody had to resolve that impasse. When I say resolve it, I don't necessarily mean go and get them to agree, but somebody had to make a decision, and that person was you, was it not, who had to make a decision as to which decision would be correct, bearing in mind these fundamental differences.
Chair, you are correct. But at the end of the day, as we've gone through the whole process, and the submission was eventually made as to why they believe that this was a critical issue that needed to be resolved with appointing VRL, as Mr. Berger has given evidence here, as all the paper trail has indicated as to why they justified having taken the view that they did. That was the view that prevailed with Mr. Wessels, with Mr. Mhlonto, which they brought to me.
I take it that what you mean is that despite the fact that you say you understood Mr. Mlambo's concerns, you are saying that you came to the conclusion that his concerns, when weighed against the views expressed by the DLS side, were not justified or were not correct on a balance on the scale.
Chair, to tell you the truth,
Yes.
my own view is that I had thought that they had come to some resolution about these issues.
And what was the basis for that view, that they had come to some resolution?
Because after all of this correspondence was done, nobody, not Mr. Mhlonto, not Mr. Wessels, came to me to say that there was still an issue outstanding here.
But you had asked them to speak to each other or something, to talk and try and find a resolution, isn't it?
Yes, Chair.
And therefore, you were supposed to find out what the outcome of that process was before making your own decision, isn't it? In other words, if you said, I want you to go and talk to each other to try and find each other before I make a decision, one would expect that you would say, come back, tell me, what's the outcome of that process, because now I must make a decision.
Well, Chair, that's what I'm saying. I mean, I think when Mr. Mhlonto and Mr. Wessels came back to me and it indicated that they had addressed this issue, I had thought that there was no other intervention that was required at that point.
Well, I'm not sure if I follow. I thought that what you said a few minutes ago was they didn't come back to you to tell you what the outcome of that process was. And because they didn't come back to you to tell you what the outcome of their talking together to each other, because they didn't come back, you assumed that the issue had been resolved. I thought that's what you were saying.
I think
Did I misunderstand you?
If I remember correctly, Chair, that Mhlonto had said to me that these issues were addressed.
And what was the
There wasn't
outcome
any,
of addressing them?
there wasn't any formal paperwork or anything which addressed this particular issue.
Even if there was no paperwork, if he said to you this issue has been addressed, obviously you would want to know what was the outcome. What do you mean they were addressed? Have you now reached common cause?
Now when I look at Mr. Mlambo's testimony and I look at what he had said and Mr. Berger's view on what the differences are, obviously the issues were not resolved.
Yes, but what I'm going back to that time, if Mr. Mhlongo said they've been addressed, I'm saying you must have asked, what do you mean? Have you agreed? Have you not agreed? Did you ask that?
I take your point, Chair.
Yes, you didn't ask that.
Yes.
Mr. Kennedy?
Thank you, Chair. There was a further communication that came from Mr. Mlamba to yourself. If I can ask you to turn to page 791. The earlier email was dated the 4th of September 2014 that we looked at, where you were simply copied in, although it was an email addressed to Mr. Berger. This time, it's an email from Mr. Mlamba to yourself. It's addressed to Mr. Salucci and Mr. Mhlongo and Mr. Wessels, correct?
Yes.
And he says, gentlemen, I've managed to review DLS's submission pertaining to the above-mentioned subject. The following issues paint an unacceptable picture from a process, fairness, and objective point of view. One, the tender documents were not sent to all the bidders simultaneously as per the normal tender process. Two, prior to the adjudication process, there were still engagements or clarification sessions with individual bidders. The process requires that such engagements be held with all bidders at the same time. Information that is requested by one of the bidders must be sent to others, even if they did not ask for it. Three, despite the fact that LMT's BBBEE status was disregarded on grounds that it was still being verified, and the deadline was the 25th of June 2014, the VR laser certificate was accepted and rated on the 27th of June 2014, 2 days after the closing date. 4, in the submission it is claimed that LMT's quote is too low and unrealistic. The difference between LMT's quote and the VR laser quote is almost 100 million rand. After questioning Stefan Nel on the accuracy of his quote, he offered to come and present the facts to demonstrate that it is based on realistic quotes. Furthermore, he claimed LMT had made the hull before under Patria's contract. 5, in my meeting with Stefan Berger yesterday, he indicated that VR Laser had offered to reduce the quote from around 262.4 million to 195.0 million, exclamation mark. Doesn't that tell a disturbing story about the initial offer? On the basis of these findings and other facts, it is my considered opinion that the submission from DLS be rejected. Since LMT has the capability to make the hull, this issue should have been discussed before going out on tender. Good night, Dennis. Clearly, he's a bit upset, not so?
Yes.
And serious, correct? Correct?
Yes.
Serious.
And he's writing this at about 11:15 in the night, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes.
And addressing it primarily to yourself as Group CEO. This seems to me to be, firstly, an attempt by Mr. Mlamba to escalate it to the Group CEO level. Secondly, to make it clear that he believes in his professional view that there are extremely serious irregularities under a lawful and proper fair procurement process. And further, it seems to me to be a cry for help from your most senior supply chain manager to you as Group CEO to intervene and to stop a process which he is effectively warning you is unlawful and unfair and should be stopped. Is that correct?
That's what he's indicating here.
Yes. Now, you were aware as CEO, presumably, just forgive me for not knowing all of your background. Do you have any legal professional background?
Not legal.
Not legal. And have you ever been a supply chain management executive or anything of that nature?
No, I haven't.
Okay, so the law and supply chain management processes are not your area of particular expertise.
No, they're not.
To be fair to you, right. But you were the Group CEO at the time of a major state entity, correct?
Yes.
Dependent on, firstly, doing a good job in the market to try and be profitable, and secondly, accountable to the state, and where there were financial shortfalls, you would be looking to the state for bailouts, as it were. Not so?
Yes.
Yes. You also know, of course, presumably as a responsible Group CEO, that particularly in the current era, at least in 2014, our public procurement laws, both from the Constitution and laws such as the PFMA, you'd heard about the PFMA presumably?
Absolutely.
Of course. And that National Treasury lays down regulations and supply chain management processes and rules that were binding, not so?
Yes.
And that Denel had to have its own system of supply chain management in terms of its own policies, correct?
Yes.
And you had exactly such policies, correct?
Yes.
And you knew, because you employed him, that you had somebody called Mr. Mlambo at head office level who was deeply familiar with this type of issue, not so?
Yes.
He was employed based on his expertise, correct?
Yes.
Just as Ms. Malashlela was employed for her expertise in the same field at DLS divisional level, correct?
Yes.
Yes. Now here you've been told, not for the first time, but at least here in an absolutely direct and very specific manner, that there are some extremely serious irregularities that Mr. Mlambo has picked up. Now, again, did you leave this on the basis that you thought it was all going to be sorted out?
Chair, I mean, this is what I was referring to earlier, because I had specifically asked Mr. Wessels and Mr. Mhlonto, specifically Mhlonto, to go and address these issues.
Well, this was before you took the decision, was it not? This was before you gave the approval.
Yes, Chair.
Yeah. I'm just wondering how you could not, when told by Mr. Mhlonto that the issue has been addressed, how you could not have said, I want to know how they have been addressed, when you were aware that the issues that Mr. Mlambo had raised were so serious. In other words, that you could go ahead and make your decision without knowing how they were addressed if somebody said they were addressed, because you accept these are quite serious issues he's raising.
Chair, maybe I should just sketch a different view on this thing. Okay. The issues that Mr. Mlambo is raising, I said, are correct. He should have been concerned about these things. Okay. The feedback that I got eventually on each one of those, where Mr. Mlambo is talking about price, for example, there's an explanation from DLS as to why the price is what it is. Where Mr. Mlambo is talking about the BE certificate in it, there is an explanation from DLS Executive Committee why they took the decision that they took. Where Mr. Mlambo is talking about the difference, the issue around quality and ability of LMT to perform or not, there was a response and Mr. Berger was here, saying exactly that. He counted all of these things. And that was the explanations that were put forward, that they did not agree with what he was saying.
But are you saying to me, it's not as if when Mr. Mhlonto said these issues that Mr. Mlambo has raised have been addressed, it's not as if you left that issue there. You did ask him, how have they been addressed? And he told you exactly how they were addressed. Is that what you are saying?
Chair, if I recall correctly, and I mean, it's a long time ago, okay, and you saw there, it says, I'll be back in my office, Mr. Mlambo was saying, Thursday. I do recall that there was a discussion that took place in my office with Mr. Berger and Mr. Wessels, and I think Mr. Mhlonto was there as well, where all of these issues were being explained by Mr. Berger in order to counteract what Mr. Mlambo was saying.
Yes.
Okay.
But did you call Mr. Mlambo and put to him what Mr. Berger and them were saying?
I think, Chair, if I recall, at that meeting, he was not at work that day.
Yes, but before you made the decision, did you call him to say, Mr. Mlambo, you raised these issues, which I thought you were right to raise them if they were concerns to you?
No, Chair, we
but
did
this
not.
is what I've been told. I want to hear what you have to say about this. You did not do that.
No, we did not do that, Chair.
Why not?
Because between Mr. Mklonto, Mr. Wessels, and Berger's explanations, okay, and time was going on rapidly, okay, that I thought that they had adequately addressed those issues.
Mr. Kennedy?
Thank you, Chair. Do you accept now that they hadn't?
I cannot say that they, I mean, sorry, Mr. Kennedy, hadn't addressed.
That they hadn't resolved these issues? There was still a disagreement. There still is today.
A disagreement.
Yes. Mr. Mlambo is absolutely adamant that his criticisms were absolutely correct. And in fact, to an extent, Mr. Berger has conceded at least some of those. As well, with hindsight, retrospect, I now realize he was right and I was wrong.
I heard that what Mr. Berger was saying, you know.
But
And-
may I just ask from the level at the level of accountability of a group CEO of a state-owned entity, I understand that you were busy, but surely one of your most important duties as a group CEO is to ensure that you carry out what is expected of you by the Constitution and by the PFMA, correct?
That's correct.
And here you're having loud rings of an alarm bell from your most senior supply chain management person saying this has not been done properly, it should be revisited. At one stage, as we saw in one of the emails, he says, why don't we get an independent assessor to test whether your claims, Mr. Berger, are correct or not? In other words, I can't just simply accept your say-so that you've done it all correctly, because I believe you haven't done it correctly. Why didn't you, for example, not bring in somebody, for example, an attorney or a senior counsel or somebody to say, I give an opinion that this has been complied with or this hasn't been complied with, and if it hasn't been complied with, we do the following. Why do you leave it on the basis, well, I thought that they were chatting amongst themselves and I thought that that had been resolved. We know that it wasn't resolved. And now years later, you're having to sit under the glare of television lights in public to answer questions about a major transaction that bound Denel to huge amounts of public money that just happens to have been given to a Gupta-linked company, where, as it happens, everybody now seems to accept that there were, in fact, procurement problems.
Chair, I take the point. I mean, it's...
Yes. Can you answer it?
Why did I not...
Weren't you remiss, Mr. Saluji?
Chair, I mean, I had my chief group financial officer, the group chief operating officer. I had in Mr. Berger, as he had said, a CEO who had been in this business for 30 years. And they were telling me that they had followed the correct process. I mean, and that is the advice I had taken.
But you knew from the email correspondence that this thing had been bouncing back and forth between Mr. Mlambo and Mr. Berger. Mr. Mlambo saying, XYZ are problems. Mr. Berger comes back and says, no, well, I've got a reason that VRLAs are just great and we know they're going to do the job and LMT are useless and the price doesn't really matter so much and so forth. And Mr. Mlambo comes back and says, no, XYZ haven't been answered. In fact, I've got a whole lot of other problems, A, B, and C. Mr. Berger comes back and he says, in a long email, this is my answer to it. Mr. Mlambo says, you still haven't answered. In fact, I'm now thinking that the fact that you didn't come to me initially as you should have shows an ulterior motive. And he copies you in. Now, surely that should have alerted you to the fact that there is a serious disagreement between them, where Mr. Berger's say-so is not satisfying Mr. Mlambo. And you leave it on the basis, well, people have chatted amongst themselves and they all say that they've done the correct thing. I mean, just at the level of professional courtesy, apart from anything else, doesn't it perhaps, with the benefit of hindsight, strike you as obvious what seems to me to be obvious, which is A response to Mr. Mlambo's email. Dear Dennis, thank you very much for raising these issues. They will be dealt with by Mr. Mshlontlo and by Mr. Wessels in consultation with Mr. Burger and you. And yet he's given evidence, Mr. Mlambo. I'm looking at his affidavit here. I received absolutely no response from Mr. Saluji. Now let's assume that you're right for a moment, that you were entitled simply to leave it, even though you had been approached as Group CEO to intervene. For you to say, well, I'm not going to intervene, I'm just too busy, and I've got other people who should be resolving it, so I'm going to leave it to them to resolve. And later, I think that they have resolved it, so it's all fine. Just at the level of professional courtesy, wouldn't it have been appropriate for you to say to Mr. Mlambo, I'm afraid I'm too busy to deal with this, but I'm delegating it to Mr. Wessels, or I'm delegating it to Mr. Mshlontlo. You will hear from them. Wouldn't that have been appropriate?
I agree with you.
Yes. And wouldn't it have been appropriate also for you to follow up, so that before you did give your approval, and we're going to take you to the memorandum in a moment, where a few weeks later you did sign, wouldn't it have been appropriate just to be sure, because you CEO, you're the accounting officer for Denel in terms of the PFMA, not so?
Yes.
You can't say in terms of the PFMA, well, we slipped up as an organization, but somebody further down the pecking order in the organization didn't do their job. You were responsible, ultimately, not so, for compliance with procurement procedures, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Mlambo has said to you, they haven't complied with A, B, C, D, E, F. Wouldn't it have been appropriate before you signed approval, not to rely simply on what Mr. Wessels or Mr. Mshlontlo said, oh, well, Mr. Burger says that he's done it all. At least, again, by way of, firstly, courtesy and a way of protecting yourself, to write to Mr. Mlambo and say, this memorandum has come back to me. Can I just confirm all of your queries have been answered? And if they haven't been answered, tell me what they are. And if there's a division of opinion between you at head office and DLS at divisional level, we'll refer it to for somebody to give some sort of professional view. Wouldn't that have been the obvious way of dealing with it?
Chair, I mean, I think, within the context of what happened during that particular period, okay, I thought I had done the right thing. By getting Mr. Mshlontlo and Mr. Wessels to get into this issue and look at the merits of this thing. And Burger and them came back into my office, and as I've indicated, they had gone through each one of these issues and said that they think that they have addressed this adequately, okay? And the nature of this program was of such criticality that we could not continue in the vein that we were without coming to some resolution. If I may, I don't know if you have had a chance, I mean, I've got it in front of me. Mr. Wessels, in his affidavit, indicates at that meeting, and in fact, Nchepe was at that meeting as well, where he said...
Well, you can refer to what you want to refer to if it's relevant to your answer. If you want to
if I may,
to Mr.
Yes, carry on.
Becker's affidavit.
So during the meeting, either Mr. Mshlontlo or myself referred to the email from Mr. Mlambo.
I'm now reading from Mr. Becker's affidavit.
No, this is from Mr. Jan Wessels.
Mr. Wessels.
Or Mr. Wessels' affidavit.
So there was a meeting that was convened
Okay.
with Mr. Burger, with Mr. Mshlontlo, with Mr. Wessels, and Mr. Nchepe was present
Yeah.
to address this specific email
Yes.
of the 9th.
Yes, but not Mr. Mshlontlo. I'm sorry, not Mr. Mlambo.
No, he wasn't there. He wasn't in
wasn't
the office that day.
Yes.
Okay. So they had convened this urgent meeting.
Yes.
So during the meeting, either Mr. Mshlontlo or myself referred to the email from Mr. Mlambo on dated 9th of September. I recollect that either Mr. Nchepe or Mr. Burger responded that all Mr. Mlambo's concerns were adequately addressed by DLS, and the submission for approval on GCO table reflects that. As I recollect, Mr. Burger stated that almost 3 months had been lost since July 2014, and reiterated his position that as prime contractor for UFESA, DLS views LMT as a program risk to the safety of this fighting vehicle project, and that he, as CEO of Denel Land Systems, is unwilling to contract LMT for hull manufacture unless the GCO instructs him to do so. And then GCO will have to take the safety responsibility away from DLS and carry it on his own shoulders. As I recollect, Mr. Nchepe supported Mr. Berger strongly and stated that the principle of decentralized operating model of Denel is one where the divisional CEOs are responsible for the business performance, operations, and contract execution. If the GCO overrules DLS in this instance, it creates a dangerous future precedent for the total group, since divisional CEOs will not be held accountable for project execution and business performance. I also recollect that either Mr. Berger or Mr. Nchepe stated to Mr. Saluji that in the situation where DLS is instructed to use LMT for hull manufacture, General Shoke, then Chief of the Army, and his senior staff will become aware through the regular monthly program reporting by arms code that there is a safety risk on the Essa project, which could result in contract cancellation.
May I interrupt you, Mr. Saluji? Isn't the position that nobody should have made threats or sought to say, well, if you don't agree with me, then you will carry the responsibility? Isn't the position that you, as the final decision maker, had to satisfy yourself whether the laws and the policies had been complied with? You couldn't be threatened by somebody to go against the laws and go against the policies of the company just because they thought you might make a decision they didn't like, and they say in that event you'll take responsibility. You had to satisfy yourself whether the issues that Mr. Mlambo had raised, which went to the question of complying with the laws and policies, whether there had been compliance. Anyone else could say whatever they said. Wasn't your duty to satisfy yourself that there had been compliance? And Mr. Mlambo was saying there had been no compliance.
Chair, I take what you're saying. And the fact of the matter is that when all of these processes were finished, all of these interactions were undertaken, and yes, there was a discussion around Mr. Mlambo's email, that when they eventually brought the submission to me, okay, as I've indicated, that I'd given the mandate for them to continue with the negotiations with LMT and with VR Laser, and I thought that was the correct thing to do, and that's what I did.
But did you satisfy yourself whether the laws and the policies were complied with before you made the decision?
Well, after the presentations that were made to me by Mr. Mplonto, by Mr. Wessels, by Mr. Berger, and responding to each of these things, I was of the view that I was satisfied that they had addressed those issues.
Yes, but I'm asking the question, did you satisfy yourself that there had been compliance with the laws and the policies? Or is the position that somebody said there had been compliance, and you said, well, if so-and-so says there was compliance, I will accept that there was compliance, even if I didn't satisfy myself?
No, Chair, there wasn't an external view on or advice on this matter.
But when I talk about somebody else, I'm talking about Mr. Berger and so on.
Sorry, Chair.
When somebody else says there was compliance, maybe you would say, okay, if DLS says there was compliance, I will take it that there was compliance. I'm talking about internal people. So my question is, did you satisfy yourself that there had been compliance, or is the position that you deferred, as it were, to other people such as Mr. Becker and whoever else who were saying Mr. Mlambo's issues are not valid or have been addressed, and you took that and said, well, if they say so, I will accept that is so, even I won't have to satisfy myself.
Chair, after having listened to all the arguments, I had satisfied myself that this was the right thing to do.
Yeah, of course, that doesn't answer the question whether you satisfy yourself that there had been compliance. compliance with the laws and policies. It might be the right thing to do, and you talked about morality in terms of what is morally right earlier on, but I'm simply talking about compliance with the laws and the policies. Did you satisfy yourself that approving, that before you approved, there had been compliance with the laws and policies?
Chair, after having gone through all the arguments and debates and whatever else, I had come to the conclusion that there had been compliance.
Okay, all right. Mr. Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. Is that still your view?
Chair, I mean, I have to study this in a better way to understand that.
Interestingly, Mr. Burger, who had been so adamantly in support of Viola's appointment and had ultimately prevailed, thanks to the mandate that you gave him, although he didn't comply with the condition, he has repeatedly conceded in the witness chair that you are now sitting in to the chairperson that it was in fact irregularly done, and that Mr. Mlambo's concerns about illegality and unfairness in the process were not only in good faith, but actually correct, that it was done unlawfully and unfairly.
Chair, I'm not sure about the unlawful thing of what Mr. Berger has conceded to.
Yes, I think Mr. Kennedy is correct. My recollection is that Mr. Berger conceded that, but what he insisted on was that he believed at the time that his decisions were in the interest of Denel. But as to the compliance with the policies or the legalities, my recollection also is the same as Mr. Kennedy's, namely that he conceded that. We are not saying you must concede if you don't say it. Mr. Kennedy was just telling you what Mr. Berger's position was. After, for quite some time, he seemed to have insisted that there had been nothing wrong with how it had been, this matter had been handled.
Yes, Chair.
Did you at any stage consider referring the matter either to an external lawyer or an internal lawyer within the company to give an opinion as to which view was correct?
No, we did not.
Because you came to the view, you say, after considering all of the arguments, that Mr. Mlambo's concerns were unjustified. But you don't seem to have had much time to have engaged with it. And secondly, that's not your field of expertise. So at least to protect yourself, wouldn't it have made sense? I mean, for example, if the Auditor General came to do an audit and found that there were irregularities, how would you explain that? Would you say, well, Mr. Berger said he did it, so it was all fine in my view, or that I thought that it was a compliant process that was followed?
Chair, I mean, as I've indicated before, I was of the view that the process had been followed.
Yes.
I was of the view that this thing had been discussed at the very highest level within the organization, and that they had come to the conclusion that these issues were adequately addressed, and that's what they came to brief me on. And that is what I'm saying here. With hindsight, we should have been...
Yes, carry on, sorry.
We shouldn't have, we should have maybe had at least a third party have a look at this.
Yes. I found it interesting what you read out from Mr. Vessel's affidavit, where he explained in some detail the discussion he had with you, together with Mr. Mshlontlo and Mr. Ntsepe, without Mr. Mlambo present. You mentioned that Mr. Mlambo was away for a couple of days. His email indicates, I think he said, I'm back on Monday. Was the matter so urgent that it had to be debated without Mr. Mlambo present? It couldn't have waited until he was back. Wouldn't that have made more sense? Whether or not
I
you
agree with that, Chair.
Yes. At the very least, to make him feel that he is taken seriously. Because,
I agree with that.
because I must admit, again, as an outsider, and perhaps naively, I'm going to suggest this to you, but again, it just seems to me a bit strange that Denel goes to the trouble of appointing somebody who's got a wealth of experience. We've seen his background in his own affidavit, Mr. Mlambo. And he raises all of these things. Everybody accepts that he does it in good faith. You happen to think that he was wrong. Mr. Berger thought that he was wrong, although ultimately Mr. Berger has now accepted that Mr. Mlambo was right. It just seems to me to be a bit of a waste of time and money and human resources to employ somebody like Mr. Mlambo with his decades of experience. He does his job in good faith, raises these concerns, and nobody actually ever gets back to him to say, well, we've actually had an answer from Mr. Berger. It seems to me, Mr. Saluji, as GCEO, that that's probably a good answer, but Mr. Mlambo, are you happy? Can you confirm that you agree or don't? Is there something I've overlooked? Instead, he's just ignored. That was his evidence.
Chair, I mean, there were ongoing discussions between Mr. Mflonto and Mr. Mlambo. He was not being ignored at all, and that is what transpired.
And yet Mr. Mshlontlo has not given any evidence, even when he was asked about this, to the effect that he was in constant discussion with Mr. Mlambo. He didn't deny that there was no response to this.
I mean, I cannot comment on whether he said that or not.
Yeah. And you can't comment on whether he actually did carry out what you would expect him to do, which is to have constant communication with Mr. Mlambo.
That is what I was under the impression.
Yeah. Were you moved when, I don't know, you say you saw part of Mr. Mlambo's evidence and part of Mr. Berger's evidence. Did you see Ms. Maleshlela's evidence?
Yes, Chair, I did.
Including the moment when she broke down in tears?
Yes, Chair, I did. I didn't see that part, but I heard you reference it when Mr. Berger was here.
Yes.
Yes.
And did you see Mr. Mlambo sitting, giving evidence here and explaining how he came after a lengthy career at Denel, that he eventually felt, well, he had to leave because there was no point in him being there. He wasn't being taken seriously. That's the effect of his evidence. Clearly very sad and moving from a purely human point of view to see somebody like him, a serious professional, having become so demoralized, trying to do his job and just being effectively ignored. And the same from Ms. Maleshlela, to the point of tears. Does that concern you as a human being as you sit here now?
Mr. Kennedy, Chair, I mean, I sat here before you last year. What they had gone through, I had gone through myself. The process that I had underwent in Denel, by the time of my suspension, had an incredible effect on me and my life. I know Mr. Mlambo from the days, long days from struggle. We're comrades together. I have the greatest respect for him. I have the greatest respect for Mrs. Malashlela. The fact that they were treated the way they were treated by that organization, the fact that myself, the CFO, the company secretary were treated in the way in which we were treated, is in many respects similar to the experiences that they've had. I mean,
the difference, of course, is, or part of the difference is that in this case, on their evidence, you seem to have been part of the people who were acting in a manner that was frustrating them.
Chair, I have indicated very clearly what were the reasons, the issues that the compromise, the issues that trying to resolve these issues so that we come to a win-win situation. I was doing what I thought was in the best interest of the organization. I did not give blanket approval for Mr. Berger or DLS. They had to go through a process. This process went for over 5 months. That's why when they came to my office, they said that this is so critical now, a decision has to be made. It was stalled for 5 months precisely because of these discussions and debates that were going on.
Of course, one of the strange features for me is that there was that period of about, you say, 5 months.
Yes.
But if I recall correctly, there were 2 instances where Mr. Mlambo, where certain discussions happened when Mr. Mlambo was not around, in circumstances where those discussing the matter should have included here. The one is the one that we have just talked about. You said he was not there on that day, but he was going to come back either the following day or in a few days' time. And one asked the question, why couldn't this wait? But apart from that, I think, and I can't remember the details, also at some stage, I think when the agreement, I don't know which one, was signed, he had not been consulted at all. He had much later that the agreement had been signed in circumstances where on his version, and he seems to be right in terms of the policies of the company, before that agreement could be signed, he should have been approached so that he could say whether there had been compliance or not. So one is bound to ask the question, why was it coincidental on both occasions that he was not there when these serious developments happened? Or was there some sinister plan by somebody to exclude him because he was going to make it difficult to achieve what they wanted to achieve? Because he had these arguments, and these arguments were standing in the way of appointing Villarleza. And Mr. Berger, at least on one occasion, wrote him a long email, but didn't address the real issues that he was raising. And if I recall correctly, when Mr. Berger was here, and I hope I'm not mixing things up now, he couldn't address those particular issues which he should have addressed in that email. So you see that one looks at these things and one wonders whether it was always coincidental, or at least not always, on those two occasions when there were to be important developments, it was coincidental that he was not at work, or that he was not invited to be involved.
I hear what you're saying.
You understand that?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Mr. Kennedy?
Thank you, Chair.
See, we are at 8:45.
Yes.
Should we, let's talk about how far we are from finishing, and then maybe we should take a short adjournment of 10
Yes,
minutes,
I think I probably need about another hour, Chair.
about another hour.
The bulk of it we have dealt with in relation
Yes.
to these platform hull contracts. There are some further issues I still need to.
Yes, okay. Mr. Saluji, are you still fine to continue?
Yes, Chair.
Yeah, and okay, all right. Maybe let's take a short adjournment, 10 minutes, and then we come back and we
Thank you, Chair.
continue.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, we adjourn. let's continue.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, we are still in bundle 1. And may I ask you, Mr. Saluji, to turn to page 793. That is a recommendation that is dated, we see on page 795, 29th of September 2014, and it is signed by Mr. Mlamba, Mr. Wessels, and Mr. Mshlontlo. You see that?
Yes.
And I'm not going to take you through all the detail of this. The evidence has been that this was the product, this was what's called a position paper relating to the platform hulls contract. Before the final award to VR Laser, what was indicated here was a consensus view by the three individuals that a portion of the work be shared with LMT.
Yes.
Are you familiar with this document? Do you recall if that was drawn to your attention?
Yes.
It was. And did you approve it?
No, I mean, there was no approval process with this.
Yes, so you weren't asked to approve it,
Yes.
but did you think it was a good idea?
The sharing of the work.
Yes,
Yes.
yes. And this presumably would have achieved the condition that you had set, that they need to share the work with LMT.
Yes.
Yes. Of course, what I suggest to you is that sharing the work between two of the bidders doesn't necessarily remedy any deficiencies or breaches in relation to procurement policies and laws, correct?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Mr. Mlamba has given evidence that this decision that was taken jointly in this position paper that LMT should be given part of the work ultimately was not carried into effect.
That's correct. Yes.
And we then come to the next document at page 797, which is the submission. Group Chief Executive Officer's Supply Chain Submission. It's addressed to Exco. Do you see that on page 797?
Yes.
And it comes from the DLS Exco. That's the divisional Exco.
Yes.
Headed by Mr. Berger, correct? And it's dated the 15th of October 2014. Now it sets out some of the background, and we see the signatories to this document at page 804 to 806. The first is Ms. Malashlela. The second is Miss Africa, who is the then Executive Manager, Infantry Systems, and then Mr. Turbis. We know he was another executive from DLS. And then Mr. Berger himself, he was the CEO of DLS. And then there's a recommendation by Mr. Wessels. Do you see his signature, dated the 16th of October?
Yes.
And likewise, a signature for the recommendation from Mr. Mshlontlo, Group CFO, Denel, 16th of October 2014.
Yes.
Now, you then signed it on the same date, the 16th of October 2014. And we see that on page 806.
Yes.
Now, is this the document you were referring to earlier where you didn't delete or mark which was approved and which was rejected?
Yes.
Yes. But everybody else seems to have interpreted this as an approval by you, despite the fact that you didn't circle the word approve or delete the word reject. Was this in fact not an approval by you?
My understanding was that it was a mandate given to them to engage in a negotiation.
I'm sorry. Are you saying that by signing here, you thought you were giving them a mandate to enter into negotiations,
Yes, Chair.
despite the fact that it said they approve or reject? Or you thought you were approving negotiations.
Chair, I mean, if you look at this, it is a recommendation. It also has, for example, as I've indicated earlier on, the issue of contracting LMT as a single source supplier. They had to go and negotiate this with the parties that were involved.
Oh, okay. I'm going back to page 804. In line with the discussions articulated herein, we hereby recommend the approval of the Group CEO of Denel approves the DLS recommended selection of the hull supplier. So certainly that's not, it's the selection that you are approving there.
Yes, Chair.
Yeah, and then B, you are approving a recommendation that there be a mandate be given to enter into contract negotiations for the manufacturing and supply of the hulls. And then under C, you would be giving permission to Mr. Berger to sign the contract for the manufacturing of the hulls. So, and D, you were approving a recommendation, and therefore you were going along with a recommendation that what is this? Contracting LMT as a single source supplier for the vehicle rear internal fit and the back door. E, after the completion of the joint task force design, that the additional 34 vehicle hulls near rear internal fit and back doors be contracted on the same principles. So I guess it's not just negotiations that you were approving should be embarked upon. There may have been negotiations, but there was a lot more, including concluding some contracts, isn't it?
Yes, Chair.
Yeah. Mr. Kennedy?
Thank you.
So maybe just to then go back to Mr. Kennedy's question, because you didn't delete or encircle any of the two words approve or reject, you now confirm that you were approving what you have said you are approving in line with the recommendations.
In line with the recommendations and the mandate to continue with the negotiations as well, Chair.
Yeah. Okay, Mr. Kennedy.
Thank you. But of course, B, C, D, and E are separate paragraphs. A starts with the Group CEO of Denel approves the DLS recommended selection of the hull supplier. That was VR Laser, correct?
Yes.
Yes. So whether or not ultimately there were negotiations with, for example, LMT, and whether or not they were appointed to produce the rear door, etc., you were approving VR Laser's appointment for the platform hull components, correct?
Yes.
Yes. And B says a mandate to enter into contract negotiations for the manufacturing and supply of the Hoffaster platform hulls with 183 armoured vehicles to ensure that the total contract's price fits within the DLS budget. Now, this seems to rather put things back to front. Shouldn't one be approving something as Group CEO, namely the award of VR Laser as the successful tenderer, on the basis that they have produced a price, that they've produced a bid which involves a price that you then approve? This seems to be back to front, to say, I'm approving their appointment, but negotiate with them just to make sure that the price comes down to fit in with the budget. This doesn't seem to me to accord with what normal legal and fair procurement processes requires, is it?
Chair, in any transaction of this nature, there will always be a discussion about the price, right up to the end, in terms of what is the fairest price you would be able to get. And that's what I understand here, is that they've got a certain budget, and they've got to fit it in with this budget. And Mr. Berger was very adamant and clear here that that was the right thing to do in terms of choosing VR Laser. But if he had to choose VR Laser, he had to then make sure that he negotiates a price that is within his budget.
And doesn't that mean that VR Laser would have a rather a strong negotiating position? They would be approached by Mr. Berger to say, guys, you've got the contract. Mr. Saluji, good news, has awarded you the contract. But I've just got to bring your price down a bit.
Chair, I mean, if you look at this document before it came to me, has gone through the entire process as I've indicated it. From, it says even in there, it went through their technical, their executive committee, their supply chain. In fact, the person the originator of this document, with obviously Berger's instruction, came from Mrs. Malashlela. She's the first signatory there. Albert Africa, he's the head of infantry systems. Infantry systems is where they actually build or take responsibility for the program management of these hulls. Tirbus, he's the COO. Berger, Wessels, Msonto, then it comes to me. It has gone through an entire process of some of the most senior people in the organization. And obviously, by the time it gets to my, it has had to go through a thorough process. And that is my understanding of this document.
Well, but Mr. Saluji, you can't always hide behind the fact that a number of people hold a certain view when you are asked to justify your own decision. You've got to say, this was a correct decision because of A, B, C, D, irrespective of who held what view. And if you can't justify your decision or your view, the fact that your view that you can't justify happens to be held by other people doesn't necessarily make it correct or right. You know, they might all be mistaken.
Chair, I agree with you.
Yeah.
But surely, if you look at the level of executives who are here, as a group CEO, I also rely on the advice and information that is provided by the most senior people within the organizations. That's how organizations work. You can't have 5 people, 6 people who have signed this document being wrong about it.
But
And when they brought the motivation to me, obviously I listened to them very carefully based on all the arguments that have preceded. And I said, yes.
Up to a certain point, you take into account in what they have to say and what their views are. But there's a reason why you are the CEO, they are not. And there's a reason why ultimately the power is given to you to make the decision.
I agree with you, Chair.
Yeah, okay. Mr. Kennedy.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Mr. Saluji, I'm interested in your answer. You say that all of these people signed, and they were very senior people, so you had to take them seriously, and you acted on their advice. What I find interesting is that Ms. Malashlela's name and signature appear here as the executive manager for the supply chain. Nowhere do you see any reference to Mr. Mlambo signing here or being asked to sign to say whether he supports the recommendation or not. Now, if Ms. Malashlela was so important to give you advice at the divisional level, where she is reporting to Mr. Berger, what you seem to have omitted in saying that these are all the senior people that I was able to rely on their advice is an acknowledgement that Mr. Mlambo's name is nowhere to be seen. There's no reference here at all to Mr. Mlambo having raised concerns, and that Mr. Mlambo had been engaged and had agreed to anything to resolve these concerns, or that he had been overruled for good reason, or what those reasons were. There's just nothing. So I just want to point out what Mr. Mlambo has said before this commission, both in his affidavit and in his oral testimony. He said, can I take you back to page 793? He said he thought that at least some of his concerns had been allayed by the position paper, which would at least have given LMT some part of the work. Nobody came back to him after that. Nobody came back to him to show him this submission at page 797. And that it's significant, I suggest to you, Mr. Saluji, that when we go back to this heading I took you to a moment ago at page 797, there's a heading to this document, as one would expect. The heading is that it comes from Denel Land Systems, Supply Chain Submission. It comes from the DLS Exco. It comes from the division. And then it contains on page 804, as we've seen, the signature of Ms. Malashlela from the division. From Mr. Turbis, page 805, and also Mr. Berger from the division. Mr. Wessels from head office. Mr. Mshlontlo from head office. But not once has anybody mentioned Mr. Mlamba or his concerns. He said he thought that his concerns had been resolved. And he said he found out later, to his shock and dismay, that all of this document, all that is contained in this document, was prepared and submitted to you behind his back, and that you then signed it on the 16th of October 2014, despite his serious objections.
Chair, I mean, I can't comment on whether he saw the document or not. I would have imagined that Mflonto's signature here, who he reported to, was the appropriate signature.
Is it not strange that all of you, yourself, Mr. Mklontlo, Wessels, Chibis, Mr. Berger, all of you happen to be available on the same day, the 16th of October 2014, but this one man who had strong views that against this, one, is not there. Two, nobody seems to say, hang on. What about Mr. Mlambo and his concerns? At this stage, everybody just signs. It raises some issues. I'm not saying ultimately what one makes of them, but it just seems strange.
I take your point, Chair.
Yes, okay. Mr. Kennedy?
Do you accept the point?
I accept the point.
Do you agree that it is strange and
I
there is
accept-
no explanation for it? Otherwise, if there is an explanation, this is your opportunity to give it.
Well, as I've indicated, Mr. Kennedy, Chair, that I would have imagined that if he was reporting to Mr. Mtlontlo, it was generated from the division, that was sufficient, and I would be surprised. I am surprised that he says that he was not aware of this document.
Yes. And
At
you
least,
agree at least
at
that
least,
he should
at
have
least
been.
his counterpart.
But
Miss-
why would you say, because I think that's what you are saying, you wouldn't have seen, at least at that stage, anything strange about his absence, because his superior, Mr. Mhlonhlo, was there. And yet, I think Ms. Malashlela, who was in the same, or maybe I'm getting my facts wrong, was she not in the same line of authority with Mr. Becker? Both were there. In other words, it doesn't look like it was a situation where it was said each unit or whatever must be represented by one person. Here was a situation where a junior and a senior both signed. And therefore, why shouldn't Mr. Mlambo be there and sign as well, even if Mr. Mhlonhlo was there?
Chair, I mean, I think Ms. Malashela is the one who generated, that's my understanding, is generated this on behalf of the division, as head of supply chain in the division. And again, I would be surprised, Mr. Kennedy, that given the fact that all the supply chain people talk all the time, that Mr. Mlambo would not have been aware from Mrs. Malashlela that this document existed. I'm speculating.
Are you suggesting that Mr. Mlambo lied under oath when he said
No, I'm not. I'm not at all.
that he was never, that they never came back to him?
I'm not saying that, Mr. Kennedy.
Then what are you saying?
All I'm saying is that I'm surprised that he was not aware of this document.
Yeah,
That's all.
yeah. Because you would expect Ms. Malashlela to go back to him.
I'm not suggesting that.
You're not suggesting that?
No.
Okay. I just want to touch very briefly in conclusion on this leg of the questioning before we wrap up with a few other issues, this whole platform house contract. You said that earlier, if I understood your evidence, you were saying you did in fact go through an exercise where you considered all of Mr. Mlambo's objections and believed that they had no merit. Is that correct?
I did not say, Chair, that they had no merit. I said that when we had the meeting with the senior executives and with the COO and CFO,
Yeah.
when they explained how they addressed all of those issues from the finances to the BE stuff and the process that they had gone through, I had satisfied myself that they had resolved those issues.
Yes. Now, you read out to us earlier from Mr. Vessel's affidavit where he referred to it, but in very broad general terms, there's no document anywhere that we have been able to obtain with the vast powers that this commission has had to get documents and information from various witnesses. We've got all of these documents that we see, including Mr. Mlambo's repeated emails in great detail. Nowhere do we see anybody, whether you or anybody else, saying, Mr. Mlambo says in relation to triple BEE certificate, it was unfair because LMT's triple BEE certificate was rejected because it was out of date and nobody bothered to check with HR what the true credentials were. Whereas VR Laser also had something that was out of date and yet that was allowed in. Nowhere have you said or anybody else said in a document that we're aware of to say, Mr. Mlambo is wrong on those facts. For example, VR Laser's certificate was not out of date and LMT certificate, there was no basis on which we could have gone to HR and found out the facts. Or we did go to HR and we found out that the facts are to justify LMT scoring very little on BEE. Nowhere have we seen that. Now, I'm not going to go through the exercise of going point by point through Mr. Mlambo's email, but I want to just dwell on that for a moment. Sorry, I've rather lumped a whole lot of questions in one, which is a bit unfair to you. Let me just unpack it. Is it correct that you did not put down in writing anywhere an answer or your conclusion as to an evaluation of Mr. Mlambo's concerns?
Chair, I should have acknowledged receipt of Mr. Mlambo's.
That's not the question.
Yeah.
I didn't ask you if you acknowledged receipt. We've already dealt with that. I've asked you, have you ever put down in writing any analysis to justify your conclusion that each one of Mr. Mlambo's concerns was properly answered?
No, we haven't.
Right. Why not?
Because I thought the way in which we had dealt with it, with going into the organization, going down to the other senior executives, that was sufficient to deal with it.
Now, nowhere in these documents is there any other document from anybody other than yourself, Mr. Saluji, in which that analysis has been done, other than the vague emails that Mr. Berger kept sending back to Mr. Mlambo, where he said, but you don't address the triple BEE issue, for example, for the following reason. He never actually deals with that. Correct?
From my understanding, Berger responded to him, but Mlambo was not happy with the response.
Yes. And in fact, Berger, if we had the time, I would like to go through all of that to show you exactly why Mr. Mlambo seems to have been justified. Now, nowhere in Vessel's affidavit is there anything specific, for example, that actually Mr. Mlambo in point 3 of his email on the 9th of September 2014 or whatever is wrong factually or is wrong legally because he's overlooked this provision clause, whatever, of the procurement policy. None of that is dealt with. What you happily read out to the chairperson, again, is blessed with complete generality and vagueness. We discussed all of these issues, including triple BEE, and we then persuaded Mr. Saluji that everything was in order, that DLS had in fact satisfied what was required legally under the procurement policy. They don't say that, and you've never said that. So on what basis can you seriously expect the Commission to accept your word that A, you went through this analysis, and B, you had good reason for coming to your conclusion that every single one of those concerns raised by Mr. Mlamba had no substance or could not be taken to justify what he was saying? Start this process again.
As I've indicated, on the balance of everything that was brought before me, the discussions with the senior executives, and that this is how things unfolded. And that's how the decision was made. And I've said that.
We know that.
Yeah.
You have told the Commission how it unfolded. My question was not, how did it unfold, Mr. Saluji? My question was, how can you be seriously believed when you say to this Commission under oath, I actually did go through point by point Mr. Mlambo's concerns and I was satisfied? Let me ask you, for example, just to test how sure you are of this. The triple BEE issue. Mr. Mlambo said, LMT was given no points for BEE on the basis that its BEE certificate had expired. Now, was Mr. Mlambo correct or not correct on the facts there?
From what I read, he was not correct.
He was not correct. That it had not expired?
It had expired.
It had expired,
Yes.
yes. His next point was then that as a senior procurement specialist, I know how these things have to be implemented, and on the basis of my specialist knowledge, and no doubt of some of the case law and so forth, which bears him out to an extent, if you can easily obtain knowledge about BEE credentials, apart from the certificate, whether or not it has expired, you should do that as a matter of fairness. Was he wrong or right in that legal opinion?
So just repeat that, Mr. Kenneth.
The fact that a BEE certificate has expired, even if it has expired, doesn't mean that you have to give that person a 0 rating. You have to find out, if you can easily find out the information, whether or not they have BEE credentials. Was he wrong or right in that view?
Chair, my view is that if you apply for any tender, and if you don't have a valid BE certificate, that is the law. There is no valid BE certificate. You can't go to the HR department and find out, are you compliant?
Did you ever tell that to Mr. Mlamba?
I never engaged with Mr. Milan.
Did you, exactly.
Yeah.
Did you ever ask a lawyer who was right and who was wrong? You're not a lawyer. I accept Mr. Mlambo is not a trained lawyer, as far as I understand his CV.
So just repeat that, Mr. Kennedy.
Did you ever go back to Mr. Mlambo, or did you ever go to an outside lawyer to check whether in fact his view was right or wrong, and whether your view was right or wrong?
No, I did not.
You just knew this. You just knew it.
But Chair, with respect, I mean, we tender all the time with government departments, and we're familiar with, if you are going to say that you are BE compliant, and you submit a tender without a valid BE certificate, it's not valid. And that's the truth.
Well, in fact, the law is a little more complex than that, Mr. Saluji. I happen to practice in that area, and the case law particularly is a lot more complex than you suggest.
I'm sure, Mr. Kennedy.
Yeah.
I'm sure.
And in relation to VR laser, he was saying, why could you exclude LMT because their document had expired, and yet by the same token admit VR laser's certificate even though it was submitted after the due date? Do you know whether they submitted a certificate before or after the due date?
I'm not sure when, but the certificate
You
was...
don't know when?
Yeah.
Yes. So you can't say now whether in fact Mr. Mlambo's concern was factually correct or not.
I can't.
You can't.
What you can say, of course, is if they if they thought, if they could accept the VR laser certificate after the due date, there is no reason why they couldn't have given LMT an opportunity
Chair,
to submit, or what would you say?
Chair, my understanding was that an extension was given to both parties. And that the one came and then the other didn't come.
Oh, okay. Okay, Mr. Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. I think let's move on from the platform house contract, if we may, and there's some other issues that we need to touch on, but briefly. In relation to the single source supply agreement, I understand that was ultimately approved by Mr. Ntsepe once he had replaced you as Group CEO. Is that right?
I don't know which one you're referring to.
The single supplier agreement between DLS and VR Laser. You didn't give the final approval for that. That was given by Mr. Ntsepe after you had been suspended, correct?
There are two.
DLS I'm talking about, not
Yeah.
DVS. Denel Land Systems as distinct from Denel Vehicle Systems.
Yes. What I understand that there were two agreements.
Agreements between DLS and VR Laser.
VR Laser, there was one that was done just before I was suspended.
Yes.
And then there was another one that was done by Nchepe
Between
between DVS
DVS, yes.
and VR Laser.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
I'm asking you about the DLS contract with VR Laser.
That was done
for
in May.
single supply. That was done in May. The actual final approval was given, if I can take you in bundle 1, page 825. Just check you've got the right bundle. It's not the bundle 10 that we were looking at earlier. It's bundle 1. You got that?
Bundle one.
Right, thank you. Page 825.
Yes.
Yes. That was the memorandum that was signed by Mr. Ntsepe, as we see on page 825.
Yes.
But that, admittedly, had followed some history where the transaction had in fact been approved and implemented with a contract being issued to VR Laser by DLS the previous year. And Mr. Mlambo then raised serious objections and so forth. You weren't party to
No.
this particular process.
Chair, I wasn't party because by this time I was suspended.
You were suspended. That was my point earlier.
Yes.
But you were party to the approval of the award to DLS in the first place.
Yes,
Not
as-
this overriding of Mr. Mlambo as it were.
Well, that's what we've discussed.
I'm sorry?
So you say I was party to?
The approval the previous year to award the contract to VR Laser for single.
Yes, Chair, we've just discussed that. Yeah.
What we've just been discussing is the platform hull contract, not the single source contract.
Sorry, Chair, maybe I'm getting a bit confused.
Well, it's late in the day.
Yeah, we're all a bit tired. so,
okay.
Mr.
Can you
Salucci,
please just repeat that, Mr. Kennedy?
We've finished with discussing the
hull
hull,
contract,
the
yes,
platform
yeah.
hulls contract.
Yes.
We've been through all of those documents.
Yes.
I'm just trying to wrap up with a few side issues. The single supplier contract, not for the platform hulls, but single supplier for
Yes,
steel fabrication. That was given by DLS to VR Laser, correct?
Yes, there was a memorandum of agreement that was signed.
That's
between-
correct.
Yes.
It was initially an MOU and then it
Yes.
became an MOA. And you ultimately signed that, not so.
I signed the MOU.
You signed the MOU and then you gave...
So I signed a memorandum that came to me requesting that they engage
Yes.
in an MOU.
Yes.
Subsequently to that, they actually, Mr. Berger signed an MOA
Correct.
with VR Laser.
And that was approved by you. You gave him a mandate to sign it, rather than having to come back to you to sign the MOA itself.
So,
Not so.
so the MOU, my understanding was, and remember this was in May,
Yes.
Chair, in June, the old board was leaving,
That's 2015.
Yes. And in July, the new board was appointed. In August was the handover period, where I did the orientation of the new board. In September, on the 10th of September, we had the first board meeting. The week after that, I had gone to the United Kingdom with the minister and with the chairperson of the board. That week when I came back, I was suspended. Okay. So that is the context within which this happened. Right. So that MOU, my understanding was that he was given a mandate to go and negotiate an MOU. Yes. Subsequently, I discovered that was in April. In May of that year, he signed an MOA with Finalizing.
Right. But you gave him the mandate to go and conclude a single source contract with VR Laser, correct?
To engage in an MOU, that's the approval, the mandate I gave him.
Yes. And if those negotiations in this engagement process proved fruitful, he would then be entitled to sign an agreement binding Denel Land Systems, correct?
I cannot say for sure that that is what was there. My understanding was that I'd given him the mandate to negotiate an MOU.
Yes.
Negotiate and sign. The mandate you had given him, was it to negotiate
I can't recall
and
whether
sign?
there was an issue of the signing, but my understanding was that he should have brought it back to me, the MOU.
Mm-hmm.
Now, were you aware that Mr. Mlambo, when he became aware of what had happened, strenuously resisted the implementation of this agreement on the basis that, inter alia, there had been no competitive procurement process? Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware of a formal document that I've seen.
I'm not asking about a formal document. I'm asking you, are you aware, or were you at the time that you were Group CEO, aware of the fact that Mr. Mlambo raised objections to the agreement, whether it would be an MOU or an MOA, appointing VR Laser on the basis that there was no competitive procurement process followed?
Chair, to the best of my knowledge, I can't recollect whether that was the case.
Yes. Do you accept that a procurement contract such as this, particularly one that's going to involve millions and millions of public money, has to follow a competitive procurement process? Were you at least aware of that in terms of the law applicable to state entities?
Chair, we signed many strategic partnering agreements with many companies, okay, which is, again, motivated. If we go through the motivation, there's a very strong motivation as to why they wanted to do this, in terms of the Hoefyster contract, in terms of the fact that the duration of the contract was over a certain period, the fact that they needed a steady and reliable supplier, which would not entail going to many different other suppliers where the quality of the product could not have been, from an engineering perspective, treated the same. So there was a whole motivation that came with the fact that they wanted to that they wanted to enter into a single supplier contract with VR Laser. So it wasn't in isolation. It wasn't because there was a motivation that came, which made sense. I said that they can go ahead and engage in a memorandum of understanding. A memorandum of understanding is just to say we want to agree that we explore cooperating with one another. That was in April. Okay. And there's a lot of background to this as well, Chair. There were two drafts of that memo that came.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Mr. Saluji, but please excuse me. I don't mean to be rude.
Yes.
It's very late in the day, in fact, in the evening. And my question had nothing to do with various drafts of documents.
Okay.
My question was very simple and very specific. Were you aware at the level of GCEO of Denel at the time that the law required that before you awarded any such contract, that you would have to follow a competitive process? That's the simple question. Not whether there were drafts, not whether there was a good reason, not whether you did this all the time with various people, not whether you always had memorandums motivating it in detail, none of that. Did you know that you, before you award a contract, giving business to somebody on particularly a single supplier basis, you would have to follow a competitive process? I think it's a yes or a no answer that we're really looking for.
Chair, if you may indulge me, this was an agreement for a single supplier. It wasn't a contract to place, a contract to manufacture other hulls or whatever else. So it was an agreement. It wasn't a contract which said that we are placing a contract to the value of X amount on VR laser. That was my understanding of it.
Well, Mr. Kennedy said what he was asking is what you were aware of in terms of the legal requirements. Of course, if you may have been aware that that was the requirement, or you may say, but that was not the requirement.
And from my understanding, it wasn't a requirement.
Now, is that because of the content of the agreement, or because what you approved was simply an initial step, which was really a memorandum of understanding, which is really just a statement of broad intent that you can't be held to?
Absolutely, Chair. That was,
Which of the two?
it was the latter. It was,
The latter, yes. I understand that. But can I just understand then, if that's the case, once you gave that approval, as you did, everybody seems to agree that you gave approval, you gave a mandate for Mr. Burger and co. to enter into negotiations with VR Laser, to enter into a memorandum of understanding. If they succeeded in discharging that mandate, in fulfilling that mandate, those negotiations succeeded, and an MOU was then signed. That didn't have the status of an MOA, which would bind the corporation. Do I understand your evidence correctly?
That's correct.
Right. But in your mind, once you gave that mandate, and once that was fulfilled and an MOU was then concluded, presumably that would then be followed by an MOA in due course, correct?
Chair, it would have had to come back to corporate. We would have had to consider it before an MOA could have been signed.
Quite right. And my final question on this is, when that came back to corporate, would a procurement process then have to be followed? A competitive procurement process have to be followed?
I would imagine.
You would imagine so?
No, I would hope that it would. It will. It would have to.
It would have to?
Yeah.
It's a bit different from I would imagine
Yes.
so. Would you agree with me as a CEO who understood that there was such a thing as PFMA and Treasury regulations?
I agree with you.
That a competitive process has to be followed before a state entity awards any agreement that is binding?
I agree with you.
Correct. Right, thank you. Was it a matter of shock to you later to hear that that was then done after your time by others without any procurement process having been followed?
Of course, Chair. I mean, now, when I reflect over the last few years as to what has happened, particularly after my suspension and the coming into, with the appointment of the new board, I mean, I've gone through my previous testimony about the circumstances around the new board, the controversies around the new board, issues around how we were treated, what was the reasons for our suspension, and the process that we had gone through. If I look at really where all of this had emanated from, was leading up to an environment where then there would have been an unfettered ability to do business, in this instance, with VR Laser.
Is that answer, is your answer that you were shocked when sometime after you were gone or during your suspension, you learned that an agreement was concluded without a competitive process?
No, Chair, sorry, I wasn't shocked.
You were not
because
shocked?
that was the logical conclusion as to what I
Yes.
think they were wanting to do.
Okay.
Now, whose idea was it to explore a single supplier agreement with VR Laser from,
Chair,
for
again,
DLS?
that emanated from DLS.
From DLS and
Yes.
Mr. Berger
Mr.
particularly?
Berger specifically.
Yes. Now, again, I don't want to go into any detail unless you feel the need, but the question is simply this. You're aware that Mr. Berger has said in his evidence, both in lengthy portions of his affidavit as well as in his oral testimony, that actually the initiative, the idea and the initiative and the pressure to pursue this line of single supplier agreement with VR Laser for DLS came from you, not from him.
Chair, I categorically deny that.
Let's repeat that.
Mr. Kennedy is saying that in Mr. Berger's testimony, he says that the initiative to enter into an agreement with VR Laser, the pressure was put on him and it was an instruction, Mr. Kennedy?
Yes, that you
That
instructed
I
him.
instructed him to enter into this agreement. And I'm saying that I categorically deny that I did that.
Yes, okay. Well, if you approved that Mr. Baker should negotiate and conclude the memorandum of understanding, isn't the position that the memorandum of understanding that was concluded would be inconsistent with initiating a competitive process after that? Or did it not necessarily mean that you either needed to have no such memorandum and then embark on a competitive process, or have such a memorandum and then embark on a single source agreement?
So, Chair, that was the whole purpose of saying go and engage in a memorandum of understanding. What is the scope of the cooperation that you want? How would you manage this? What were the parameters that would allow you to do this? That is my understanding of a memorandum of understanding. A memorandum of agreement says we will do this, X, Y, and Z.
But the memorandum of understanding, does it not say, I haven't refreshed my memory on it, does it not entail that business would have to be done with them?
There would, from my understanding, Chair, there still had to be competitive pricing. They still had to go out into the market to see what other capabilities there were, what is pricing in the market before they can have a strategic partnering agreement with them.
But why engage in that? Why engage in a process that leads to that memorandum of understanding if indeed you intend to have a competitive process?
Chair, from my understanding is that, again, from a DLS perspective, they wanted to secure a relationship for a longer period with VR Laser, and that's what happened.
Yes, but that's why I'm asking you the question, because my understanding is that the memorandum of understanding already points towards having a relationship or giving business to VR Laser. So, but you have said you expected a competitive tender process to happen after the memorandum of understanding and
So-
before the memorandum of agreement.
Chair, my understanding is that if VR Laser met all the requirements that were set out in a memorandum of agreement or memorandum of understanding, then they would be appointed as a single source supplier.
Without a competitive process.
If they had gone out into the market and they had looked at other prices and they had looked at other capabilities, my understanding is that they would have given preference, and that's what they wanted, to VR Laser if they had met the minimum criteria for a particular contract.
Was your understanding that they would give preference after an open competitive process, or that they would give
Chair,
preference without an open competitive process?
Chair, they had to go to the market, whether it was, and I may correct myself, whether it was through a competitive process or not, but they had to do an analysis of the market. So I
So-
agree with you, not necessarily through a
Yes.
competitive process.
Yes. So therefore, because part of what one is trying to do is what you envisaged would happen when you approved that they should negotiate and conclude the memorandum of understanding. So am I correct in saying the effect of what you are saying is that if they concluded, if a memorandum of understanding was concluded, what you did have in mind was that a competitive, open competitive process, tender process, might not be invoked.
That's what they were suggesting, Chair.
Yes. Mr. Kennedy?
Thank you, Chair. So, Mr. Salucci, did you then assume that they had gone to the market to test the market before they entered into the MOU?
No, Chair, I did not assume that.
So, what did you believe? I want to go back to the question from the learned chair. What's the real point of a memorandum of understanding if it doesn't give somebody something? Now, let me put the question perhaps at its most basic form. If you're going out to somebody to say, we are going to enter into a memorandum of understanding with you, which may lead to business coming up later, subject to a competitive process, shouldn't that actually be a process in which you go out to the market and ask anybody who may be interested to compete to be awarded the MOU, let alone the MOA at a later stage? See, the whole thing seems to be maneuvering into a situation where VR Laser, without a fair competitive process, gets given an MOU, and thereafter, without a fair competitive process, gets an MOA, and that then gives them the right as a single supplier for those components to provide that for DLS. You see the point?
Chair, I take the point.
So what's the answer to it then?
So the answer...
Where does, you said it may or may not necessarily involve a procurement process. You've accepted already that there has to be a fair, legal, competitive process before you award a contract that is binding on DLS, correct?
Yes.
Yes. So where in this scheme of things, going through this creature called the MOU that might later result in an MOA, where would there have been a fair competitive process? Rather than saying to VR Laser, we like you guys, let's sign an MOU that then seems to get them at least a foot in the door, whereafter they then get an MOA. Where would, if at all, would there be a competitive process?
Chair, a strategic single source supplier agreement is exactly that. If you can motivate strategically why this is a critical issue, why it impacts on your business, why it impacts on your contractual obligations, and why the strategic nature of it for business continuity, there have been instances where agreements like this have been signed in the past, in my understanding. And this was to define the parameters that if they were going to be the fabricator of those hulls over a certain period, that they, if they were competitive, if they had met the obligations, if they had invested more in equipment and so forth, that they would be a preferred supplier. And that is the fact, Mr. Kennedy.
So how do you know that they would be competitive if you don't have a competitive process?
Well, I would imagine that DLS, for example, who would manage this, would have an understanding of what the market has, what the thresholds are in the market.
Without going out to a competitive tender or RFO
I mean,
process?
my understanding is that they would have, because they've been in the business for so many years.
They would have what?
They would have had an understanding of what would be competitive.
Why, if you accept that there is a need to know what their competitors may have to offer, why not make it open instead of letting DLS just contact them without anybody knowing and saying what would be your price for this or what. If you do need to know what their competitors can offer, the Arlaser's competitors, why not put it transparently open and say, put your proposals on the table, let Arlaser put their proposals on the table. Then we'll decide who will emerge as the preferred supplier.
Chair, I agree with you. And I think, again, if you look at all the motivations that DLS had put forward in terms of what they call security of supply, to guarantee workmanship, quality, there was a whole motivation again as to why they think that it was important for them to enter into this thing. And I agree with you. I agree with you. That, in a sense, it was to establish a preferential relationship with VR Laser. I mean, that was what the motivation was.
And if you think VR Laser would be such a good supplier, if you think VR Laser won't have a serious contender or competitor, why not put it open? Because they will emerge victorious anyway. They will win anyway.
Chair, I agree with your sentiment.
Mr. Kennedy?
Thank you, Chair. In fact, the chairperson is suggesting to you a very simple, sensible, logical business reason why you don't do it. I want to, with respect, add to that, to say that whether or not you think it's a good reason or not, it's what the law requires. Nowhere that I have picked up in the section 217 of the Constitution, or anywhere in the PFMA, or anywhere in the Treasury regulations, or anywhere in the supply chain management policy of Denel at head office or DLS, all of those documents are available to us here. Nowhere have I found anything that supports your suggestion that, well, if a division thinks that they've got a good understanding of how competitive somebody's prices might be, we can then commit ourselves. Nowhere. In fact, the very point that the chairperson makes is you find out from the market by following a competitive process. So may I just take you back for a moment to the platform hulls contract? You say you assumed that the division would have known how competitive they would be. The first point, which is really one of the points that the chair has raised with you, is how do you know that until you've gone out with tender prices being submitted, whether a public tender or an RFFO, let's leave that aside, but a competitive process. But what I want to add to that is this. You were aware, as was DLS, that just a few months before this, of entering into an MOU, they had gone out into the market, DLS, not for a single supplier, but for the platform hulls manufacturer. And guess what came out of that competitive process? Not that VR Laser was very competitive with prices. On the contrary, their bid was for 260 million, and LMT was for about 160 million. Massive difference, almost double. And then when his own evidence that you may have heard, Mr. Berger was, he thought they're trying to push their luck here. So what do? I phone them up and I say, I'm really unhappy. How can you tender so much? And they say, don't worry, Mr. Berger, we'll reduce it from 260 to 195 million. Still a major amount more than LMT. So what I'm suggesting, and I'm not asking you to defend the decision of DLS ultimately to sign the MOA, but I'm asking for your comment. Isn't it a bit naive to suggest that a division such as DLS, on the strength of your mandate, can go out and award an MOU on the basis that they think that the market is such that VR Laser is not only the best to do this, but probably has the best price? We know here that it didn't give the best price on the very last occasion that business was awarded to them. Do you get the point, Mr. Saluji?
I get the point, Mr. Kennedy. I mean, the issue of knowing the market is not, it's just one element that I had raised. The more important element that I wanted to raise was the fact that they motivated that for strategic reasons this was an important thing to do.
Please just repeat that.
I said the issue of the market was just one element. It wasn't the motivating factor. The issue that they were motivating specifically was the issue of the strategic capability and what they call guarantee of supply that they need.
But why is that a justification for not going out on open tender? Because that factor can still be taken into account, I would imagine, even if it's an open competitive process, to say we won't take that supplier because it doesn't provide the strategic advantage that VR Laser would provide to us. I may be missing something, but that's
No,
and
Chair-
maybe I don't understand
Chair-
some
Chair,
things in the defense security, but help me understand.
Chair, I agree with you, but if you read their motivation, there's a lot of engineering terminology that they use there, okay, in terms of justifying the precision welding, the
But they might just be using words and words and
whatever, but
words without
they are,
substance.
they are engineers, okay.
Yeah, but they may be
So-
using that. It's
But
like,
I mean, I agree with you.
yeah, you see, it's like, you know, when I was at university for my junior degree, non-law students used to say, law students at student meetings will throw in a lot of Latin words to confuse everybody, even when there is no substance. So if VR Laser, if they thought it would be good to give this job to VR Laser because VR Laser would give DLS certain strategic advantage that would come with having a contract with them, that's a factor that can still be taken into account when there are many other competitors. Yeah, you accept that?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
I don't want to engage in a legal debate with you because that would be unfair to you. But I just want to point out something that has been stressed by our highest courts, both the Constitutional Court and the Supreme Court of Appeal. And that is this: yes, requirements of procurement processes are often quite technical and often quite complex and may take some time. But there's a good reason for that. Firstly, it is what the law provides, and one has to comply with the law. Not on the basis of, well, if there's something strategic we think it would be good to have or whatever. If the law says you have to follow that process, you have to. So the law is an end in itself. But secondly, in relation to procurement, there are reasons why the law is so specific, particularly for state departments and state entities. One of the objectives is to ensure that you actually do get the very best deal for the state, because you're dealing with public money which is limited and the needs of the nation are massive. But there's a further reason that the courts have stressed, that there needs to be compliance with these processes, and that is to ensure that there is accountability. Because if these things get blurred, when you think as an official, well, I think we should do it because I think it's good for the organization, even if you are genuine in that, it just allows room for a lack of accountability and a lack of transparency. And it then allows a situation in which corruption can fester. Now, do you understand that objective of the legislation? And what I want to, I don't want to debate the legal principle. If you accept that, what I'm simply putting to you is this: it's all very well for DLS and managerial level to be talking in technical language and talking about strategic objectives. There's a simple question at the end of the day: can you do it in terms of the law, or can't you? Would you accept that that is a fundamental point?
Yes.
Yes. And things like strategic suppliers and making sure that you get a committed supply from a particular supplier, That is all dealt with in the public procurement legislation and supply chain management policy. After all, Denel had 2 supply chain management policies at group level and at divisional level that could make provision for exactly that. Not so.
Yes, you can,
Yeah.
you can make provision for strategic
Yes.
partnerships.
And if there's no such provision that allows you to do something, you can't do that thing unless and until you change your supply chain management policy. Correct?
Yes.
Now, if, for example, there is a situation in which there is a monopoly, there is one single supplier of a particular item in the country and in the world, and it's impossible to go out on a competitive process, or it would be completely silly to go out on a competitive process. The law recognizes that and says, provided these conditions are met and you follow these formalities and you report and you give reasons and so forth, you then don't have to go out on, to tender. This was not such a situation, not so, Mr. Saluji.
Chair, I mean, I think if you look at the motivation, that's why they call it a strategic supplier agreement. That they said, given the kind of capabilities that are vested in that organization, the kind of engineering requirements to meet the very exacting critical mission standards of the Defence Force with equipment of this nature, they saw it as a critical supplier of this service. So, you know.
The question was not whether they saw it that VR Laser was a critical supplier. The question was, could anybody else have done the work?
In South Africa?
Anywhere?
Yeah. No, of course.
Of course. And we know that Denel, your people, the time you were CEO, for the hugely important platform house contract, had seen fit quite rightly to go out on an RFO. Whether they should have gone further to a publicly advertised tender is debatable. But at least they did that. Now, this wasn't done here. Not even that was done. So you seem to be suggesting that because VR Laser would be a good supplier of a strategic item, so we could depend on them, let's go the route of VR Laser. But in the process, you haven't asked anybody else, would they like to do it? Would they like to try and compete and satisfy you that perhaps they do have the capacity, rather than the division, leaving it to the division to say, we know these things. The whole point of a competitive process is to allow everybody who may be interested and capable to put in their tenders, put in their bids. And if they're technically incapable or untrustworthy or too expensive or whatever, they can be eliminated or rejected. But none of that was allowed for here, in a process in which you approved that one entity should be approached by DLS, namely VR Laser. An entity which, by the way, you knew was connected to a very controversial family and business network.
I mean, Chair, I can say that with the motivation that was sent to me, I'd said, go and explore the possibility based on your requirements and MOU, and that's what happened.
Is that it?
Yes, Mr. Kim.
Thank you, Mr. Saluji. I'd like to touch on just a couple of issues to complete. The LSSA acquisition, you've set that out if you look in bundle 10. Bundle 10, to go back to your affidavit, page 803.
Did you say page 803?
803, yes, Chair.
Okay.
It runs to page 805. And there's a heading there, if you've got the right document, the purchase of BAE Land Systems South Africa, LSSA by Denel. You've dealt with that in the next 2.5 pages. I don't propose to ask you any questions in relation to this issue. I think your affidavit is clear. Is there anything you want to add in relation to that issue for the benefit of the chairperson before we move on?
Chair, I mean, this is self-explanatory, but this issue was the reason why the incoming board, within a space of a few weeks, used to suspend us and then eventually exit us from the organization. As you are aware, we had consistently asked for a disciplinary process to take place. That never happened. The two other colleagues, the company secretary and the CFO, Mr. Mhlonto, they settled early on, I think in about March, April of that year, 2016. I then continued asking them for a disciplinary, to say, show me what I have done. They refused to take me to a disciplinary. They had investigations done. I'm not sure whether those investigations have been concluded. What I do know that right at the onset, and that was also in my previous affidavit, that the then chairperson of the board, Mr. Mancha, had directed the legal person in Denel to ask the company that did the investigation to change their report to support their charges. I went through the whole of 2016. I took them to the CCMA, and eventually my issue was resolved at the CCMA. And for the record, I never got a settlement from them. I was just paid out what was due for me for the remainder of my contract, which was expiring in a few months' time after that.
Do you recall how many months were still, it was still to run?
There were probably about 4 or 5 months were left.
Okay. Okay. Yes, Mr. Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. While we're on that topic, Mr. Salucci, can I ask you please to refer to bundle, it's in fact marked an exhibit W4B. It doesn't have a bundle number. This was before the current bundle numbering system, I believe, was introduced, Chair, before my time. But it's part of the original affidavit of Mr. Salucci, or part of the annexures to that. So if your registrar...
So it would be the one that has got Mr. Salucci's 2 statements?
No, those are the recent ones. It's the previous one from the previous year when the...
No, I mean last year when he gave evidence.
Yes.
There were 2 statements that he
Oh, I
finished.
see what you mean, yes.
Is it that one?
That's correct.
Okay.
And it's called Exhibit W4B.
Yeah. So just the one that has got Mr. Salucci's statements.
But it's the second volume of those.
Are you going to his statements or are you going to somebody else's?
I'm going to an annexure to his statement.
Yeah, okay. Give me the one that has got his statements. They are both in the same file. What page?
Page RS499. And at that stage, there were not the two different sets of page numbers. There seems to be just the one on the right-hand side in black, Chair, RS499.
RS499. Or is it page 499?
That's correct.
Okay, yes, okay.
That is a document, Mr. Salucci. Are you not there yet? Sorry. Have you got it?
Yes.
That is a document headed Termination of Employment Agreement between Denel and Salucci. Have we got the same document in front of us?
Yes.
Right, thank you. Now, Chair, I want to apologize. In a previous hearing, I gave you a truncated version of the full facts relating to this, which may have created the wrong impression. I was, in fact, under the wrong impression. As I understand it, Mr. Salucci, when your services were terminated, you were suspended for a lengthy period, is that right?
Yeah, from September of 2015, and we resolved the matter in, I think, towards November of 2016.
2016. So it was at least a year that you were on suspension?
Yes.
And you were on paid suspension throughout that period, is that right?
Yes.
Now, ultimately, and we've heard some evidence about this in some detail, particularly from Mr. Mhlonto, did you listen to his evidence as well?
No, some of it. Not,
Some of it,
yeah.
not all. Have you lost interest halfway
No,
through
no,
every
no, no,
witness?
I've had other responsibilities as well.
I'm sure. Mr. Saluji, Mr. Mshlontlo gave evidence that over many months, you and he and Miss Africa attempted to get documents to substantiate the charges, to get details in relation to the charges, and to get the disciplinary process underway. Is that correct?
Yes.
Does that apply to you?
Yes,
And you and your lawyers expressed frustration sometimes in correspondence saying, if you want to charge us and run it to its disciplinary end so that we can be heard, get finality in the matter because we believe that we are innocent and will be vindicated. Does that apply to you?
yes,
And ultimately, they never actually started the disciplinary process.
yes,
There was a preliminary issue where a ruling was made. Never did they actually get to the stage of presenting evidence against you.
yes, that's
Or
correct.
giving you an opportunity to give your evidence.
That's
Is that
correct,
right?
Chair.
And ultimately, your services were then terminated.
Yes, Chair.
Now, at that stage, as I understand the factual position, please correct me if I'm wrong, at that stage there was no settlement agreement concluded. This settlement agreement, the termination of employment agreement, is something that came sometime later. Is that right? Can you not recall? It's in fact November 2016, page 514.
I just want.
Yeah, it was signed on the 8th of November 2016 by both sides.
This was at the end of the CCMA process.
The end of the CCMA process. That's really where I'm trying to go to. So initially you left employment and they agreed to pay you to the end of your contract, which had how? Not.
This was concluded while my contract was still valid.
While your contract was still valid.
Yeah.
I see. And after you had gone to the CCMA.
Yes,
Yes,
Had you
referring,
gone to the CCMA to challenge your suspension?
yes.
Okay.
that challenged the suspension, not the actual termination. Your employment was still current at that
it was
stage.
still-
Okay. All right, thank you. And the payment for the balance of your employment contract, was that the payment that was provided for in this settlement agreement?
Yes, yeah.
So if we take you, please, to page 505. This provides for the settlement of the disputes and termination of employment. 505, are you with me? Clause 4.
Yes,
Clause 4 is headed Settlement of Disputes and Termination of Employment.
yeah,
And paragraph clause 4.2, it's recorded that all disciplinary proceedings against the employee have been terminated.
yes,
Yeah. And then we see in clause 6.1, settlement, the employer shall pay to the employee an ex gratia amount of 2,362,492 rand, being an amount equivalent to 50% of the employee's annual remuneration. Now, did this cover you for the rest of your employment contract?
for that, that's what was my understanding of it, yes.
I see. Okay. So
Well,
you didn't,
well, you understood you to say you didn't get any settlement, you were just paid for the balance of your contract. Now, I accept that you are not a lawyer, therefore, your understanding of certain terminology might not be the same as that of a lawyer. But in clause 6.1, you and the employer agreed that you would be paid an ex gratia amount. An ex gratia amount, as you would know, is an amount that the employer is not obliged to give you. That's different from an amount that they would be obliged to give to you anyway. You understand that?
Yeah, Chair, no, I understand that perfectly.
Yes. That does give the impression that the parties were settling the matter. The employer didn't want to say, I am paying you your salary for the rest of the contract, what you were going to earn. But it may be that in the end, in runs and cents, it amounted to what would have been your salary anyway for all those months. But that's how they put it.
Chair, I mean, the issue of ex gratia, I specifically said to them that I want the remainder of my salary, and I want whatever else is accrued to me in terms of leave and whatever else. And that was what I had agreed with them.
Yes, okay. And what you got reflected
that.
What would that the terminology might have meant something else, but what you got was what you demanded.
Absolutely.
Okay, all right. Mr. Kennedy?
Thank you. And of course, as we've seen, the settlement was on the basis that effectively your employment came to an end by mutual agreement with all disciplinary charges against you dropped.
Yes.
Right. Now, the allegation has been made in the various documents that were issued to you at the time of your suspension and in the charges that were issued, that these were extremely serious charges and allegations of disciplinary misconduct which could lead to your dismissal. Do you have any comment on the fact that ultimately, not only were those disciplinary charges dropped completely, despite more than a year's delay, and your frequent requests for the process to be undertaken and finalized, but in addition, they paid you for the balance of your contract? Do you have any comment on that?
Well, Chair, I mean, all I can say is that, you know, a new board that comes in, it's hardly there 6 weeks. We have taken them through the orientation program. We are briefing them on this particular matter. Them not fully understanding the nature of the transaction, there is just no way that you could empower yourself within that short period of time to take such a serious view of getting rid of 3 of your most important people in the organization. You know, for me, it was just a ruse to get us out. And immediately we left. And in fact, I don't know if I can make a comment here, Chair. If you look really what happened to Denel after we left, I mean, up to that point, Denel was a very successful organization. We had a strong order book. We had profits year on year. We had clean audits from the Auditor General. The first thing that happened after we left was the issue of the VR Laser Asia. Okay? And then we know what has happened in the press with that thing. It has also come to my knowledge that there's a huge amount of behind-the-scenes work that was going on whilst I was still at Denel to establish VR Laser Asia. Okay? And that a primary motive for getting rid of myself and Mfonto was specifically because of the fact that they saw us as an obstacle to the further implementation of the Asia project and bring it to its logical conclusion. Because then that would have closed the loop completely in terms of Ria Relays' relationship with Denel. And all I can say is that if there was an impression that was created or a narrative that has been created, that given my role and responsibility within the organization and with the issue of the relationship with the VR Laser agreements, I am still thinking to myself that if individuals like myself had been captured, and remember the context within which we are talking here, during that period, the entire country was engulfed in the notion of state capture, whether it was law enforcement agencies, whether it was our political principals who were being implicated. There was a sense of, almost a sense of fear as to how you conduct yourself in these environments. You know, and I tried to do the best of my ability to keep Denel intact. I tried to the best of my ability to manage the kind of relationships that we were engaged with. And if I was compliant, after having done lifestyle audits, having investigated me and whatever else, if I had done anything that was wrong, if I had materially benefited from this role, it surely would have come out. That's the first thing. And the second thing is that the very person who has been at the forefront, or people who have been at the forefront of the VR Laser Asia thing, were the ones who were put in charge of running Denel after I left. I was suspended. Inchepe, who was central to this whole process, becomes the acting CEO, and then he becomes the CEO. And I know now, from information, okay, that he was central with Berger in the whole Asia thing, okay, of establishing Asia and partnering and signing memorandums of agreement with Indian companies in India in preparation for this, even before they got board approval for it. So the point that I'm trying to make is that, yes, there were some of us who were put under huge pressure, okay? And I've dealt with that in my previous affidavit. We had to manage it to the best of our ability, and I tried to manage it to the best of my ability. I tried to be as fair as possible, even during the Hull contract thing, and we've gone into a lot of technical detail about that. I tried to create the best situation for Denel with securing the interest of LMT, for example. The issue of genuinely, the memorandum of understanding was that they would have had to bring it back to me to consider. But it was just at the point at which we were going to be suspended and the new board was coming in. So that process was out of my control. In fact, after I left, they used that same thing to then enter into the kind of agreements that they want to with VR Laser. So the political context within which all of this was going on was one in which this whole state capture thing was taking place. Denel is a clear example of that. That it was a target of state capture. We were targets of state capture. And we had to manage it in the best way possible. To the extent that, and again, I ask a simple question. If I was compliant, if I was colluding, why would I have been suspended?
Yeah, no, that question remains, and it's a question that needs to be confronted, certainly when I write my report or when I need to make findings. I've got to ask the question, your suspension, together with the other two, which was for a long time, without any evidence being led in a disciplinary inquiry to sustain any allegations of misconduct. And ultimately, with the settlement or with the conclusion of agreements, that you go. If there was no basis for, in terms of misconduct, if there was no evidence, why were the suspensions effected? And why were you not allowed to come back and complete your term once if it was accepted that there was no evidence and therefore you should not have been suspended in the first place? Why was that not done? Of course, Mr. Manja hasn't finished his evidence, and he has said that there was misconduct arising from your conduct, I think two of you, in regard to this transaction. I think in regard to one of you, it is said it is something else, I'm not sure. So I'm interested in hearing what he will put on the table. I did say to him when he was here that it's a pity that he says this now, and yet from last year, he was given your affidavits which said exactly how you were suspended and how you were kept out of the company until you left. And one, he did not file any application to challenge your evidence, to say, I want to lead evidence and challenge Mr. Saloji's evidence that he and the other two were treated like this because they stood for what is right and they were kicked out because they were not compliant. He didn't do that. He had the opportunity to apply for leave to cross-examine you. He didn't use that opportunity. He was given all your bundles and affidavits, and he was invited to file affidavits last year by the commission. He didn't, and even now, he comes before the commission because he has been, as far as I recall, been compelled to come. I don't know whether I'm mistaken in that regard, but he didn't show much enthusiasm, certainly last year and early this year, to come in and challenge your evidence. So, but he will give his evidence and it will be examined. He will be questioned about the allegations of misconduct, because I am interested in hearing evidence that relates to the allegations that you had misconducted yourselves in the way or you had not performed your job properly. I want to hear that, if that is the position. But one will have to bear in mind that it comes very late when there had been such a lot of opportunity to have brought it much earlier. So, yeah, I thought I would say that.
No, thank you, Chair.
Mr. Kennedy?
Thank you, Chair. Before we leave this bundle, Chair, and leave the issue of the settlement, may I just ask you, as I understood it, you said that only once you referred the suspension dispute to the CCMA did you then reach the settlement agreement, and once the settlement agreement was reached, you were then paid out for the balance of your contract.
That's what I understand, Chair.
You understand? Can
No,
you
that's
not
what I
recall?
know. No, that's what I know.
That's what you know, okay. Because I just want to understand this then. If you look in the same bundle at page 492, there's a form referring a dispute to the CCMA for conciliation, including con-arb. Do you have that?
Yes.
And then at page 495, it's been signed by yourself, as I understand it, and your attorney.
Yes.
Is that the attorney's signature under the name, printed name, Shahid Dolly? That's right?
Yes, I would have, yeah.
And then next to that is the printed name, Riaz Saluji, and your signature.
Yes.
And it's dated the 23rd of August 2016, correct?
Yes.
And that was then accompanied by an annexure which we find at page 496. And that is a statement setting out, as the heading indicates, the details of what you contended to be an unfair labour practice, correct?
Yes.
And then at page 497, we see printed at the bottom, Riaz Saluji and your signature. Did
Yes.
you sign this document?
Yes.
Okay. What interests me is on the previous page, 496, paragraph 4. Well, in fact, can I start at paragraph 1? You were suspended on the 23rd of September 2015. Paragraph 3, on the 23rd of December 2015, you were informed of the charges against me. That's correct so far, is it?
So just where are you?
Page 496.
Yeah, got that.
Paragraph 3, on the 23rd of December 2015, I was informed of charges against me.
Yes.
That's factually correct, is it?
Yes.
All right. Paragraph 4 says, on the 17th of March 2016, before the disciplinary proceedings could commence, I was informed that my contract of employment would not be renewed for a period beyond January 17, I beg your pardon. I was further paid out until the end of my contract period, being until the end of January 2017, during April 2016, but I was not informed as to how such payment was made up. That seems to be saying, in April 2016, you were actually given the payment to pay you out for the rest of your contract period. Is that correct?
So yes, yeah.
Yes. So then, what I don't understand, if I take you back to page 506, your evidence earlier that the settlement amount, the ex gratia amount of 6.1, in clause 6.1, the amount of 2,362,492 rand, being an amount equivalent to 50% of your annual remuneration. Why that was actually the same as what you'd already been paid in April.
So, no, Chair, sorry, it's a mistake. It's a mistake on my part.
Your evidence was a mistake. This was in addition to being paid.
No. When
The CCMA document didn't talk
the
about,
March 16,
Sorry, Mr. Saluji, what? March 16?
no, it says before the disciplines, I was informed of the contract.
You're at page 496, paragraph 4, are you?
Okay, so that was in March. I was further paid out until the end of my contract, being the end of January 2017.
Yes.
Sorry, so yeah, it may have been a lapse of memory. But what happened is that Denel unilaterally said that they're not going to renew my contract in January 2017.
Yes.
Okay?
And they paid you
And
out.
they paid me out at that point,
In
and
April.
unilaterally put that money, which was the remaining part of that half a year, 50% of my
I
salary.
get that. So they took it upon themselves while you were still suspended,
Yeah.
unilaterally to say, by the way, we're telling you we're not going to renew your contract
they
in
put the
January
money-
20,
yeah.
please don't talk over
Sorry.
me, which expires in January 2017, and then whether you liked it or not, they put the money in, paying you until the end of January 2017.
Yes, that's
Yes.
correct.
But then
was
the
your contract going to end in January 2017?
Yes, Chair.
Okay, all right. And then when they did that, you had not referred your suspension dispute to the CCMA, or had you already referred it to the CCMA?
No, because I was still saying to them, continue with the disciplinary hearing.
Yes. So you referred the suspension dispute to the CCMA after that?
Yes.
Yes.
we know, sorry, Chair, may I continue? We know that because we've already shown you, Mr. Saluji, at page 495, you signed that on the 23rd of August 2016, correct?
Yes.
And that was accompanied by the statement that says, already, before I referred this dispute, while I was still suspended, which is the subject of my referral as an unfair labour practice, I have already had my contract terminated and I have been paid out as far back as April 2016. That was 4 months before the referral was made to the CCMA.
Yes.
Correct. Then you pursue the complaint to the dispute at the CCMA and you then settle that dispute. Not so. Correct?
Yeah, it was agreed that we settled.
It was then settled in terms of the settlement agreement that was then signed in November 2016. We've seen that at page 514.
So you 5/9?
514. 8th of November 2016.
That's the agreement that we looked at earlier.
Correct.
Yes.
Yes, the chairperson actually read out the date to you earlier when you were taken to this. So at page 505, in this settlement agreement that you conclude in November 2016, after you've referred the dispute and after you've already been paid in April for the balance of your contract, you then agree to a settlement amount, an ex gratia amount of 2.36 million rand. And then there's provision in clause 7 as to when that is to be paid and how. 7.1, they will render payment into a bank account of your choosing. And 721 is deduct income tax. And 722, make any payments due by no later than the 30th of November 2016. It seems to me, Mr. Saluji, that this 2.36 million must have been on top of, not as the balance of the contract that you'd already been paid in April 2016.
So maybe the prior question should be, what happened to the money that the company put into your account unilaterally?
Chair, that was my understanding was my monthly salary until my contract expired.
Yes.
Yes.
You did not return it to the company.
No.
Okay, when you signed the settlement agreement that you signed with the company in November 2016, this amount that is mentioned in that agreement of 2-something million rand, was it in addition to the money that they had put into your account unilaterally? Were you going to get another amount, or were they talking about the amount that had been put into your account unilaterally?
Chair, I know that the total amount that I got was about 3.6 million rand.
About how much?
3.6 million rand.
Yes.
Total.
Are you counting now the money that they put into your account unilaterally, plus the money that is mentioned in the agreement put together came to 3-something million?
Perhaps I can help, Mr.
Yeah,
Saluji.
please do.
If you received 3.6 million, that is obviously different from the 2.36 million in clause 6.1 on page 505. It seems one possible way of looking at this, but I'm speculating, and we need evidence on this, is that you received something, maybe 1-something million in April 2016.
And then this was,
Then you received a further 2.36 million in November 2016 in terms of the settlement, which was obviously a win for you because you brought the claim in the CCMA. You came out of it with more money, not so. Didn't you receive a payment in November 2016?
yes, if I do recall.
You do recall?
Yeah.
And you also, as your statement earlier said, you had received an amount in April 2016. Correct?
Yes, yes.
So in total, you received 3.6 million, made up partly of what was the amount that was paid in April 2016.
And then what was paid there?
And in the 2.36 million in November 2016.
And
Is that right?
including the accrued leave.
Including accrued leave.
Yes.
I see. Okay.
But Mr. Saluji, if the company put into your account unilaterally in March or April of 2016, put an amount that would cover the rest of your contract period, that would mean that it was an amount that would have covered about 12 months or close to 12 months, because you said your contract was going to end in January 2017.
Yes.
Is that right? So if they were if they put into your account in March an amount that you say covered the rest of your contract period, that would have been about 10 months. And 10 months wouldn't have been 1 million, something. It would have been much more than that if 2.3 which is written, I think, in the settlement agreement, amounts to 50% of your annual salary. Can you see that? That's what the agreement says. It's 2,3 or 2, something, and they say that's 50% of your annual salary. So that must mean your annual salary must have been about maybe 5 million or thereabout.
Yes, Chair.
So if they put into your account in March or so, 2016, an amount which would cover the rest of your contract period, that would have been an amount that covered about at least 10 months, maybe 9 or 10 months. So that would not have been 1, something. That would have been certainly over 3 million, I would imagine.
Chair, with your permission, I mean, I can get all that information and send it to the Commission, okay?
Yes, but you understand what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
no, I do understand what you're saying.
So that if the amount that they gave you in March 2016 was never returned to them, and the amount that is written in the settlement agreement was in addition to the amount that was put into your account, then in total, the amount that you got could not have been less than, I think, 6 million rand.
Chair, as I say, I'll get all the information and send it to the Commission.
But I must be right, in terms of how I arrive at that. The figure
No,
might
Chair,
be-
you're right, but, okay,
Yes.
I mean, my own, let me get the information and I'll send it
Yes,
to the
no,
Commission.
that's fine. Okay, all right, Mr. Kennedy?
Thank you, Chair. There's one final topic I'd like to deal with.
Yeah.
It arises both in your latest affidavit as well as your original affidavit. I'm not going to take you to the actual content of it. I just want you to confirm and then explain certain things. I just want to remind you what you said. You referred to various meetings that you had set up by Mr. Essa with the Guptas, correct?
Yes, Chair.
And you said, I was eventually summoned to again another meeting with the Guptas by Essa. I cannot recall a specific date of this meeting, save that it was in the latter part of 2012. In this meeting, I was told in no uncertain terms that I was not cooperating and that my lack of cooperation was a serious issue. Tony said, that's Tony Gupta presumably, correct?
Yes.
That he did not want to elevate it further. I took this statement as a threat and the purpose of the meeting as means to strong-arm me into cooperating with Essa and the Guptas. I reiterated what I'd said in all the previous meetings, namely that proper process must be followed, all business had to be commercially viable and add value to Denel. Then there's reference to Tony Gupta saying that they were working hard to have the blacklisting of Denel in India lifted. And then there's reference to the need to support the New Age newspaper. And then crucially, you've said this in your original affidavit and you've confirmed it in your latest one. When that meeting ended, as we walked out, Tony asked me why I don't take money and that I should take money because everyone does. I categorically stated that I do not. Now, you confirm that evidence.
Yes.
And where did that take place? At the Gupta residence in Saxonwold?
Yes.
Or one of the Gupta residences?
Yes, Chair.
Yes. Now, when he said why you don't take money, had he offered you money already?
No, it was a comment that you made.
But I'm trying to understand it. Do you understand it? Because when somebody says, why don't you take money, it suggests that you'd already been offered money and you'd rejected the offer. Had you previously been offered money by Mr. Gupta?
No, I was never offered money by him.
So how did you understand the question, why don't you take money? And then to follow up, you should take money because everyone does. Was he actually offering you money now?
Chair, he was, the context was cooperating and whatever else, okay? And I think if the discussion had gone in a way in which I was amenable to that thing, that is the context within which I thought he made the comment. Okay?
Was any specific amount ever suggested to you that if you do certain things, you could expect to get paid?
No, Chair.
But did you understand that the question here, based on the earlier discussion then and previous meetings, was really to this effect? If you're amenable, and you should be amenable, we will pay you money to ensure that the business comes to us.
That was my understanding.
Yes. And you rejected that
Yes, Chair.
suggestion. Was this the only occasion on which there was any talk by Mr. Gupta or any of his associates that you should be taking money?
Yes, Chair.
I see. And did you understand what you would have to do if you took the money in exchange for doing something? What would that something be?
My own view is that there was the India issue that was looming, that they wanted access to the India market. There were obviously the VR laser issue was an issue. And then, of course, the Middle East was a big thing for them. So they wanted to get involved in the defense industry via Denel into those environments as well.
I want to remind you of the wording that you used in your affidavit, the latest one that is at page 801 in bundle 10, Chair, but I don't think it's necessary for you necessarily to page to it. I'll read it out if I may. Paragraph 10, you said, during this period there was both significant public debate and media speculation concerning the relationship between the Guptas and senior people in government. That included the then president, not so?
Yes.
That was already part of the public controversy. It's part of the reason for the public controversy, not so?
Yes.
Then you say this, consequently, I was genuinely wary of who I could turn to, confide in, or discuss such matters with. I also was of the view, given my history and experience, that I was strong enough to be able to manage these advances. Now, did you in fact confide in anybody else when you were being approached repeatedly by the Guptas to make sure that business comes their way and, for example, give work to New Age newspapers and, for example, to assist them in the Asian market, etc.? Did you confide in any of your colleagues at Denel that such approaches and insinuations were being made?
No, Chair, I did not.
Did you confide in anybody outside the Denel organization, such as the Minister or DG of Public Enterprises?
No, Chair.
Why not?
I mean, my own view is that they were supporting the Gupta family,
Right.
and that if I had elevated it to that level, I don't know what my situation would have been. In fact, frankly, as I've indicated there, I did not know who to turn to. And
Did
I was,
you-
Sorry, just repeat that.
I did not know who to turn to. And I was
Yeah.
also, I was concerned about my own position and my
Yes.
welfare.
And was the minister responsible for Denel at the time?
First it was Minister Gigaba and then it was Minister Lynn Brown. During
Yeah,
that
but I'm
period.
talking about that time where you had to decide whether you could
2014,
talk to.
2014 it was Minister Brown then. Minister Brown was there in 2014.
Okay. Okay.
Did you consider, and I'm not trying to cross-examine you on this, but did you consider, when you said you didn't know who to turn to, perhaps that the public protector, who at that stage was Advocate Tuli Madonsela, might have been somebody you could have approached and confided in?
Chair, I must say I did not.
You did not think about that?
Yes.
Okay. And the Auditor General?
Chair, I did not.
Okay. Just to complete this section of your affidavit, you say these advances were not normal business practices, and I kept resisting them during a very difficult period in our collective political history. Again, I repeat, I was of the view that I could manage the situation. I must acknowledge that I was genuinely concerned by the turn of events and concerned for my future. I might add I was also concerned for my and my family's personal security, having regard to the apparent reach and ambit of the Gupta influence. Did you have any actual threat made to you, or did you just feel uncomfortable that there might be a risk to your
No,
safety?
Chair, I mean, you're always worried about, is there a possibility that something could happen? Always. And in fact, at some point you can become paranoid about some of these things as well. I mean, we lived in a very difficult time during that period. I was being put under pressure on this side. I was still trying to manage Denel. I was trying to address all the issues that have come up here whilst trying to keep my head above water. You know, so of course it was a very difficult, very stressful period in my life.
In retrospect, do you think that perhaps you could and should have confided in somebody, such as the public protector?
No, at that point I thought what I was doing was protecting my own interests.
But what about the nation's interests?
Sure. I mean, I was trying to manage it the best way that I can.
Of course, Mr. Kennedy, there is the question whether you can confide in the public protector, because I guess you either lay a complaint, in which case it will be dealt with transparently, or you don't.
So
I'm not sure if you can confide.
No, I accept that it may not have been possible.
Yeah.
It's just a suggestion that I'm raising for his comment. I understand your predicament, Mr. Saluji. Chair, may I just have a moment to confer with my team to see if there's anything further?
Yeah, okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Saluji. Thank you, Chair. We have no further questions.
There is one question which I want to check. Mr. Nchepe, I don't know whether Mr. Becker as well, but Mr. Nchepe said that you and Mr. Salim Essa had known each other for quite some time and had your own relationship outside of Denel for some time. Because when he gave evidence, he sought to say you may have downplayed your own role in what happened. So, did you have a relationship of, or did you know Mr. Salim Essa outside of Denel before you met him at the, I think you understood your evidence to say you met him at the, before you met him, I think before he took you to the Gupta residence. When did you get to know him for the first time, Mr. Salim Essa?
Chair, if I recall from some of the evidence that was led, it was Mr. Mancha who said that I had known Mr. Essa for a long while because we come from the same locality.
Well, Mr. Mancha may have said but I'm under the impression that Mr. Nchepe also said something, but I may be mistaken. But some witness said you and Mr. Salim Essa had known each other.
We have never known each other. We've never been friends. We don't come from the same locality. We come from different communities. I've been brought up in the old Western Transvaal in Johannesburg. I think he comes from Pretoria, if I'm not mistaken. I've never known him. I've never interacted with him socially at all. It was just during this period that he made my acquaintance.
So, did you meet him for the first time a short while before he took you to the first meeting?
It was in the first quarter of about 2012.
The first quarter of 2012.
Yes.
Before that, you didn't know him.
I mean, I knew about him.
You knew about him.
I used to see him in the streets and.
Yes. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Mr. Kennedy, is your recollection the same as mine that Mr. Nchepe may have said something similar?
I think he may have, Chair, but
may
I'm
have
afraid
said,
I can't be certain about that.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much, Mr. Saluji, for coming back to deal with the matters that you had to deal with. I appreciate the fact that you were prepared to give evidence until so late in the evening. Thank you very much. If a need arises, we will ask you to come back, but hopefully it won't be necessary.
No, thank you, Chair.
Yes, thank you very much. You are excused. I must also thank you, Mr. Kennedy, and your team, and everybody, all the staff, for being prepared to stay and till so late.
Thank you, Chair.
So that we could finish Mr. Saluji's evidence.
Thank you, Chair.
So we are going to adjourn for the day, and tomorrow I will hear in the morning the evidence of Mr. Makubo, the Johannesburg mayor, and in the afternoon I will continue with the evidence of Mr. Ramos Sebudi, who gave evidence earlier today. We adjourn.